Every stylish guy knows what takes an outfit from good to great is the attention to detail. And nothing completes a look like the right belt. You know what ruins a great outfit fast? A worn out belt that doesn't fit right. Most guys are still rocking belts with stretched out holes that either pinch your waist or sag and throw off the whole look. That's why I'm excited to partner with today's sponsor, Anson Belt and Buckle. This family-run company has been around since 2009 and they've completely reimagined how belts should work. Instead of holes, Anson Belt uses a micro-adjustable track system with quarter-inch increments. That means you get the perfect fit every single time. And once you feel that kind of comfort and precision, you'll never want to wear a traditional belt again. The best part, you can mix and match every buckle with any strap. One box set gives you 9 different belt combos, so you'll get to maximize versatility with way less clutter in your closet. But this isn't just about style, it's about feeling more comfortable, more confident, and more put together every time you get dressed. Anson Belt moves with you, so whether you're sitting, standing, or on the go, you're always comfortable and always looking sharp. I've been wearing mine nonstop, and honestly, it's the best belt I've ever owned. Once you try it, you will see exactly what I mean. You won't go back. And here's why you can trust them. They're still proudly family-owned. They've earned over 40,000 5-star reviews, and every belt is backed by a lifetime guarantee on functionality. They stand behind every product they make, and once you try one, you'll understand why. And because Anson Belt and Buckle is sponsoring today's video, when you click the link in the description or scan this QR code to build a box set, you'll get 2 bonus pieces, a buckle and a strap completely free. That's 3 buckles and 3 straps, which you can mix and match into 9 unique belt combos all in one box. It's an exclusive deal you won't get anywhere else, so click the link, build your set, and upgrade your belt game today. It's go time. What's going on, family? How you doing? Welcome.
Hi, big dog.
So, let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Miss Georgie, got Hank, and Shanti Warrior, Free Table, Miss Pearl, me, myself, and the Lapeef Network. Welcome to the Wednesday show. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
It's so hot in California.
Good.
Oh, it's hot in California. I think it's hot everywhere.
It is. It is hot in Cali.
It's like above 80, and I'm like, what are we doing?
What? It's 102 in Texas.
You mean hell? What the hell?
It's actually calm. It's actually cool. That's a cool day for us.
I can't. Okay. All right. I'll shut up now. Hi guys. How's everyone else doing?
Doing wonderful.
I love the top, Miss Pearl.
Thank you.
You know, people in Chicago got style.
Mm-hmm. They sure do. They sure do. I love Chicago people.
Yeah,
that's why you guys should go get your belt from the Chicago. Was it Arson Belts?
Anson.
Yeah, I'm gonna order. I literally was just in my head like I'm gonna order from them. Hold on, I need me a belt. I need me a belt.
Well, let me go to put the link in the back chat and let me put it.
Yeah. Is it women's? Is it women's too?
Yeah, it's universal.
Okay, perfect. Okay, good. I'm gonna definitely look into it. I need a belt.
You definitely looking for a belt. That is the way to go. So let me go ahead and drop it for you guys.
Yeah. All you have to do is get like your camera and click it, and it takes you to the box set, which I thought was pretty smart.
Yeah, I like the QR code.
Mm-hmm. I just put it in the back chat too, so you can click the link in the private chat on your phone.
Thank you.
And I just dropped it for the chat. Anyhow, welcome to the Wednesday show. If you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. Also, make sure that you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to my lady, Miss Ali Young, 21. She is also in Chicago, and she has the Korean skincare. It's called At Two Sisters KO. Make sure y'all check that out, man. I've been hearing a lot of skin care for Black folks come from the Korean line. So check them out, man. Y'all tell I sent you.
Okay.
I think we're the only two races whose skin looks amazing up until like 80.
60.
Asian and Black women.
Yeah. My family 60, 70. The other ones be struggling real hard. I don't really know how to feel for them.
We don't talk about them.
Yeah. That's why it's always weird when they always are the beauty standard. I'm like, really? Okay.
Mr. Table, you're so chill today. I feel like you're saying so much without saying.
That's that California ganja right there.
I am chilling. I'm saying very little. I'm just excited about the show. So
You're excited. Okay, cool. What are we talking about today?
Well, we're gonna go down a rabbit hole on the back end of this topic, man. But we're gonna open it up with the double standard, the boyfriend blame with the Shakari airport arrest. So we're gonna open it up with that, just to get you guys loose, and then we're gonna go ahead and see if we can do a deep dive. Rabbit hole. I ain't got the brothers on here to say pause, because they would have tried to pause me in those moments. Let's see what we got in the chat. What's going on? Nike is in the house. We got Dale Matthews. He's a member for 37 months, man. Thank you, Dale Matthews. Says like, share, and subscribe. We got Miss Ali. Bo is in the house. Bo is in the house, man. If you guys looking to see Bo, you can see her tomorrow. All my Bo fans out there. Shout out to that Jal 2334 for becoming a member. Let me get the air horns for you right here. Welcome. We also got Miss Julie in the house. She's a Latin dancer, so we need your dance lessons. We got everybody. We got so much talent on the panel and in the chat as well, man. So shout out to you guys. What else we got? Willie say he on his way, almost home. For all my Willie fans out there, y'all make sure y'all tap in. He will be on there. Construct Icon, also another talented. He created these wood signs. I have two of them. Actually, three signs he created, man. He created those signs straight from scratch.
Wow.
Let me just snatch them up. So he got this one too. Let me go ahead, man. Got the showcase. So he created this one as well.
Oh, that's dope. Look at the detail. TLE. Wow.
We gotta make one for Miss Georgie. I want one.
Yeah. Shout out to you.
Yeah,
and what's the free?
Yeah, well, this is all wood right here. This is wood. So, and these are all like little wood pieces right here. And he painted, man. He's very talented. He did this one that's back here as well. So y'all make sure y'all go to his IG. Tell him I sent you. Tell him I sent you.
I got you.
And you need him to do some work. But yeah, so I'm sure he'll take care of you, man. So shout out to Construct Icon with that, man. No problem, man. I appreciate you, man. This is him right here. So y'all go ahead and jot it down, take a picture of whatever you need to do, screenshot it, and go to his IG. Very, very talented.
How long did it take to get it to you?
So he started working on them. That was 2022. It didn't really take long, man. He actually hopped on it real.
Nice.
Careful with what I say. He actually got to it really quickly, and it was done. Shipped. It was intact. It looked good. I was quite surprised. The detail of it, man, he's real careful and precise with everything, man. So
shout out to you for putting him on, because that is amazing Black art. That to me is what we should be showcasing, the talentedness of Blackness.
Yep. All right. We're going to go ahead and get this going, man. Again, if you're catching this on the replay, hit that like button. And if you haven't already and you are currently watching, hit the like, man. The likes are always down. We got 77 in the building right now. We should at least be having 77 likes. So we got Shakari Richardson, man. Let me go ahead and just run this little quick news clip, and then we'll get right into it. Give me 1 second. There we go.
Former LSU track star Shakari Richardson facing charges after allegedly assaulting her boyfriend at an airport on Sunday. Police say security footage shows Richardson pushing Christian Coleman multiple times, then throwing headphones at him during an argument. Sports Illustrated says Coleman declined to press charges. Both were in Seattle heading to compete in the USA Track and Field Championships.
All right, so that was when the news had broke. Let me go ahead and let you guys know what TMZ had to say, because TMZ be always having the tea. Let me bring this up.
I can't believe I just heard you say tea.
Yeah. Was that kind of suspect or something?
No, it's just like the way, because usually I hear it in a different inflection, but you kept it all monotone and masculine. Tea. I don't know. Whatever, JR. Just play the clip. I'm sorry.
Former LSU.
Wrong one. Okay. I'm sitting here trying to figure this all out, man. I'm struggle streaming right now.
We were having such a great. Sorry for dipping out. I was moving on to the laptop and not on my phone and into lighting, but we were having such a good conversation.
Yeah, we're gonna bring it up.
I hope we can.
Okay, here we go. So this is what TMZ had to say, man. Olympian gold medalist Shakari Richardson was arrested for allegedly assaulting her boyfriend, fellow athlete Christian Coleman. The Team USA Olympic sprinter was taken into custody on Sunday at SeaTac Airport in Washington State after a TSA agent reported a woman assaulting a man while leaving a security checkpoint. An incident reported by TMZ says. We also have the reporting officer says they reviewed the security footage. Now, this is my first time actually reading this right now in real time. So they reviewed the security footage showing a verbal altercation escalating into a physical one when Richardson shoved Coleman hard enough that it sent him crashing into a nearby column. The officers say Coleman tried walking away from his girlfriend of 2 years, but she continued following him and again pushed him hard enough that it sent him flying a few feet away. I guess Sha'Carri must be strong, right? Police say the altercation progressed when Coleman returned to the TSA screening lanes in an attempt to get help, during which Richardson following him and throwing a pair of headphones, striking him. Wow. The responding officer developed probable cause after reviewing the footage and placed Richardson into custody. She was booked into the Score jail and charged with 4th-degree assault.
What?
In an interview with police, both Richardson and Coleman denied any physical altercation, and Coleman declined to be a victim or to press charges per the report. It's not clear when Richardson was released, but Sha'Carri and Coleman both participating in track event Thursday in Oregon. So shout out to TMZ.
No, not shout out to TMZ. You guys deserve to be sued. Y'all are trying to ruin this Black Olympians brand. Nike is backing her. And I'm gonna say it. I think we should read the report and actually watch the video. Because to me, I can't even call my nigga stupid in public, and now I'm getting charged. This is crazy. Why do we? I think they're playing it up. I think TMZ is trying to sell like whatever, and they're hyper escalating it. They're making it seem like she was this aggressor, but we just heard a completely different story.
If this was flipped, if this was Sha'Carri that actually this was happening to, we would be having a whole different conversation. And I think this is the hypocrisy of women. Me as a woman is that I don't believe that anybody should put hands on anybody in a relationship, because men go through physical abuse all the time in their relationships. It's the same thing that happened with Terry Crews when Terry Crews was assaulted, and people felt like because he was big and strong that he wasn't allowed to be assaulted. Nobody should be putting their hands on anybody. If this was him doing it to a woman, we would all be in an uproar. We would all be making think pieces. But because it's a man and it's a Black woman doing it to a man, now it's like, they're trying to ruin her image. No, she should have kept her hands to herself. Even if he pissed her up, she should have kept her hands, knowing that she had a lot to lose. She should have kept her hands to herself and not perpetuate the ghetto image of the angry Black woman, because it's not just her, it's other women like myself, like you, and the beautiful, I'm sorry, I don't want to butcher your name, Miss Pearl up there, that image is fitting. She literally just took us back 10 years. Because I'm an athlete. I'm an athlete. So now
I'm an athlete too. Sorry. I get
Yeah, I'm a volleyball player. Now it's like her being that, like, she didn't need to do a masculine intake at the airport and make us look even more like feeding into the narrative.
The thing, you should know more than anyone that all it takes is one little thing off for someone to take your little human thing and escalate it. Remember, the first story told us there were no charges. She threw the phone. In this story, she followed him around the store. He was screaming for help. Two completely different stories. And one, I think, is intentionally sensationalized because of what you just said. There is this image of Black women being hyper masculine, of being unruly, and associating that type of image with being an Olympian is, it has a cultural connotation that even at a high status, we can't even behave.
I think you're overlooking the point. I think you're overlooking the point. She shouldn't have put herself in a situation where they could even have had something to say, a news article like this, whether she didn't push her, whether they drew it out. She created attention and created a moment where they had to bring police. They had to be, so whatever way we want to put it, whether TMZ
they're in Oregon, sis. They're in Oregon. Right?
No, they were in Seattle. They were in Seattle.
But they're in a hyper white place, and
No, it's not about being hyper. This is the airport. This has nothing to do with race. This is just why would you create? And if you're in a public setting, if he would have done that to her, I don't care what we're saying. If he would have done that to her, it would have been a whole different conversation.
I think we need Sorry,
it would have been a whole different. Miss Pearl, I'm sorry. I think you wanted to say something. I didn't mean to interject.
Oh no, you got it. I'm literally like agreeing with everything that you're saying. I was just checking and repeating. So you got it.
I agree. I agree with you.
I just don't. I feel like women want to be protected. Black women, we claim that we want to be protected. We want to be seen a certain kind of way. We also have to carry ourselves a certain kind of way. We have to present a certain kind of way. So I'm not saying that he probably didn't, but this isn't even just being about a Black woman. I don't think if you're in a relationship that requires you to throw something, put your hands, it's done. If you have to get to that point in a relationship where there needs to be a physical exchange, the relationship is done.
And I want to first and foremost say I respectfully agree, and I think on a principle level, I agree. Like we can all say that's common sense. Respect each other's humanity and space. But I will say though, there are times where you're not thinking about being an Olympian. One of the things that I like about Sha'Carri is the fact that she is one of the more authentic, transparent athletes out here, and so you have to understand when you're being hyper seen. And you're competing at a high level, they are looking for any fucking little thing. It doesn't matter. They're looking for any little thing to degrade your brand. And I'm going to say, yes, I agree with you. Don't put hands on people. But are we really sure that happened? Or are they just trying to sell headlines and fuck up her brand?
Are the cameras broken?
Because that's exactly what I would do if it was a Black man. I want to look at the tapes. Because
but the tapes, that's what they're telling you. The tapes were reviewed before they pressed charges.
But it's TMZ. TMZ intentionally creates, since y'all remember that, like,
no, but TMZ didn't send the police. TMZ didn't send the police.
TMZ said she followed him. TMZ
because that's what the tape said. The tape is what they watched.
You have to understand that media twists shit, and they have an incentive to twist shit. And TMZ,
but does that take away from what happened? Does that mean that what happened didn't happen? What I'm saying is,
okay, do you remember the year, like a whole year, like Kanye West was crashing out on TMZ? And it was like, you guys always want to get it. You guys always want to get it. But they were actually provoking him, trying to create an image of his lack of stability and push that out into the media to somehow imply he wasn't a fit father.
But what does that have to do with Seattle airport?
What I'm trying to say is, as there is the truth, and then there's media that twists the truth because they want to perpetuate a stereotype.
I think I'm going to have to agree to disagree. Maybe never. I'm not even going to agree. I'm
sorry. I don't know why you would trust TMZ.
I'm not even listening to TMZ. I followed the story. I'm not even listening to TMZ all in total. My whole thing is, if you are in a place, this is the airport. This isn't even on the street. This isn't even at their house. This is a public secured environment, that you had to create such a scene that police had to be called, a whole situation had to be created, and you're an athlete, Olympian. I don't care what TMZ says. Let's leave the news out of it. She created a dynamic that had to be a story. Let's focus on that.
I want to say I don't agree with you because, again, as Black people and Black people of excellence, we know that we have to always be on our P's and T's and Q's. We can't even be human because someone will twist and manipulate something completely normal. There's thousands of videos of white women screaming in their boyfriends' faces, throwing water in their faces, and we see all types of different celebrities doing worse.
Does that make it okay? Does that make it okay?
Again, I disagree. You and I disagree on what factually happened, right? So you believe TMZ. I think we should doubt TMZ because TMZ has a motive to make Black people look a certain way. I think the police report. So
let's let a guy talk because I don't want to make it like we're just having this banter with us.
Yeah, go ahead, True. Your thoughts about what you're seeing thus far, what the ladies talking about?
Yeah, I mean, they doing such a good job of having opposing viewpoints. So I appreciate the polarity. But I guess Shakari Richardson, outside of, my opinion, she's not really worth much of an honorable mention. You know, she's talented from an athletic perspective. But if she wasn't an Olympian, we wouldn't be having this conversation. She seems to exemplify most of what, unfortunately, we see in our community.
The stereotype.
Yeah.
I hate this.
Yeah, she perpetuates the stereotype that we're trying to.
Hold on. I don't think
Go ahead, Mr. Table. Go ahead, Mr. Table. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, but I mean, just it's not shocking. You know, it doesn't surprise me. It's open up your window outside in any hood, any area like that. Probably see this type of behavior. So this just is an example that no matter what heights you ascend to on a global scale, what type of notoriety you may garner, if you do not fix the inside of toxicity, develop yourself and put yourself in other environments, you will showcase where you come from.
Does it matter to you that he said nothing happened?
It doesn't shock me. Most of the time, unfortunately, a lot of dudes in our community protect the women from themselves.
Wait, but he was screaming for help, according to TMZ.
Yeah, well, that's speculative.
How many women say?
So why do you believe? Okay,
but how many times do we see women, cover for their men when they're being abused?
Don't the goalposts. We're talking about this. That does happen, but it's not relevant. What we're talking about, you're saying that this man intentionally did not press charges, but then we're also hearing, I was screaming for help. What's the truth? Do you guys not see the inconsistency? Why would you tell the police, hey, look, nothing's going on, everything is good, but then also put out in the media he was screaming for help in an airport?
Yeah, I am. I tell you what I see. I see another example of Shakari Richardson right now on the panel.
Where?
I see it right now.
I hope you're not talking.
And the way you acted is probably the way that she acted. Belligerent, crazy, just kept talking and talking. Look her, man, this ain't this girl's first run-in with the law. This ain't this girl's first time getting in trouble. This ain't her first time. It's becoming a bad habit of hers. So if I was that dude, I would have put her sorry ass on paper. Fuck her Olympic, fuck her career. She put hands on me. She put feet on me. She physically and verbally abused me. I'm embarrassed. I'm emasculated. I'm feeling some type of way. But you know what I did as a fellow friend, as a fellow Black man to a woman? I took one on the chin and I said, no, she didn't do anything to try to save face. But you know what couldn't stop her? That eye in the sky. Big brother told her ass. And ain't shit you can do about that. So I'm trying to figure this out. Because I've seen any other time with domestic violence where a woman would stand down and say, no, I don't want to press charges, but the state will take over. Why isn't the state taking over this situation and pressing charges on this heifer? Why is this heifer allowed to get away with this bullshit? Hold on, ladies. I got you. Why is the state not stepping in and protecting this man? Domestic violence doesn't have a sex on it. It doesn't have a gender. It doesn't have a race. It's called domestic violence for a reason. It's not just domestic violence, man against woman, or woman against man, or anything like that, or black. No, it's not. It's called domestic violence. So this situation should have been handled by the state. I'm disappointed that they didn't take over. I'm disappointed she didn't go off in handcuffs. She should have never got to participate in this event in Oregon. She never should have got. Once the coach should have got wind of it, they should have sit her ass down. If we have to take a penalty and we lose a race, then lose a race. You got to set precedents. But no, they look past that because of who she is. Shame on the coaching staff. Shame on the Olympic Committee if they decide to allow her to run in the next year's Olympic. Shame on everybody that's involved in this. Shame on that dude for not pressing the issue and putting a goddamn name on paper. Shame on him, because he should have did that. That heifer deserved whatever penalties come her way. Every bit of it. Because like y'all said, if the shoe was on the other foot, we know what would have happened.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I just watched
I feel like it was just a sucky situation all around. Like, I don't feel as if like she should have been arrested. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know, people have discussions and emotions and stuff like that. And she have like things that she need to work on for herself, of course. And so do I, so do you, like everybody. And I'm the type of guy, like, I'm in the business of just like extending grace and mercy and love. And I feel as if like I don't try to look at obstacles either. Like, I just look at like situations like this to just like, you know, take a step back, analyze yourself mentally, and then just try to see what you can do to be your best self so that you can move forward, so you can just be the type of person and a human that God needs you to be for his kingdom and for his glory. And so that's kind of how I look at the situation. And like, and I hate the narrative too of just like, you know what I'm saying, it's so negative. But like I said, it's just like in the state of Seattle, even talking to the cop or whatever, he was just like, it really was nothing I could do. And just like, I understood. But I mean, like I said, it was just a sucky situation. But she's a human being and a great person. And I feel like, you know what I'm saying, like we've been able to be like really good teammates like all year. And I hate that narrative too because, you know, us coming together, like we're just two like real dominant personalities. And she's, to me, the best female athlete in the world. Like I see it every day. And like, you know, for me in my process, like I just said, like moving training groups, a whole new environment, a whole new, you know what I'm saying, training setup, different than what I've been in the past, like, you know, 10 years of my, you know, track and field career. And transitioning and then still coming back running 9.8 and feeling like I got so much more to give. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my path and that's my journey, and like being so up close and personal with her every day. And like I watched this girl like fall on the track like in February and walk it off like it was, you know what I'm saying, like a cramp, but get back up and have to take like a month and a half of just like rehab and trying to come back. And then 3 weeks later like have a competition and like, you know what I'm saying, like she just has a lot of things going on and like a lot of emotions and forces going on inside of her that like not only I can understand, but you know nobody can, because she 1-on-1 and I'm 1-on-1 too. And so I know everything is happening in God's plan, because obviously he's 1-on-1. And so that's really the main focus and the thing that I just wanted to say. And I know that like it's been a tough journey for her this year, but she gonna bounce back. And like I said, I see it every day. She's the best female athlete in the world, and she gonna be just fine. She gonna be good, and I'm gonna be good too. So it is what it is.
Oh, okay. That's okay. I take back my
that man is such a goddamn fanboy. He's such a goddamn fanboy. He don't even want to say anything to the officer. And they probably had to damn near twist his arm just so he was making a statement. He's such a goddamn fanboy.
I wanted to say something because he said something important there, right? I went through a nasty divorce. My ex was crazy. He really put me through a lot. And at no moment did I feel the need to like, let me push him. Let me put my hands on him. Let me beat him. I called the cops. I went to court and I processed out. What he talks about is her emotion, her lack of emotional control. She's going through a lot. We're all going through a lot. That does not give it an excuse for you to put hands on people just because you're stressed out, your work life. That does not make it an excuse. And I feel like this is one of my biggest issues when it comes to us. And this is not into any of you, but I'm just saying in general as a Black community, right? We need to hold ourselves at higher standard. And I feel like at first when Sha'Carri came out, I was all for this girl, like, oh, she's different, you know, I was all for it. But the more her behavior has come out and things have come out, I'm kind of like, I don't think she even takes her position important. I don't even think she takes her position or her level. Yes, when you become a public figure, you were automatically put on a pedestal. Is it a happy pedestal? Sometimes it's too much pressure. I get that. But that's what you're aiming for when you aim for excellence. I don't know who's aiming to be excellent and not realize you got to change your lifestyle. You got to change your packaging. You got to change the way you are seen in the world. It comes with that image, the lifestyle, the money. Like, why are we acting like you can still be the same ghetto person you were in the past when you're uplifted out of the hood? And then we tell rappers, y'all left the hood, but y'all still be going back. It's the same thing.
Okay, I agree with you. And I watched the video. She beat that man publicly. That's ridiculous. All I said was, I think we need to look at the video itself and us determine by looking. That's all I was saying. We should be giving each other, we should be giving the community grace, just like white people would be giving white people grace. I want to see the facts. So I watched the video, and y'all are absolutely right. And I wholeheartedly agree. When you get to a certain level of influence, when you have brands behind you, you cannot afford to be doing this stuff.
To act ghetto? Yeah.
Well, not even act ghetto.
That is acting ghetto. That's literally the definition of acting ghetto. It doesn't matter if it's a white person, Spanish person, pink, yellow, green person that did it. It's a ghetto behavior.
What does that mean?
Ghetto behavior is when you're putting your hands on somebody in public and behaving like she did. It has nothing to do with the fact that she's black. If a white woman did it, we would have called her, ooh, she being ghetto, she being trailer trash.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
it's a low class behavior.
Yeah, it's a low class. Agreed. Wholeheartedly. And I think that's why I was rooting for her, because she's the underdog. And I wanted to give her.
And that's the thing.
But you're right. We do need to hold the community, like women like this, accountable. And that poor boy, like him still defending her.
All right, let me go to get Willie in there. Go ahead, Willie.
Oh, my heart.
I don't feel bad for her or him. One, Shakari Richardson is from my city. She went to the same high school that I attended for a minute, and she acts just like the women that are from there. Nothing about Shakari Richardson is classy or special except for the fact that she's fast as fuck. She's still just another ratchet ass chick from Oak Cliff, Texas. That's all she's ever been. Like, she went to one of the worst high schools in the city. She ran with some of the worst people in the city, and then now she just runs some of the best times in the world. What she did to that man on video is exactly why men have to stop not pressing charges on women. One of the things that I hate about that video is how long and prolonged it was and how long it took for someone to come to his aid. Because if she had hit him, if he had hit her, it'd have been plenty of you Captain Save-A-Ho simp niggas trying to go in there and protect her, and he's trying to do the police's job. But when it's him, people were just watching and pulling their phones out. So yeah. I understand why he's not trying to talk bad about her when she's on camera, because he's trying to fuck up the bag. Because to him in his mind, they're still together.
Yes,
they're still together. So he's thinking about it like he's typically like how women do when they get beat for a time. They're not going to press charges for real until they're willing to leave the relationship. And I would say that that's not the first time that she's done that, because again, first time somebody crashed out, it's never in public. It's never in, a public space. That's when you're more likely to be inclined. That's when you're more inclined to actually just sit back, and be like, bitch, wait till you get home and beat your ass, type shit like that. And if the way that she conducts herself, it says everything about her status, character, and then her moral values. Her moral compass. And I hope that she gets everything that he would get. I hope she gets everything that Chris Brown got. I hope she gets everything that they got to do to Johnny Depp when they tried to actually slander his name and say that he was the abuser. I hope she gets everything that's coming to her.
I love that responsibility.
I have a question though. You're harassing me at this point, so I think you should stop. I think you should stop. You see him, right? Y'all see him, right? Okay, but I'm sorry, it's not me. Talk to him. No, ma'am, don't talk to me like that. I'm an adult. Do not talk to me like that. Tell him to stop. If you do not know what's going on, do not yell at me.
You can stop recording.
No, I'm not going to stop recording because I was making a video to myself. I'm going to not stop recording. And this video will show what you're doing. So I would appreciate. Who are you talking
we don't
to,
need
ma'am?
other people to get involved.
Thank you. No.
Oh man. You see, this is what happens when we're always in pitbull mode. No one.
The defense rests. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Do you think
Can I just say this? I know what you're trying to say, babe, because this is kind of like you're trying to uphold a black woman because you see a black woman. I don't submit to that.
No. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give us as a group.
I know, but you can't speak for us as a group because I don't yell at men and I don't come out of pocket for men. And I don't carry myself in that manner. So the thing is, I am not going to sit here and celebrate her or feel some kind of way. I've seen multiple videos of Sha'Carri. She talks the way that she acts. And I'm sorry if it's to the point where we're like, hey, something needs to change. Like, the narrative is enough. Like, we want to be treated, black women want to be treated nicely and treated softly. We have to be a little bit softer. I know that hurts. I know it hurts because we're always in survival mode, but it's also, you get treated the way you act. If I've been in airport situations where I felt like somebody was, disrespecting me, I simply knew how to carry myself and write a good corporate email that got them fired. Sometimes it's not always about the physical reactivity or showing that you're a big black and you can handle yourself, which is understood. If you feel like you're in danger, that's different. But if it's sometimes you don't need to always react so vulgar. You can also act like Karen. That's something I learned from my white girlfriends is pull the Karen. Pull a Karen. I had a cleaning guy or a maintenance guy who came to my apartment inappropriately trying to flirt with me. I could have been ratchet and I'm in Texas. I could have been, whatever. I closed the door and I wrote to corporate, sent them the email, and he's fired. I could have done all the ghetto things and it wasn't needed.
Right. It doesn't have the same impact.
I just want y'all to all know, ain't shit soft about a bitch from Oak Cliff, Texas.
Okay, sir. Does that apply to you too?
I'm a nigga from Oak Cliff. I'm not supposed to be soft. What are you talking about?
But what I'm saying is,
you early to be getting weird.
You come from a place and you've outgrown that place, and the men that you
she hasn't outgrown that place. Obviously, look at the video. That's what bitches in Oak Cliff do. Except she did it at an airport in Seattle, Washington. They're doing it at the CVS on the corner of Camp Wisdom and Polk, or at the hair supply store in the corner of Camp Wisdom and Polk. That's what she is. Nothing about what she's talking, what she shows you is exactly her character. That is how women from that city are. They're raised by other women like that, so they grow into be women like that.
I hate that I have to agree with her because I've been to Oak Cliff.
I'm from there. And that's
but that's what I'm saying, Willie.
No, but what you're saying is that's the point. One, you shouldn't be saying anything because I wouldn't finish. And then two, the point that I'm making is that's how women in that city act. It's not anything crazy. That's not anything surprising. When I heard that she called a DV charge, the first thing I thought was, well, the bitch is from Oak Cliff. I'm just being real. It's nothing surprising about it. If you ask any nigga from that city who's dated a girl, all of those women will put their hands on you because they're not scared to fight because they like to. The good thing is, though, where he messed up is they can also take a punch. So if he'd have hit her ass back, they would have just been fighting. It wasn't gonna be like he was going, you know what I'm saying? It would have been like it wouldn't have been a woe is me, keep beating on a little girl thing. She'd have fought his ass back. That's what happens to those types of women in the
Willie,
I'm being funny. I'm dead ass serious.
I know you're
I'm so fucking serious right now. That's what happens. You just have to understand the type of woman you're dealing with. And in this case, she is the type that will put her hands on you. So if you're not the type of nigga to punch a bitch back, you can't deal with women from Oak Cliff because none of them are soft. They're all in survival mode. They were all raised by the hyenas they turned into. This is what you're getting. They just look good because they thick and got fat asses and maybe gold teeth.
But Willie, I agree.
Lasted work.
I just wish
y'all is wrong. Y'all is wrong.
But I'm just trying to figure out, man, why are you taking so hard for this woman? She's a thug. Well, let's be honest. She's a goddamn thug, man. And you taking for a thug. Look here, I don't want I'm not trying to protect no person who acts a goddamn fool. I'm not standing up for him. Matter of fact, if we had a race trade, I'm trading a stinky ass. I'm getting up out of our community. I don't want her. Why are you taking so hard for this woman?
Can I ask a question?
She's an abuser. She's a dope fiend. I don't understand this. She's disgruntled. She's angry. She not only she didn't represent herself, she couldn't even represent our country in the Olympics because of her behavior. She couldn't pass a drug test. She's a thug. Let's just admit that. She's a goddamn thug. Now, I don't know about this, what Willie talk about, the town where she's from. That's how they all raised. I'm glad I might get no girl from the state of, what was the city called?
What's the city called, Willie?
She's from Dallas, Texas. The suburb, the part is Oak Cliff.
God damn.
Bro, listen,
I'm gonna have to reevaluate my wife. She stayed in Texas for a while, man. God damn it.
Hey, listen, Pete, I'll tell you what, ask your wife about bitches from Oak Cliff and see what she say.
My thing is, can I ask this question? I just have to ask this question for the fellas, right? Would you guys also, and this is where I want to know, would you guys feel the same way if the tables were turned? Would you have the same attitude towards him if the tables were turned?
If he was beating her ass?
Yeah.
He's just a nigga beating a girl. That's by default, he's trash. Like, the only people that get
would you be saying, oh, that's what she got because she, but would you be saying everything else?
Oh, so you saying
You're
like,
from the
would I say
hood,
like,
of course
okay, cool.
That's what she gets. She dealt with a nigga from Oak Cliff or whatever.
No. This question was really for the guys. It was for the guys.
That's not what niggas from Oak Cliff are known for. We don't put our hands on bitches unless they put their hands on us. Like, we don't hit bitches first. But what we will do is we'll beat your brother ass or your daddy ass because of how you acted. Again, the only people who get excuses made for them when it's a domestic violence situation, it's always fucking women. If he hit her, it would have just been she got beat up. Now, niggas from Oak Cliff would have been like, well, she is from the Cliff, bro. What did she do? I mean, because I'm not trying to be funny, but I just don't believe Oak Cliff women tend to be victims because a lot of times they mouth is bad. Listen, so, but at the end of the day, he still would have been cooked by public opinion. Nobody would have been actually, you know what I'm saying, believing anything he said. And wouldn't have been like, oh, we need to see the video, or maybe PMG is just trying to make this poor black obscure Olympian, look bad because he hit a woman. The only time y'all care, get this type of energy or concern is when it's a black woman doing some fucked up shit on camera. Because y'all will hold a black woman anything but accountable. Y'all will hold her up, you'll hold her down, you'll keep her right. You know what I'm saying? You'll make sure she don't go left. But when it comes time to hold that motherfucker accountable, you guys your innate nature is to not do that.
Me and Miss Pearl.
It's not true. It goes against our best.
Me and Miss Pearl are holding her accountable.
Yeah, Miss Pearl is solid though. Like,
hold on, I just want you guys to consider.
I give Miss Pearl that, but Ann came out here with her full saying Superman or Superwoman, Super Saver Ho cape on.
Yeah, it wasn't Miss Pearl.
I don't believe it until I saw the video.
The reason why
I have a question for the ladies. I got a question for the ladies that somebody in the chat asks, which is if the guy punches, if she punches him in the face, how should the guy react?
That's to the women?
Yeah.
Okay.
For me, I'm going to honestly tell you guys, I don't beat men, so I can't answer that. But for the people who beat men, for me, if a man touches me, I'm walking and calling the cops. I feel like there's a threat. I'm in Texas. I'm always loaded. So now I feel like I got to protect myself. That's it. But if she would have done that, he should find a cop because I don't think he should have still put her hands on her. But she definitely needs to call the cops and put her in jail because now she's an animal and she needs to go to jail. Period. That's how I see it.
JR, is the question how would we react if? I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, the question is if he was to have put his hands on her, how should he respond?
If he were to put her hands on her,
if he was to put his hands on her, if
it said if a girl hits and punches a man in the face, what should he do?
Okay, thank you, Willie. Defend yourself. Defend yourself.
No, how? Be specific.
Do whatever it takes for you to de-escalate the situation and leave, or defend yourself if it's that necessary.
Yeah, agree.
There are only two women on earth that a man should never hit first. One is his mother. Two is the woman he's in a relationship with. Because hitting one of y'all randoms, that's just an assault charge. And again, if you hit me, I'm not worried about it. But
I don't even think like
if you hit the woman that you're in a relationship with, or like your mom, that can be considered domestic violence, and that's a very different charge. So all of that, like men shouldn't hit women shit. If a woman hits a man, she knew he was stronger than her before she hit him. You have no say in how he responds.
Yeah.
You have no say in how he responds. So you can't punch me in my face and then get mad because I pushed your ass in front of a car or I push you down some stairs because you don't control how I react.
The law does say your defense has to be proportional to the attack.
Right, so that just means I can't shoot you. So if you punch me, if you punch me and I punch you back as hard as I can and fuck you up, that was proportional.
That's not how it works.
Right, let's make sure we're doing one mic, y'all.
It's not going to be a measure of. It's not the proportion is just saying that like if you punch me, I can't shoot you. Correct. If you hit me, I can hit you with a car. But if you punch me and then I rock your ass, saw like knock your jaw loose.
Justified.
It was the exact same thing. Just
and
if you knew that I'm I'm 6 foot 250 pounds, you 5'2", $140. If you punch me, that's like you're saying a featherweight punching a heavyweight.
It doesn't matter if you felt like your life was
your ass back. That's exactly what happened. And guess who's going to jail?
We both are.
No, we're not. No, you're going to jail because you were the aggressor.
In Texas, it's not like that.
Oh, I don't know. Like, you need to tell me.
Like, I do want to get Pearl in there because Pearl haven't really said anything, y'all. So let me get Pearl in there. I didn't mean to cut you off, Ann, but we gotta make sure we spreading that mic. Go ahead, Pearl.
I'm kind of in between. I'm kind of like straddling the fence with that. I'm just being honest. Like, a part of me want to say, if she hit you, you hit her ass back. But then that puts you kind of like in the same position of her to lose things. So I would just say go the legal way. Like, she's going to jail. I'm pressing charges. I'm going to every court date. I want some pain and suffering. Like, I'm taking her to court. If I've been defamed in any type of way, any type of emotional distress, like any type of embarrassment, like, I want her to go through the ringer. Like, me just slapping the shit out of her ain't even gonna be enough, because that's just right in and there and it's gone. But like, if I'm doing exactly what I'm saying, like taking her through the legal process, making her feel it, letting her know, like, no, I'm not just gonna hit you. I'm finna hit your pockets. Like, I want her off the Olympic team. Like, I need some real shit to be done to her so she can understand she can't just go around putting her hands on her just because I'm a man and she feeling like, oh, he just gonna let it go. Like they saying, you can't tell me how to respond after you put your hands on me. You shouldn't be touching me anyway. So once that happens, don't tell me how to respond. Don't tell me, oh, you a man, you supposed to take it. No, you were a woman. You should have been smart and played your part and not touch that man. And if you had so much to lose, then you should have had more self-control. And it's just that simple. Like I say, once the consequences, once you put the actions out there, you can't dictate the consequences. Keep your hands off the man and then you will be cool. Because again, if it was the other way around, it would be the same thing. She would be all on wherever she at, crying and all in front of the news about what she want him to do. He got to go to jail. He got to get off the team. Everybody got to do this. Everybody got to do that. So it should be the same way for her.
Yeah, isn't that equality? We say we want equality and we're complaining when equality happens.
Yeah, then they switch it. No, it goes from equality to equity. No,
yeah, and that's one of the reasons why there's something you said, really. You said women don't hold women accountable. You know, one of the things people hate about me, I hold women accountable. I had a girlfriend of mine. She had her baby daddy, first one, and then she got pregnant with the second one. I'm like, you're stupid. Like, I don't even care. And I tell women that if you get dogged out the first time and you go back for seconds, he's doing what he's supposed to do. He hit a lick, a dumb bitch. If I was a man, I'm hitting a lick too, stupid bitch. Awards should be won because you're stupid. I hold women accountable and I get in trouble all the time.
Pearl, so then do you think the reason why he didn't go that route was because the culture would have looked at him as soft?
No.
So black men.
Okay, so I think I think that men deal with a lot when it comes to domestic violence. I think that they deal with that masculinity being challenged. I think that they deal with the stigma of having to be so strong and taking it on the chin. When my thing is, like I said, I don't give a damn about none of that. Because like I said, I got 2 boys, and if a woman was to ever put her hands on him, baby, she's going to jail. Like, don't even touch her. Just take her through the ringer. She has to lose it all. Maybe she's used to that. Maybe she's used to combat. Like, we're not going to do that over here. You got too much to lose, so we're not going to be scrapping with a woman, because that's no longer a woman. That's a hyena. That's an animal. She needs to be controlled and contained. So we're just going to go ahead and do what we normally do with that process. we have to put her down. She has to be put down. It's just put her down.
I love that, but I think you guys maybe might be the exception to the general rule. I think there is a culture of snitching and it being looked frowned upon, and it's even more. It's added emasculation if you have to go to the police for help. And I think black men face this like dual identity where they have to always be hard and on. And like you even saw it in the video just now, like he was still defending her even though he was assaulted. So I like that you would do this, but I do think the culture does shame men into silence.
But that's a little bit of Stockholm.
So that's a part of our black culture that's trash, though. What you just said there said is look at snitching. If you go and tell and put our ass on paper and try to get you some type of justice out of the situation. Well, call me a snitch if you want to, but I promise you, I'm gonna run this bitch through hell and high waters, and whatever medal she got, I want them medals. I'm taking them motherfuckers like they took OJ's Heisman goddamn trophy, and I'm running it in. Nicole Brown got what she needed. Her family did. I want the same goddamn thing. He's gonna get it all. I want the ragged ass medal from LSU, the one from the Olympics you didn't make. I don't care if it's a second, third, or bronze. I don't give a shit. I want it all. Whatever money you make off endorsements, you write that check out to him. Because I want everything. I'm running you through the goddamn ringer. Because please believe me, if that shoe was on the other foot, his ass would be done. Up under the goddamn jail, on his way to prison, about to meet Bubba.
The thing, so the issue I have with that,
ma'am,
is that
drop the boyfriend. Drop him now. Any man that make you mad enough to
the
trip
issue that
out
I have with that is it just a
let him
go? Are you
because baby, you are always allowing outside energy to come try to throw you off. We are still depending on you for the gold, ma'am. We are still depending on you to take us there because they said you couldn't. So we're happy and watching you and cheering you on to defeat the odds. So you leave that nigga where he at. People talking about, I thought she had a girlfriend. Listen, we need you to leave that nigga where he at. You know these niggas always come to throw us off. You know they send a nigga to throw you off and you gonna let him win? Girl, if you don't leave that nigga at the airport, leave that nigga in Seattle. Leave that nigga in Seattle. Don't you talk to that nigga once y'all land. Leave that nigga in Seattle and go get us to go.
That's crazy.
Man, is that your sister?
I hope that's not how I sounded.
She sounds just like you. She sounds just like you, man.
Go wash up.
2 seconds. The reason why I came the way I did was not because I was trying to defend her because she was a black woman or because black men don't deserve to be protected. The reason I came the way I did was because as black people, we are held to a high standard. All of us, black men and women. Therefore, we should give each other grace and actually look at the facts. Because to say, oh, well, she's from the hood, of course she acts like that, is us perpetuating stereotypes. Serena Williams also came from the hood. She doesn't behave.
And look how she turned out.
And so that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we need to look at the evidence, the individual cases, case by case, instead of generalize, oh, because she's from here, of course she acts like that. Or
no, what I'm saying is...
But Ann, you also got to look at her history, though.
To be clear, I'm not trying to justify the behavior. It's wrong. But I'm saying, okay, so let's take this like high level. Let's go beyond just this incident. There is no fucking way that I would think that this is tolerable for any of us. But at the same time, like, we also have to be very mindful of the fact that black men and black women, because of as we grow, there are entities trying to sabotage us, and I just wish we would give each other grace before we say, oh, of course, because of course they would behave this way. I'm not saying because she's a black female, protect her. I'm saying black people, we need to stop being so quick to throw each other away. Can we give each other a little bit of grace if the evidence supports that? If not, okay, I'm with you.
Go ahead, True.
No, I don't think that there's any entities that's really trying to tear us down. I think we do a really, really good job of doing that ourselves. There is still a huge disparity amongst the community because the community still wants to adopt low-level behavior. And I agree what you're saying, and that you may subscribe to higher thinking, higher progression, myself included, and I believe everybody on this panel. However, until the community understands that we need to let go of the trope of the ghetto vernacular, the ghetto representation, we will always have this infighting because somehow, some way, that is the default setting. Somehow, some way, it actually is harder to act as a functional adult in society because it requires maturity. It requires accountability. It's easy to act this way. That's why they don't do it. Because the reality is, in order to be held accountable on a societal level, we have to grow up. And the community don't want to do that. They want to by success and all these other things. Give it, like you say, give them grace. We don't give them grace. That lady needs to be crucified. And I digress.
And I just feel like, give me 1 second, babe, because I don't want you to come in. Give me 1 second, okay? I want to make a statement on this.
Go for it. I
want to double on what he said. Is like, look at Serena Williams. Serena Williams, when she was coming up, went through more crap than Sha'Carri. If you really, I followed her. She's one of my, I followed her career. When they were harassed, consistently made to test, when people attacked them, when they were at shows, she went through so much, her and her sister. And they came from the hood and they were able to carry themselves and come out of the situation and build their empire, build their reputation. So I feel like you shouldn't give the grace, or all of a sudden we should give grace because someone is from the hood. Being from the hood does not mean that you're not a product of your environment unless you choose to be a product of your environment. The hood is just where your family could afford. But at the same time, I feel like we feed this narrative of like the hood, making it as an excuse for like, you know, low class behavior. The same thing is in like when Black businesses open, right? And we say, hey, Black businesses need to be, you know, do this, fix this, open on time, you know, like carry yourself. This is ghetto. Then all of a sudden you're not supporting the Black business. All of a sudden now you're a hater. You're not a Black business supporter. But it's like in the Black community, you're not allowed to criticize, especially when you're Black. If the white people can't criticize us, the Asian people can't criticize us, the Indians can't criticize us, and we can't criticize ourselves, how does the community grow? How do we as a community evolve more if we are not allowed to have constructive criticism to better the environment and better the world for our children, our next generation? That's my wrap up.
I appreciate that, and I agree. I think wholeheartedly we need to be critical. We need to call this shit out. Absolutely, publicly.
What high standard are you saying that Black people are held to? Because I don't think that the standard that we're held to is high at all. Look at what we entertained by. Look at look at our culture. Look at some of the things that we champion. I don't think that there's an argument that can be made by anybody that says that Black people are held to a high standard.
As a Black woman in tech who's worked at Tesla, Facebook, and Google at high levels, yes, I am expected to do 100 times more and then some, and not complain about it. Or I will be perceived as lazy or argumentative or whatever. And so I find myself in other Black women in non-Black spaces fighting stereotypes that have nothing to do with us. So the standard is higher.
And that's you, because as a Black man in tech who owns a cybersecurity consulting company, that's just not how it works. If you are conceived that way, it's because you are perceived that way. It's not you're not special. It's not a plight that is just special to you and Black women. That's a plight special to working employees.
No.
So it's not just for you. There's no difference. There's no invisible man in tech that is trying to make you work harder. You just have to be good because it's competitive. And a lot of the time, y'all make it the fact that everything is competitive seem like it's something y'all are being held back, and that's just not true.
I love to compete. That's not the issue.
And can I just say, most times, this competition that she talks about, to be quite honest, this competition that she talks about, most times are created by other minorities in that Black women. I've been in tech for 10 years. I have 3 engineering degrees. And when I was in tech, the most difficulty I had with management or experiences was other Black women who were in the field, who created an unhealthy work environment. That's how I was, if I even have to say that, that's the people I had to deal with, is me being in tech. So there is standard, but sometimes it's not created by the man we think is creating the illusion of a problem. Sometimes it's also our people. Let's be 100% about that.
For sure. And then there's also instances where, like where I was working, when one person makes a mistake, because they're all Indian, someone will cover that mistake. And then there will be another person who fills in the void and they don't tell the manager. And so all of a sudden, you have 6 different people working on your behalf, right? Even though you fucked up, you won't be held accountable for your fuck up because you have your people backing you. And I'm not saying that I'm a victim or anything. I'm saying when I'm held to a standard of, well, in my position, I was expected to be a lead. And I had very little support. When I would go to my colleagues to find questions or answers to questions, I was literally turned away and told to go figure it out on my own. Meanwhile, that same Indian dude literally protected his Indian buddy last week from being like.
Yeah, but that means you don't know how to play the game. To be quite honest, it shows you don't know how to play the corporate game. I don't mean to make you sound somehow way, because I've been in corporate and I had Indian, Asian, white. I had teammates and colleagues who helped me when I was lost.
And then behind your back.
If this means that your packaging or the way that you're presenting yourself at work, you're not creating an environment where you're able to create allies within your company who are willing to help you. You need to play the corporate game. I'm out of corporate, but I understand the game. I'm not saying that you may not have obstacles. rules, but that is part of being corporate. And that's part of being intelligent. When I was in college, I hung out with the smart kids so that I could pass my test. And there was a whole bunch of different races. And I knew if I sat in front of the class, if I talked to the kids who I always saw were there, we're going to be a study group and we're going to make it happen. That's called playing chess. Life is a game of chess, and you need to know all the boards you have and learn how to play your pawns, and that's moving.
You were correct in saying I'm not a good chess player because I came from a culture where I was told all you have to do is work hard. That's it. Out-compete your competitors and you will shine. I didn't know you had to play games. I didn't know you had to be manipulative. I didn't know you had to kiss ass. I thought my work would be enough. And what I learned was I had to prove myself, but my peers would. So here's an example, because I know it's not me. My mom's a nurse. And there is something called the Filipino Mafia at her job where they speak Tagalog at work. It's against policy. But if a nurse makes a mistake or one of their people in the community makes a mistake, they are on it to fix it. And I don't disagree that you have to, like, you know, work with others. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying though is in certain spaces, people will throw you underneath the bus simply because you were black or a man or a black man and woman, right? We don't have allies. So we have to be the best of the best of the best. That's what I'm saying.
I think what you're speaking to though, and I think Miss Georgie kind of touched on it, and it's partially right. I support what she's saying, but bigger than that, if you're talking about from a community perspective, we still as a community overwhelmingly do not occupy spaces that are high performing spaces. Mm-hmm. We don't journey into tech. We don't we don't represent there. So what you're talking about is the cultural, tribal, communal combination of support.
I have a unique Black experience. I'm an immigrant, right? So yes. I come from an immigrant background. So yeah, but where I come from, all my peers are Nigerian, Ghanaian, Asian.
No, and that makes sense.
I like I said, I don't know how to play the game because of where I came from.
No, because I'm Nigerian. I don't think that's what we're saying. And I think that you're not listening to him. And I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Like, one thing I can tell you from just our banter, our collaborative banter on this panel is, and hear me, because I think I want you to hear me truly. I'm no longer in tech. I'm fully out. But I can say from the little that I've met you, you have a personality that if you don't quickly learn, if you don't quickly kowtow your packaging and presentation, I don't think you're going to be able to create allies. You're going to be off-putting to people within your space. And it doesn't matter how you say you don't know to play the game. Sometimes it's not about being manipulative. Sometimes it's just creating a safe space for you to have allies and people that see you as a collaborative person. And a little bit that I've just shared with you on this panel, I can tell you your issues is not because you're Black.
What is my issue then?
The way that people experience you.
So the way you experience me is my fault?
Yes.
How so?
Yeah.
Because the only reason why I experience you the way I do is because of how you portray yourself and how you present yourself to me.
I'm presenting myself in the way I think is the most authentic expression of me.
That's cool. And your authentic expression, the way that people experience you.
But how do I control how you see me?
So this is the thing, right? Unless you're the boss, you have to actually figure out what works for the people. I'm about to if you stop talking. All you have to do when you're not the boss is just say, okay, hey, how can I work with these people? So instead of trying to ingratiate your people, trying to build the people you're talking about, have this community, you want to be your authentic self, which isn't that. That's why you got the results you got. It's not because they have a community. It's because you didn't do what it took to become ingratiated to that community of people. Black people tend to be like that. We always want to be Black first. I'm not going to change. As soon as I get into this corporate job, I'm still not going to change. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to talk my shit. I'm going to pop my shit the way I want to because I'm authentically me. That shit doesn't work when you don't control anything. You were an employee. You weren't an employer, and you act like people owed you something as if you were the employer. No one owes you anything.
And I don't disagree with you, right? And we're on a panel having a conversation. We're not at work. I'm sharing with you my lived experience. You don't know what it's like to be in a leadership position and white men are underneath you and they literally will not work with you, right? They will literally ignore you and say, go figure it out on your own. And
that's not what we're saying.
Hold on.
That's not what we're saying. We're saying that the way you're coming off.
I've been in a leadership position and have white men under me because I hire them.
I didn't hire them.
Sometimes try not to listen to me. The difference between me and you is I'm in a power position where I can affect change. You're in an inferior position where all you can do is request change. That's the difference. And once you understand that, you would win. There's nothing else is going to happen to you because you understand your role.
So when you say request change versus being in a position where you don't have to do that, right? When you talk about that, how do you get to that space as a Black person?
Earn and work for it.
Right. You have to out compete your competitors, right?
No, you have to play the game smarter. You have to play
Wait, hold on. Do you work for it or do you play a game?
Playing the game is working for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so playing the game is working for it, right? Mm-hmm. Are the rules the same for everyone in this game?
No.
Why not? How can we play the game if the rules are different?
Because life isn't fair. Because life isn't fair. You don't get ahead by waiting for it to be fair. You create a fake. No, listen to me. Let me tell you this. Hold on, because this is something I wanted to pivot into, but we're going to get into it. I'm in the industry right now, being a Black woman, where what you're talking about is a situation. I'm in the sex work industry, right? Being a Black woman, I know my counterparts in it are white women or Spanish women or racially ambiguous women who've been the preference, right? Now, other Black girls that are in my field do not take it as seriously, right? Because they're Black, they got a fat ass, right? I'm in the gym 4 days a week. I make sure my nails are done. My hair is done. My branding is put together. My videos are A1. Everything looks well. I am well packaged. That's the game. I'm not saying that maybe the white girls aren't going to get it easier if they don't do all the things I do. But I understand that I got to package better. I got to present better because I'm in, like, this is a game. No matter what field you're in, you're always going to have to play the game and know how to package yourself in order to win. Life is a game of chess. Even if you don't like it, that's where you are right now. You got to figure out how to win. And if that company isn't giving you the environment to win, it is on you to pivot out of it and find what fits. But I'm telling you, in the little conversation we're having right now, I can pinpoint why you're not getting that assistance. I think that's what Will is trying to give you, is a little bit of insight, but you're not able to truly, for me, I don't think you're grasping at that. I don't think you're grasping.
Because the thing is, right, like you shared with us that what you do for your occupation, right? Like you are a dominatrix, right? I could have made a whole bunch of assumptions about you, your character, and what you believe, a whole bunch of stuff about your value as a woman. However, I cannot say I know exactly who you are based off of 60 minutes together, right? And so if you tell me certain experiences, I can only take it for face value. And if I ask you questions, that's not because I'm saying there's something wrong with you, right? I'm asking you questions to learn more. What you guys are doing is a little different. You guys are assuming you know what happened and why I didn't succeed in this space because I'm behaving in a 60-minute experience with you. I agree.
No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying your attitude.
I agree. I have things to work on. I'm not saying that's not true. We all do. But
you're very defensive, right? But look, you're very defensive, right? In a neutral environment, we don't know you.
You literally just said, "I know what's wrong with you," and you. Who are you to say that?
No,
right?
Okay.
I'm just taking, but I'm not being defensive. You were perceiving me as such. I don't think I am. I think we're engaging in a conversation.
Who is she to say that? She's someone who has also worked in tech. She's a Black woman. She actually has more to identify with you than I do.
No, when I say who is she to say that, she wasn't in that experience with me.
She doesn't have to, but she's in this experience with you right now. That's you, and this is what you're giving us.
So what I'm trying to say here is how I'm engaging with us is not how I engage at a high level at Tesla. To be very clear, right?
But we don't need to
different ways because we both know there is a perception that we have to all overcome.
No, I don't agree with that. I think
you don't think that. So how you are here is how you are at work.
No, well, what I'll explain to you is that, again, what I was trying to prelude to is a lot of us do not represent in high performing positions.
I understand that. That is why, again, I understand that. That is why when I am in that space, I am perceived. I don't even get to, what I'm trying to explain here is, yes, you are correct. Therefore, when you are in that position, your peers don't even think that you've earned that position. They think you are some DEI hire. People do not treat you like an actual equal, and that impacts your performance, especially when other people have support. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm not saying I can't work on things. All I'm saying is when we're talking about standards, when we finally get to that place and you're the only Black person, Black woman in a room full of non-Blacks, I am telling you,
I'm not disagreeing with you.
The standard is different.
I'm speaking. I can't speak for the others on the panel. I'm speaking to the overall that is the culture that has very similar sentiments around this same topic matter. The issue is that we're not socially engineered to understand how we may be viewed, to understand corporate culture, to understand how to bring value. So a lot of times what we do is we take very little information because we don't surround ourselves around a demographic of people who perform at high levels and learn how to speak the language. Business is a language. Leadership's a language. It has very little to do with, the high school, middle school, low level thinking that a lot of times we encourage. So what I'm saying is that you may feel you're perceived that way, fair to your own personal experience. I would encourage that you may want to inquire why that is the case. Because if you're in a position of leadership, title based, and you're a performer, you should be figuring out how to get people to support you in the progress of your department and facilitating that position. It's really not.
My question is to you. 1 second. My question to you is, hi, babe. I don't want to lose this train of thought. Hold on. Is that my favorite Hank up there?
I just want to be clear.
Are you networking? Are you networking in your field?
Me?
Do you have a network circle?
I know you do.
I've had mentor white managers as mentors before. Yeah, they're the ones.
No. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, do you have in your corporate field, right? In your corporate field, right? On LinkedIn, like I may not be in corporate, but if you check my LinkedIn right now, you will see that I have a network.
Can you clarify?
Do you have a network of people that you connect with within your space, within your field? Women who are in the same experience, people who've been older than you, who are retired. Do you have a network of people you can communicate with, share your experiences? Within Tesla, have you networked outside of your department? Are you utilizing your LinkedIn, your company network systems? Are you building a network pool so that you can learn and have a team?
I'm screaming. I'm sorry.
That was hilarious. And no, I have not taken the time to invest in brunch with my.
So it's not about brunch. That's your first mistake, is what I'm saying. And I know
I'm coming from a place where the work matters more, and us working.
It doesn't matter more. The work doesn't matter more.
I do want to say though, I do have relationships with people in my network that I've worked with that we gone to a wedding before with my ex-coworker, but that's not what you're talking about.
That's not networking. You're still missing what I'm saying. That's not networking.
Real quick, Ann,
I don't use people in that way.
Ann, can you tell me what you do for a living? Hey, beautiful queen. This is my first time meeting you.
What's your name?
She talks for a living. She talks for a goddamn living. That's all she does is talk.
Hey, we supposed to be talking about Richardson and too, and now we're talking about Ann struggle in the Indian work environment.
No, I'm just saying, you guys, it's also currently, I'm an engineer, but I also do other stuff. I just think it's unfair to assume because the majority of Black people are stuck in this way that, okay, we're all that way, because those stereotypes impact us everywhere.
Can you tell me what way that you're talking about?
The way that Mr. Table was talking about how we lack emotional regulation, how we're lazy, how we're combative, how no matter how high we go, we still act like animals, things like this.
I know you laugh.
That's not what he said. That's not even what he said.
But I just said ghetto behavior.
Who said that?
Hey. He didn't say that specifically, but he did say Black people are not in high spaces. We're at low vibrational, which I interpreted.
No, he didn't say that either.
Hey, Ann is the type of woman that if she ever has to speak for you, you're going to jail. You are 100% going to jail.
Table, you didn't say that majority of Black people aren't in high
summarize
spaces.
what you said. So basically, officer, he beat my ass. Well, what on the video he was just talking to you, but his words hurt. Like, and it's gonna get locked up.
Really?
Like,
that is hilarious.
Yeah. Table, I think you don't actually get that.
People are not in high spaces.
No, and listen to me. Do you actually see that?
That word gave you a
He
two-piece,
never
Willie.
said that. And
Table, you never said that?
he never said that.
I'm asking the man, did you say that Black people are not in these high-level spaces?
I said we are not overly represented in higher performing places. Yes, I did. And I said
so what is wrong with what I said?
Because you didn't summarize what he said.
The second part of it also was the majority are what?
The majority are usually somebody in Asian demographic, a Caucasian.
No. The Black community. You said it's irrelevant to talk about those spaces because we're not occupying those spaces because we're where.
I didn't say it was irrelevant.
What were you saying?
I said that the issue that we tend to have is that we're not overly represented, and based on your verbiage, you were talking about tribalism. You were saying that the support
irrelevant. Correct. Because why?
Because of the fact that we don't occupy certain demographics of capacity of work.
So where are we?
You typically want to find Black people, you need to look at social services, government jobs, things of that nature. And you get that kind of protection that you're speaking about. But when you start performing at Tesla's, Microsoft, and different things like that, and you talk about going up the hierarchy, you're going to see less and less of us. And that's okay.
Correct. But
that's when you get smart and learn how to play the game. And that's why I told you, Ann, I said, hold on. And
I feel like you're dominating.
I need us to move away from this topic.
I'm not your client.
Okay, you need to move away from this topic, and I'm trying to give you this.
Did y'all just hear Ann sit there say somebody else is dominating the conversation? Ain't that the pot calling kiddo Black? This is some nasty work. This is some nasty work.
I just wish
Wait. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Everybody. Hey. Hold on.
Bro, you got to get a shut the fuck up button, JR.
Just so people know, there's no such thing as a master mute. It's not just as easy as you guys think it is to get to the mute button, but we're talking over each other and it's ruining the experience for people that's watching. So just wait for the person to finish and then you can rebut. If somebody becomes long-winded, I will put the time on there. But let's try to keep everything to like 1 minute, 20 seconds. That way we're able to shut a mic because we got some hungry folks on the panel, I see. So let's just make sure that they can at least hear us.
Okay.
All right.
When I finish what I was trying to say before Ann interrupted me.
You didn't let Ann finish.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
Okay. So both of y'all take a pause for a second. Let's go ahead and get Shanice. I know we were talking about Sha'Carri, and then we were supposed to transition to another topic, man. Y'all know y'all like getting off task, man.
I'm sorry. It wasn't me.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's a great conversation. Go ahead, Shanice. Shanice, do not ask any questions about what we were talking about.
I ain't asking no questions. I just wanted to tell y'all sorry for my tardiness because I'm actually in Vegas and my time is different. So I want to apologize for my tardiness. Also, I'm out here because girl, we'll be on our own network, okay? I just did one season of Ready to Love, so y'all make sure you watch your girl. The big Don't Piss Me Off in the building, okay? She's doing big things, okay? Doing big things with big things, okay? I just want to
we gotta be easy on that.
Doing big things with big things, okay?
Yeah, that OF work.
I just wanted to redirect it because don't nobody piss the chat off more than me. Don't be coming up in here trying to take my motherfucking shine. And the queen is back in the motherfucking building, okay? I piss people off, not you. Sit back and be cute.
Can I piss you off a little bit? I want to piss you off.
What was the next topic, JR?
Who was that in the background saying Lord Jesus? Who was that?
Who?
I don't see somebody saying Lord Jesus. I thought it was Hink, but
it probably was.
Man, I don't know who that is.
He loves it here. Look at him.
I think it's true. Truth's over quietly hitting them buttons. That's what it is.
Man, somebody.
Am I allowed to now speak? Am I allowed to now?
Wait. So let's go ahead and transition to that topic we was having before the show started, which you can go ahead and introduce it, man. But Miss Georgie wanted to highlight the importance of sex.
Yes. Oh, I definitely did. This is something very important to me, and especially being in the Black community. I'm in the sex work industry, and everybody that knows me knows I'm very passionate about redirecting and teaching to have a healthy relationship with sex. Because I think we as a community, not just us as a community, but specifically because I'm Black, I can't speak for Caucasians and other people, but I want to redirect a healthier relationship with our community, with sex industry, and especially with sex in total. Sex is a necessity. There's different necessities in life, right? And people sometimes downplay the sex industry so much, and they downplay not having a healthy relationship in sex so much, and it manifests in horrible ways in our community that we hate to acknowledge. But I'm hoping that like this conversation introducing what I do, you know, I'm a rapper. You guys know me as Miss Georgie the rapper, but on the other side, I'm also in the sex work industry in OF, and I'm a dominatrix. So my worlds combine, and I really promote and teach that within my music, within my brand, and that was really the topic of point today.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to
May
meet
I say
you.
something? May I ask you something? As someone who sells sex for a living, what can you do to help the Black community that already is hypersexualized and sex is very much transactional between us? You do that for a living. What insight do you have that actually helps us?
I mean, sex is transactional regardless of how much we don't want to believe it. Sex is transactional.
Wait. No, it can't. It can't be both. You can't have... Sex can't be a necessity and transactional.
But it is both. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's the illusion that sex is three things, right? Sex is reproduction, relaxation, and release. That's sex, right? And I feel like and because of our history or whatever, we've lost the fact sex is transactional. That was how it was created. Sex is where you have sex to build a society, right? You have sex to reproduce the next member of society, and then it became pleasure based, and that's reproduction, release, and relaxation. That's why when you see a man who hasn't released in how many months or whatever, he's losing it. He can't think straight, right? Because men require that. They have more of a they don't have more of it, but they need to release more than that women have the discipline to not release and still function. Men really don't have that, right? So sex is very transactional, and it doesn't mean that I'm not saying it because no matter how much people don't want to believe it, just like when you get married, it's just legal prostitution. That no matter how much people don't want to believe it, it is because it's legal. It's just legal prostitution because if you're married to a man and it's by law, if you're married to a man and you don't have sex with him for a year, he can divorce you, and he has grounds to. So I mean, if it's not transactional, I don't really understand.
So no, Willie trying to. Let's make sure we spreading the mic, y'all. Go ahead, Willie. I see you shaking your head. What were you thinking?
That sex can't be. I don't think that sex can be a transactional, and sex shouldn't be transactional if it's a necessity, because our necessities in a relationship should be met because they're necessities. So if a woman is making sex transactional, she shouldn't be your woman.
Exactly.
And the only women who make sex transactional are the ones who just aren't like genuinely attracted to you. Because if you're really into your man, like physically, not talking about, you know what I'm saying, because he does stuff for you, but like if every time you see that man, he doesn't put your heartbeat in your panties, like you're not gonna want to fuck him all the time. And
that's a lot of women, that's an illusion.
A lot of women end up in relationships with men that they're settling for, and the first thing to go when a woman settles for a man is her sex drive.
And
you know, monogamy. I think it's very problematic to normalize.
No. I think it's very problematic to normalize, especially for us as Black women and Black men, to think it's okay to make it transactional. That I have to somehow earn it, or I have to buy it, or there has to be a trade. We can experience intimacy and all those beautiful things without actually requiring someone to pay for it. And I would love for you to consider that what you're doing actually is regressive as fuck. Too many Black girls give up their intimacy because a man paid for it. Too many Black men normalize being hypersexualized because somehow that transaction makes him more of a man. I think Black people and what you're doing is so detrimental that I don't see how you're helping.
Okay, and are you going to let me talk, or are you going to keep going? Are you going to keep talking?
What you're talking about is not sex. What you're doing is an illusion of sex. Sex does not, if I have to pay for it or earn it, you have now taken it out of what it naturally is and a necessity, and you've made it an industry. You've polluted it, you've made it worse. And that's where we are right now. I don't think you're helping.
And
Are you going to let me talk?
Hey, Ann, I thought before the show started, you were celebrating her.
I know. Hold on.
No, because I didn't know her. Because I didn't know her mission. She came here saying my mission is.
She's upset because of me checking her for her job. That's
no. I said I respect you as a person, even though we're different. I didn't know your mission was to help Black people be more in tune with sex. You sell it. You're actually making us more abstracted from sex. In my opinion.
Did you just do this here? Did you just do this? You minimizing her, sweetheart.
No. I'm talking with my hands. I talk with my hands.
Let's when we have a disagreement, because it's all.
When I did this, when I said I respect her as a person.
Hold on, real quick, because we already have so many haters in the comments. I never want. We can have a combative conversation, but let's us African American, especially women, let's not minimize ourselves.
I'm not trying to degrade her. I'm not. Let me refrain. I'm not trying to minimize her. I said who this woman is, regardless of what she does, she has value.
Yeah, talk your shit.
Now, when she comes here and says, "My purpose is to elevate,"
get me warm. I'm about to be right there with you.
But if she says, "I'm here to elevate our understanding of sex," and yet also is, I don't know how she can when she literally sells it, and so many.
And if you allow me to talk. And if you allow me to speak, I can answer your question. But listen, let me tell you something. If you want to have this conversation,
I'm just responding to JR, to be clear.
I know, and I'm telling you right now, if we're going to have this conversation, because it's a very important conversation to be had, you need to learn how to allow people to speak. The interjections that you do, it disrupts the thinking process. So even if you feel some kind of way, wait for me to finish, and then you can interject. But until then, I cannot speak to you.
Okay, so I can abide by that, and I've been trying. You have not. I was responding to JR's question.
Okay, so let's mute up. Everybody mute up in between. Everybody should be muted. If you're not talking, you should be muted. That will eliminate. That way, if you talk, your mouth is moving, but it's not coming on screen. And that will help everyone. Okay, go ahead, Miss Georgie. Okay. We're going to start putting the time on so we can make sure we're not long-winded, y'all. And let's make sure we get some of the other folks in. True has been patient. Hink, Willie. Everybody's patient.
Sex has always been transactional, and no matter how much we don't want to acknowledge it, women didn't create the transactionalness of sex. Women were doing it out of love. If you look at the history of it, it's always been something where it was reproduction and also protection, and because of love, right? It was corrupted. Now you talk about it shouldn't be transactional. When girls have sex for fun, they're called sluts. They're slut shamed. They're bullied. They're made fun of. And now that women are now saying, okay, well, I can't be a slut. I can't just have sex for the fun of it without being called a slut, right? Let me go at least get paid for it. Now there's a problem. But like I said again, if sex isn't transactional, even in the church, your marriage isn't considered ordained unless it is, excuse me, I'm missing the term. It starts with a T.
Consummated.
Yeah, consummated. So your marriage isn't even valid until it's consummated. So my whole thing in saying this, and Will, you were right about women wanting to do it because if you see your husband, you should fall in love. Women didn't create the transactionalness of sex and intimacy in relationships. Men did. It's just now a problem because women are saying, okay, well, let's stand in the transactional of it and make it happen because women got tired of being mollywopped and walked like dogs. So me being in the sex industry, I am teaching not just women, but men. I'm teaching men that no, you're not entitled to pussy because you have a penis. You're not entitled to it. Yes, you have to earn it. Just because in evolution, not everybody evolves. Natural selection is a thing, but all men believe that they're entitled to family, to pussy, to women, and I'm changing the narrative. So what you're saying of being degrading or what I'm doing is degrading the community, it's not. It is changing the narrative. Now men treat women better when they meet a woman who isn't transactional about sex. You're going to appreciate her better and learn how to treat her because you actually meet a woman who gave you the opportunity without transactions. I'm creating where respect is given to women like you, Ann, who do it for free.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to True. True, you want to get in this real quick?
Whoa.
I can appreciate what you're saying, Miss Georgie. I'll tell you where I personally I get it's choppy for me. You can't change the narrative, in my opinion, about something that is biologically very natural. Now, I could support what you're saying in the sense of earning, or maybe everybody doesn't have the same experience as far as garnering a family. But the truth is women's existence is for men. We are the only mammals on the planet that are made for each other. Simply put, your overall body is built, engineered for men, for procreation. So to say now that we have a society that allows for autonomy and to morph it in a way that, oh, well, we're going to take back our power. The very nature of you being able to express yourself sexually freely was, again, permitted by men. So I don't quite understand this exchange as you're making it seem. That's where I'm lost on it, and I'll leave it there.
Do you see how your comment, do you see what you just stated, how it's rooted in patriarchal misogyny? You think that saying that we are built for men, okay, in the animal kingdom, let me show you how it works. In the animal kingdom, when it comes to lions and lionesses, when it comes mating season, the lionesses decide who mates with them. The lion doesn't decide, the lionesses decide. And then on top of that, if you underperform, the lionesses bite the balls off of the lion. You should go read about it. When it comes to the animal kingdom, women decide who mates with them. That's why you see birds who are, all the male birds, aren't they all pretty so they can attract the female bird to let them come and procreate with them? They don't get the luxury to pick. Men, okay, opposable thumb, us are the ones who think you were giving that. A woman's body was created for childbirth, and she has autonomy. You have no right to a woman's body. You've gotten it because of what? Years of patriarchy and misogyny. You've been programmed to believe you have the right to vagina. You don't. You actually have to do the dance like the birds to earn the coochie. But you've been getting it because of patriarchal rape, patriarchal aggression, patriarchal violence has made you feel entitled to women when you're not entitled to it. Most men, if you want to talk about entitled, men were getting coochie because they were the ones protecting, and they were breeding because they were strong enough and their DNA was seen as worthy to reproduce to protect the society. So under structure that most men shouldn't really reproduce, especially if you want to do it short men, because really they're a mutation.
I don't want you to toxify what I said. Again, I hear you. I'm not coming from a patriarchal perspective. I'm coming from a perspective that the human female belongs to the human male. So regardless of what you believe that you are given the ability to choose who you allow to enter your body. I'll grant you that. But the human female has no other counterpart on the planet because they cannot produce human children outside of a male's participation. That's my argument. So when I operate from the perspective that you belong to us, you were created for the man. Now, socially, how you decide to participate in the dance, as you're saying, that's another argument. My argument is that this shouldn't even be an argument. Men and women are the only mammals that belong to each other. We have decided now to place parameters on how we're going to do said thing. And to me, that's a manipulation of sorts. But
who created that? Who created that? I just want to ask, who created that illusion? Who created the parameters? Who did that?
I think it was a combination of hierarchy.
No, it wasn't a combination. It was men.
Well, okay. We'll say men. We set the standard for that, sure. Well, but to I think again, and this is great. It's a great conversation. Today, it's interesting that we're telling women to look outside of what is their natural order in that sense. Even if you're choosing the man, whether he stands at 6'5" or 5'9", you're still having to park with the man. There's no dancing around us. That's my argument.
Yeah, no one said there's a dance. No one said there is a dance. I'm with you. Of course, you can. Anything else is bestiality. No one, but there's also asexualism, right? There's asexualism, and there's still, of course, that. What I'm saying is the transactional lifestyle that you see now that's going on with dating and relationships and sex, it originated from men. Women like Anne. Let me tell you the reason why I say this. Anne saying. Hold on, Anne, because of what you said. Women like Anne who have sex for free or do it just for the fun of it or for love, they get treated like dog shit.
No,
and
don't.
They get treated like dog shit, and they're not respected. Women like me, even though I'm the one who gets the rap of it, is when you come on this side, it's a different ball game. And the thing about it is, women like her are appreciated more when a man deals with a woman like me. They're gonna go find Ann, and they're gonna respect Ann and at least appreciate her, because Ann will stay through everything. I won't.
Actually, no. So that's crazy. You don't even, why am I being, here's the thing. You're not getting any points with me, and here's why. First and foremost, the fact that you think sex is a transaction is weird as fuck. The way you look at men is weird as fuck. And it's because you see them as these products in your market. And I wish, hear me out, I think there is some form of trauma or some form of pain that you've experienced that has forced you into going into a space where I have to, in order for me to engage with men safely, I have to require them to pay. That doesn't say anything about his character, because you use the animal kingdom example, right? Any man can earn $50, $500. That says nothing about his masculinity or his deservingness or worthiness. You have reduced yourself to a price, right? So to be clear, I think the difference between you and I, it's not that big of a difference, other than I respect the fact that that transaction that you're talking about that you do, that to me is not transactionable. That is a gift I give to men. And
do you go on dates for free? And
you're not helping
when you go on dates.
Hold on, Miss George, let her finish. She still got the time.
You're not helping anybody. Men are turned off from women because of women like you, because they know that there are women out here who are only seeing them as a check. It creates this "I'm going to get you before you get me" first type of atmosphere, and that's problematic for healthy sex to exchange with people. Again,
okay, go ahead.
Again, you are a phenomenal person. I'm not here to erase you, but I don't think it's healthy to continue to perpetuate this lie that somehow you are better than me because you require men to pay for it. You don't even know what my requirements are. You are working with assumptions because you're working from pain, I think.
All right, hold on, Miss George. Let me get Shanice in there. Go ahead, Shanice. Shanice, can you hear me? Go ahead. It's on you. You got on mute.
I'm sorry, can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No, I don't want to say nothing. I just wanted to let her know with the lion part. So the female bites the nuts. It's a mating type thing. Now I think you was talking about hyenas. Hyenas do that. And that's all I want to say. But you guys enjoy yourself.
All right, go ahead, Pearl.
I'm a little tipsy. I'm not talking. So first of all, happy birthday, Vince. Happy birthday, brother.
Vince.
It's your birthday. I'm not talking to Hank talk. I'm with Hank today.
Okay, there you go. Go ahead, Miss Pearl. Want to chime in on this conversation?
I do. I think that I think both ladies make good points. I think if I honestly, I don't think sex is transactional. I think that's more of a choice that men and women make. I look at sex as something sacred. I know other people who haven't, like it's a whole issue around it or whatever you want to call it. I mean, people can do what they want. They really are. But for me, I'm 40. I might not look it because I look so good, But I mean, to be honest, what I've learned in my 40 years of life is I have better sexual experiences when I'm with a man that I'm truly emotionally connected with, who I know values me and my presence, that I could be myself with. I'm not so just trying to have casual slews of meaningless encounters with me, and that's not me. That's not me. But another woman can. And regardless of how she does it or why she does it, or if it's right or wrong, it happens. So I'm not going to dismiss that fact. I also know that there are a lot of men out here who don't have time for relationships. It's not that they don't want relationships. They literally don't have time for them, giving their lifestyles. And sometimes they just have to pay for it and get it quick. But like I say, that's why I say, if you watch me or you heard me on these few podcasts I call those like onion subjects, because it's just so many layers. And I'm not just going to generalize somebody's lifestyle and their behaviors based off what I think and what I know. Again, it's just too deep for me to do that. I just speak from personal experiences. And if I'm going to speak from a personal experience involving sex, again, I have had the most gratifying, most satisfying experiences when I am with a man who I truly value and I love, and I know he cares about me. That's just me. But I'm always interested in learning other people's lifestyles, their perspectives. Like, I definitely want to hear more about Miss Georgie's and her dominatrix. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's just a curious subject for me. And like I say, I know other people have other ideas, but I'm never just that stern and just that cold in my convictions where I can't hear other people's perspectives. Like, I'm not judgmental to that point. So I'm always open. But I do think sex is something sacred. I think we've lost that connection with it because we're just so disconnected from ourselves. And maybe if we get back to ourselves and learn some self-worth, we may understand the sacredness surrounding the sexual exchange. But that's just me.
All right, go ahead, Viz. It's on you.
Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel.
Your mic connected too. You sound like you're talking on your computer.
Yeah, hold on.
Let's just make sure we remain mute in between family so we can reduce the feedback and the ad lib and all that good stuff. Yeah. Just make sure we respect them. I'll come right back to you in a few, Miss Georgie. I just want to make sure I give people their time in. You ready, Viz?
Yes, sir. Can you?
Yeah, your mic still sound like you connected to the computer, but we can hear you. Go ahead, and then you can just fix it when you get done.
Peace to everybody, to the chat, to the panel. I believe that sex is transactional. I think that we forget the universe in which we live in is that you have to give in order to receive. So even if we use Miss Pearl's example, for me to be able to receive the deepest abyss that she has, I have to give her or make her feel comfortable enough to be able to open up that door. So even then, I don't think that is, and I came in towards the end of it, but even with what Miss Georgie is saying, if it's financially, that's one thing. But if we're talking about giving in general, then absolutely is 100% transactional. Everything in life that we do is transactional. So I would have to say that. Now, if we talking money, that's something completely different. If we're talking money, I think that was agreed by both sides, in my opinion, because a pimp know that he can only get the cash if the broad is out there selling ass. So that comes with a part of the game.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get Willie in there.
You lost me anytime you try to justify being a hoe or sex work to animals and lions and shit. Comparing human sexuality to that of animals is one of the most popular defense mechanisms for sex workers, because it makes them feel like they're coming from a scientific place and not just the fact that you think women should be able to do what they want to with their pussies. Again, no man is entitled to vagina, and the men who do ends up with abundance amounts of vagina or vaginal access, they earn it by becoming the high performing man that women want. They earn it by becoming the type of man that women are attracted to. They earn it by becoming the type of man that women feel protected by. So you guys know I'm an avid opponent for all bald headed hoe shit, all of the other stuff y'all talking about. I'm an avid opponent of that, because those types of women, those women don't help society. And then they don't help men like me. They help losers, the men who are willing to pay for pussy, the men who are willing to go out here and trick and cape for pussy. They help that 80% of men who shouldn't even have access to sex. The one point of common ground that I do agree with, though, is that all men shouldn't reproduce. That's one thing that I'm on record saying. I think that the majority of men are losers anyway. So I don't think that losers should be given the highest honor of their bloodline and their legacy being extended by a woman. But aside from that, the rest of that shit, yeah, absolutely the fuck not.
All right. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, I think Shakari Richardson needs to be civil lawsuit needs to be raised against her stanky ass, and she needs to start working in the sex industry with your girl, Mrs. Joanne or Joy or whatever her goddamn name is. She could be out there selling her ass on OnlyFans. So that's what I think. That's my stance. My man, whatever your name is, sue this heifer. Sue this heifer in civil court and get every dime from her so we could see her ass on OnlyFans shaking her goddamn ass.
All right. I'll take it back to Ann, and then we'll come back to you, Miss Georgie.
Sue her ass. Here. I think it's so important to have this conversation because, again, unlike other women, Black women, or at least Black girls, are sexualized heavily. And if we're not telling Black girls to be selective about their bodies and we're just requiring men to come with a check, I don't think we're doing justice to intimacy and how fulfilling it can be. Yes, women absolutely enjoy having sex. But the difference between a woman who has sex with her husband and a prostitute is that woman and the emotional connection that they have, it's reciprocal. It's built over time. It's built with true intimacy. What you're doing is you're entertaining entitled men, actually. They had to do nothing to earn you other than meet your price tag. And I don't think, and I don't want Black women to continue to think that they have to be an object in this way. I love that you have your experiences, but my issue is when you look at sex as a power play, as one has to be conquered, the other one is being submissive and all of those things, you miss the beauty of mutual submission, mutual reciprocity. That's actually what I think is healthy. What you're talking about is taking natural reciprocity and perverting it into, okay, pay me this and I'll do that. What does that do for young girls? What does that tell them about their value? I don't think you're helping. And also, like, I think you're a great person, but I don't think I think it actually hurts my heart. I feel like there had to be someone there to protect you, to let you know that you're so much more than this. And I wish someone gave you that space.
Hey, but
you call her a great person while calling her a hoe at the same time. You realize that, Ann, don't you?
Because I want her to know that her value as a human being, as a woman, that is inherent.
God damn.
Selling that?
But Hank, it's some amazing hoes out here, man. You know, the world needs hoes, brother.
No.
Yeah, just because a woman's a hoe don't mean she's a bad woman. It just means she'd be a bad partner.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I speak now? Are you guys all done speaking?
All right, simmer down.
Wait one second.
And I'm gonna speak. You said enough. I actually wanted to talk to you for a minute. So let me speak.
Hold on, Georgie.
All right, 10 seconds, man. 10 seconds.
We don't. When you pay for hoes, you are robbing the opportunity to actually build that intimacy with your partner and learn what he likes. You're basically fucking DoorDash for intimacy. I think that's fucked up. I think that's ruining actual love that Black people want to experience with one another.
All right, it's on you now, George. Go ahead.
So I'm going to speak, and I need you. I'm going to address every single one of you because you all had a lot to say. This is something that's very good that we're having this conversation. First, I'm going to address Ann. Ann is going to tell you now that she's all hidey-mighty. Her coochie is so hidey-mighty. But Ann won't date the guy who's broke, who makes her nut. She won't date him. She wants him to have 6-figure job. She's in tech. Ann isn't marrying a broke man who makes $50,000 a year. Ann is going to marry a well-paid man who's going to afford her tribal Ghanaian wedding, which is going to be about $60,000, $70,000 to $100,000, because he definitely can't be broke to date her. And that's that. For you to date and to fuck Ann, you're not going to get it for free. She's going to go to a date. She's going to want to go to Turks and Caicos. She's going to want a trip. So she's going to make you spend at least $10,000 for you to go on a trip, and then she's going to tell you her pussy is sacred and she doesn't want to be there.
This is so sad.
Hold on, Ann.
This is sad that you think that's how we
pause. I let you speak, Ann. Let me speak. So you wait. You hold your whole opinion. You hold your whole opinion, so you wait. Thank you. Now, continuing. And I'm smarter than you. I have 3 engineering degrees. My IQ is way beyond you. There's a misconception with women. And let me speak. You hold your tongue. You like to interject. I'm not, like, listen, me and you can play this. If you come intellectually, I will finish you, but I'm not in that joke mood, right? So, and I'm smarter than you in that sense. My business is actually, I make more money than you do in corporate and you work more hours. The thing is, the misconception is that people think because I'm in the sex industry, they think that means that I'm less than or whatever. But to tell you the truth, your company, almost every company you work with, your VP or seat is in my seat, in my phone. I can call them and get you a job. That's the difference. But because of what I do, you feel like you're better. And I'm still speaking, and you can get muted. So just hold on. You think you're better because you require a man to jump through a bunch of hoops to give you the lifestyle that you want because you want to be a stay-at-home wife, right? You want to be well taken care of. No, you're lazy, and it's fine. Nothing wrong with being a stay-at-home wife. Nothing wrong with a man providing for you. But you want a man to provide for you, but then you think you're better because you want a man to provide for you and go through hoops of it. Nothing's wrong with that. I am all for a woman being who you are. Make that decision. Moving forward from that, I'm going to go to Will. Will said that it's low-grade men. Will, you have a misconception because you think that men who come and see sex workers are low-grade. No, it's a lot of very high-profile men. Just because you're married or you have a constant partner, to tell you the truth, and I said it again, in law, in divorce court, you could literally divorce your wife for not having sex with you. You could literally divorce your wife for having a year of not having sex with you. You may have your whatever way you call it, call a girl a hoe and say she's not worth the relationship. But again, women, this whole sex industry is what keeps society going. You know those men that you guys call low grade, low class, or whatever? Those women that are like Ann, that are so amazing that won't fuck them, those men are actually detrimental. You know that, right? You know they destroy society. Do you know why brothels were created? Do you know that brothels were created by kings and kingdoms to have them be able to sleep with the low-grade men so that they're not out pillaging and raping women in the society? Do you know the history of prostitution or the sex work industry? You don't. Now, moving forward with what, I'm sorry, what's his name? I'm sorry, I can't. Is it Haynes? Am I wrong? I don't want to butcher it. What's his name?
Hank.
Oh, Hank, I'm sorry. Hank's comment. Yes. Everything in life is transactional. No matter how much we don't want to say it, mine is more of like, okay, it's just a straightforward transactional situation. When you look at the whole entire dynamic of life, everything is transactional. It doesn't matter how much we want to play about it. It doesn't matter how much we want to lie to ourselves. It is. And I remember growing up as a kid, and I remember, and yeah, you can say trauma is involved, how Ann says it, trauma is involved, whatever. But I know growing up as a kid, how I saw women being talked about, degraded, women that were having sex for the fun of it, women that were enjoying their college years, having fun just to experiment, learn their body, and you humiliated them. Society humiliated them and made them feel like worthless shit. Isn't it where Future was like, do you want to cry in a Toyota or a Rolls Royce? Which one is better? So now women are like, okay, well, if I'm going to be bullied, let me at least cry in a Rolls Royce and go through it. It's cool when women don't put a barrier on their coochie, and it's cool when they don't do it. It means that they're a good enough woman. Or if they do it in a sneaky roundabout, you hear all these women saying they want provider men. What is a provider man? If that's the case, all women should just go ahead and give it for free to the men that they think are provider men. But they'll make you go on dates, buy this, do that, do this. And they're okay because they played a long game of expenditure. And I am looked at incorrectly because I played a short game. I digress.
I
Well, Ms. Jose, I didn't fight you on what you said, ma'am. I just said my issue was
I'm
Shakari
sorry,
Richardson.
not you, Hank. The one in the tan. I'm so sorry. In the tan shirt, in the tan outfit.
Are you talking about my short king vids?
It's not tan. It's salmon.
Okay, salmon. Yeah,
you gotta respect that color. You got to respect that color now. I mean, if a man is wearing salmon, you got to respect that.
my bad. The salmon shirt. Okay, continue. I'm sorry.
Let's do a 1v1.
Yeah, put some respect on that color.
I think what you said, Miss Georgie, is insightful from the standpoint that what you do, maybe you can do it well. I wouldn't say that it's something that most women should adopt. And I don't believe that
they can't. It takes skills to do it. You have to look good. A lot of women think they can sell pussy.
I'm not removing that. But I mean, so it's respect to what you do. I mean, you're not wrong in a lot of ways that you're delivering, historical fact and why brothels were created and so on. But I do think that if we're looking at society and expanding society, I don't think that it would be wise to encourage young girls to take their bodies and put it on a market and then scale it based on profit. I just don't see that to be something that is sustainable. Me personally. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're millionaires. A lot of you hate on these women that make multi-millions off of OnlyFans and build empires and businesses that you guys work. You work these tech. Okay, look at this. Anne is talking. She works at a tech company, right? She works Microsoft, whatever. Do you know that these companies are being funded by women in these spaces? These women are the ones who are funding these enterprises.
You're a narcissist too. This is the thing. You don't even understand the true beauty of love, of submission, just because you love someone. You think everything has to be dollars and cents, and he's doing this. Actually, guess what?
And do you have a man? Do you have a man with all of your love and giveness? Do you have a man? Do you have a ring? Do you have a husband?
You have all these historical facts, but you don't even know what a provider man looks like. That's crazy.
But and all your high mighty, do you have a man?
No. You are projecting your insecurities on me because
I'm not projecting nothing. I'm asking a question. You are so high and mighty.
It's so funny that you can criticize men despite the fact your whole living situation depends on men paying you for sex. You need these niggas. You need them. And
they need me too. But I'm asking you, do you have a man? Do you have a man?
You can come up here. It's hilarious.
Do you have a man? Do you have a man? And do you have a man as high mighty as coochie is? Do you have a man?
I'm letting you know right now. You do not have.
And do you have a man? It's a question.
Listen, if you want to talk about the subject, but I'm not going to do these weird politics with you. You know what you're doing is wrong, and I'm sad that you don't want to experience intimacy with someone you love. Everything has to be dollars and cents. Everything has to be.
I have men, and I keep asking you the same question. Do you have a man? Do you have a man as high mighty as you are? As much as of a hoe I am, I have options of men who still try to marry me. I was married and divorced. Now, Ann, do you have a man?
Your only qualification is how much you fulfill some man's sick, lustful fantasy. Is that what you're
okay? But did you ever get a man because of your coochie being high? Have you yet gotten a man? Have you gotten a man with your coochie being high and mighty? Have you gotten a man to put a ring on it? This is my ring.
So sad. You're a divorced whore. Like,
but how? But you're a conservative. You're a conservative hoochie.
No, Will. Let it happen, Will. Let it happen.
Hold on. You're a conservative hoochie. Have you ever been married? Have you ever been married?
For money. My dad actually instilled values in me.
Okay, but is your coochie married? Is your coochie married? Is the coochie married? Is your coochie married? Is there a man in your life right now?
You sleep with married men.
Is your coochie married? And how many vibrators do you own? Is your coochie married?
Why are you obsessed with me?
Because you're talking about me and I'm giving you status. I'm giving you statistics.
The last 90 seconds asking about my coochie and who's in it. Why are you obsessed?
Because you said it's better. Because you value sex better. You value sex better, but you don't have a man.
You got it, sis. You look silly though. I'm telling you.
Okay, but I look silly, but do you have a man?
You can't answer it.
Hey, but ladies.
I don't think it's a flex for her to come up here and say a man paid me $500 to walk him like a dog. Yeah,
and it is a flex.
Coochie for a whole hour. Question: Are you?
The thing is, when a man loves you,
what you say, Shanique?
It goes beyond just the 500. You don't even know what a provider man is.
This whole time. You've been talking about her coochie for a whole hour.
Me?
She just asked you one simple question. You can shut this whole thing down and say, yeah, Bookie, I got a ring. Look at this. He in a bed right now. Look, you could have did all that,
But you trying to avoid the question, it just makes it harder.
No, because
and you could have been like, no, I don't, because I just whatever.
Okay,
but
I'm
you're
not
not answering a question. You cannot say that she's obsessed with you because you've been coming at her for a whole hour. Not saying that you're not valid.
Because I'm attacking the idea. I'm not attacking her. I've said it multiple times. She, as a person, she's valuable. I'm attacking her idea and how fucked up it is. I'm not attacking her. She wants to go into weird personal details because, again, she has no substance.
How is it a weird personal detail? You've been going into weird personal detail about
me.
me.
Understand how you're a liberated woman, but you depend on men to pay you for sex for a living. How are you a liberated
if you
woman?
got it, she want to pop that thing. Let that girl pop that thing.
You think that's healthy for Black women to think that's an option?
That's her prerogative.
All right, that's sad. I'm sorry, but Black girls,
and as much as you feel about your opinion, I just told you I make what you make.
I would never want my sister, daughter, anyone.
That's fine, but your sister and your daughter could never make what I make. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I make more money than you.
You work a lot. About intimacy when you're broken yourself. And I'm
but my bank account doesn't say broken. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You need the money to numb the pain from your brokenness. That's what
but the money numbs it well. That's what I'm saying. It numbs it well.
And you're actually really you don't need numbing.
I know what you're saying, but what I'm saying is
transaction or a price because you are still stuck there.
And your opinion, but as high and mighty as you are, as high and mighty as you are, you don't make more money than me. You don't have a man.
It's men's fault, right? Men's fault. Why sex is transactional? It's men's fault.
All right, ladies.
When she's held to
hold on.
Now she's a victim.
Hold on, yeah.
Can I interject a couple things? I enjoyed the back and forth, with Georgie Targaryen of House Sellerk of the Coochie, enslaver of men, and the Ashanti warrior. That's cool, right? This is the thing. We can't, as a platform, we can't sit here and put hoes on the pedestal. Because again, no man up here would want his daughter to be a whore. No man up here would marry a whore. And then no man up here respects whores. None of us do.
Well, can I ask you a question? When you bring up the term hoe, when you bring up the term hoe, right?
None of us respect whores. None of us admire whores. None of us want our daughters to aspire to be whores. So for us being quiet, it's almost like we become complicit in that. So, fellas, what I would expect and hope you guys would do would also be able to push back from your own perspectives as to why it's important for our daughters to understand that this is not the move. This is not the way. This is not how things are going. Is there obviously an industry for sex work? Yes. Niggas with money pay for pussy. It's not a problem because for them, it's a time thing. And your vagina is not any more valuable than Anne's just because yours has a scheduling assistant to it. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't put you in a higher position. It puts you in a different position. If Anne was selling pussy, her bank account would probably look like yours. You have one of the most sought after commodities for men with money, which is a vagina, and you choose to sell yours. So the difference is if she ran an ad campaign to be able to fuck her or whatever it is you do that saying get you your clients, you guys would be in the same space. The difference is she has a moral way that she earns her income, and the way that you earn yours is not. So neither one of you guys is wrong, because the difference is like you're not any less valuable as a woman because you sell pussy. You're less valuable as a partner to a man because you sell pussy, not as a person though. So I just want to be clear that I'm not shaming you for that, because at the end of the day, your vagina is yours. You do what you want to do with it. But Anne, you proved the fact that with the kind of back and forth y'all had, Black people aren't held to a higher standard. Look at the shit we're talking about right now. White people aren't debating this type of shit.
Wait. She is the one saying she's adding to the community by talking about sex. And I'm calling her out.
Anne, this is the thing, right? When you're debating someone, if you automatically gravitate towards the weakest part of their argument and avoid the stronger parts, it says more about you than it does them. So the reason why I didn't address that, he said that women like her fund the society, because it's bullshit. It's common sense that it's bullshit, but that's her opinion. I'm not going to debate her opinion, regardless of how fast I can disprove it. I attack the bigger pieces of her argument, like promoting being a whore to women who are probably raising daughters, and promoting being a trick to niggas. Like I've never in my life seen so many women want to call niggas tricks that don't want to be called prostitutes. Like
crazy work.
Yeah, well, not really.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
So hold on. This is where my issue is, and you keep muting my mic. You keep muting my mic, and if I'm not allowed to speak when Ann is consistently interrupting the conversation, Ann throws in her conversation, and I'm not allowed to interject, then it
you
makes
see what you're doing? Look what you're doing. I'm on mute.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. We gotta get some water. Listen. Hold on, Biz. Hold on, because your mic sound terrible, man. Like your ass. It's simple work, man. Listen, I'm not a master moderator, but
I know, but it's not fair that you don't give me a
George,
chance
you
to
doing
speak.
the very exact thing that you just talked about. So I'm being fair by giving people time. I had the time up there. I actually let you talk longer than everybody else. You didn't even peep that. I had the time off for like 2 minutes, and then I put it on. So you talked about like probably 7 minutes. But you didn't see that though, did you?
No, I did, and I gave the platform to speak, and Will is speaking, and Ann is speaking, and if Will directs the conversation to me, you have to give me the platform to return it. You didn't give me that. Ann came in to talk. Will directed this conversation to me.
I didn't sign up to be the moderator. I'm not the master moderator. I stood back the time. All I could do is just look ahead and just do better. Thank you for pointing it out. Okay. But I got it. All right.
All right. I think I'm good now.
Oh yeah. About time, man. You go drinking that whiskey over there. Go ahead.
Hey, that Scotch, that Uncle Scotty.
He got that Stella Rose, don't he, JR?
No, that's straight like that with the Stella Rose.
Yeah, no, ain't no Stella Rose over here. But yeah, no, I think, and I always say this: the world needs hoes. The truth of the matter is that the sex industry does fund this society, and that's across the globe, undoubtedly. That's why OnlyFans has the success that it has. The porn industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. That's for a reason. So I get what you're saying. Morally, yes, it is not the right thing to do. Right? It's arguably not the right thing to do. We don't want our daughters to do it. But the truth of the matter is that there is always going to be women that sell cooch, and it's always going to be men that's going to buy it. And that's always going to be a hot commodity until the earth blows up, until the sky cracks. So I think the conversation that we're having is a bit disingenuous, because we have to face the truth that we can't have one without the other. They're both going to coincide. They're both going to live just as day and night. You got women that's walking the street. You got normal people that's walking during the day, and then you got streetwalkers that's outside during the night. It's just how the game goes. So I think I commend you, Ann, on standing on what it is that you believe, because we don't want the masses to go down this path. But the truth of the matter is that there is always going to be hoes. It's always going to be women that's selling cooch. It's always going to be escorts. Even in that level, there's different levels of the women that sell cooch. So I mean, we have to be realistic in this conversation, to where it's like, okay, you got a point. That's a fair point made. But at the same time, both things can be true at the same time.
Viz, I have a question about what I said. Which piece of my response do you feel was unrealistic or disingenuous? Whichever one.
That it doesn't fund society.
So okay, cool. So let's discuss that. How can make the argument for sex work funding the society?
Can I make it? Because I'm
not. Hell no, Viz.
I know the back end. I know the back end. I'm talking
to Viz though.
Hi, Miss Georgie.
This is Viz. You said don't interrupt.
Y'all see
but this is my field. This is my field.
Come on, man.
Go ahead.
Hey, ladies, y'all going at it like y'all need some peen on its own, man. God damn. But I think again, I don't know the exact numbers, but for sure, the porn industry, the corn industry plays a tremendous role in the income, the funding of what it pays into society, for sure.
So okay, so you're saying that the corn industry is one of the highest earning niches for financial gain in our society. It's not even in the top 30.
No,
but
and
what I
how
will
can
tell
it be
you,
when it's illegal in some states?
Wait, can he finish? Can he finish?
Like
Mute
you and
up,
Georgie just as
control your
bad.
mouth.
Like
Mute
you're
up.
just a dark skinned version of her without the Targaryen wig. Like chill. Like I promise you, nothing. Like well, y'all gonna get y'all time to shine. Viz, it's not even in the top 30, so it doesn't fund anything. The people who fund sex work are the people who are pioneers of those industries that are the top 30. Just because the men who have power spend money on escorts, they're not funding. That doesn't mean the escorts are doing the society a service. They're providing a service to that one specific individual. A dude who can say, okay, cool, I don't mind giving you $5,000 just to fuck you so you can go home afterwards, just because he has the money to do so. That sex worker isn't anything special. That sex worker is not doing anything that's abstract. Prostitution is one of the oldest professions known to man. That doesn't mean that it's going to fund society. None of these people, think about it this way. How many sex workers do you know that are billionaires or have made billions from it? I can tell you what sex work industry does make billions, though, aside from corn, and it's human trafficking, which is aligned with its sex work. So again, I don't support anything that is going to be morally to our detriment, or that is human trafficking adjacent. Because when you start talking about human trafficking, then you got to get into not just the whores, you got to get into the kids who are being forced to be whores, the little boys who are being sold, the little girls who are being sold. All of that is sex work. So we can't just pick the one sex work because Miss Georgie is complicit in it and she feels empowered by it, that it's okay.
I feel like now, Will, I've been trying. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Will now. Okay. So let me give you the back end on that. You look at sex industry is 75.4 billion. The music industry makes 35.4 billion, right? In the back end, server companies, IBM, Google, Microsoft. You look at all the big servers. The biggest buyers of servers are the corn industry. Platforms like OAV, those are the people who are holding them they hold most of the server space. They spend more when it comes to traffic space. I worked in IoT, edge computing. The back end and our number one buyers were the corn industry. That's one. So yes, you may be right. It's not in the top, but the people who are rich, half of them are also rich because they have companies that are in the sex work industry that do buy their product at a high volume. That's one. So that's one of the points I want to make. I didn't say it was the thing that keeps society. I said it's a complicit part of society. Okay, now, you moved on and said that you don't want your daughter to do the sex work industry. Of course you shouldn't. You should be a father and make enough money and set your daughter up enough where she doesn't need to ever be in the sex industry. And I think every man here should definitely make sure they make enough money and they become financially savvy enough and financially responsible enough that when they create a family and they create a household, that their kids never have to enter the sex work industry and make ends meet. Going into that secondary, the sex work industry has been very much profitable for women who didn't come from daddy's pockets, who didn't grow up with a silver spoon and had to do what they had to do to make it out. And that's half of the reason why a lot of girls get into the sex work industry. They do it to build wealth because they didn't come with a silver spoon. They don't have the luxuries of making life meet. Back when women have had their rights of life in 50 years. In America here, women have only had autonomy, 85% autonomy in society in 50 years. Prior to it, the sex industry was how women were able to fund when men would leave them stranded with kids and they couldn't afford it. That was how half of them made money and made ends meet. So it wasn't like it's a decision that most women went into back in the day because it was glamorous. It's what they had to do to put food on the table because they weren't born with a silver spoon. You called me a whore and made all your opinions and things like that. In this modern age, you look at girls who are OnlyFans. I have a friend on OnlyFans. She makes $1.2 million a month off of OnlyFans. Now you can say it's because men are whores or, girls are whores, whatever you may say. But guess what? She used that money to flip it to start a business. No one's saying this is a lifestyle choice on a long term, but I also promote it for women who don't have the luxury to come in and have men like you who is a perfect daddy, a perfect husband who creates that. So I'm not going to sit here and allow you to degrade the industry and seem like because you work a 9 to 5 and you work for somebody else and you're getting a check every single month to make you feel like you can degrade an industry that is, you said it's the oldest profession in the world. It is. Whatever field you're in, cybersecurity, your field is only 20 years old. So no matter how much you may feel you're better than me and you may feel like I'm a whore, whatever way you put it, just also do understand that you are not. And I don't care how much that may sound like, you know, you make fun of my hair. Mind you, this is my hair. There's no wig in it. It's just locks. I don't know how this locks is a whole degrading term because Black people have locks, but you felt like it was a punchline to throw it in there and say it was a wig. You feel mighty and mighty because you're in the corporate setting that you are and you have it. But I have 3 engineering degrees. I've worked in all corporate. I've made more money, flipped my money to start 3 businesses in my country. I hire 50 people in a third world country who didn't have a way to make ends meet. And now I fund them. I'm building a tech company in Nigeria. I built a rap company. As a rapper, I built an industry now. So you talk about my industry because of how I make money, but ask me how I flip my money. Now I'll show you I'm a businesswoman. My coochie is the business. So thank you very much for that opinion.
JR, I want to. She made some assertions that we have to address that are going to just be imperative. The best part about what you said is, anytime that you cite your credentials to someone and that you don't know, you run the risk of what happened to you.
No, you just did that to me. You did that to me.
I didn't cite my credentials ever. I've never once talked about my degrees, the fact that I have 3 master's degrees, or the fact that you employ 50 third world country. I employ 275 Americans. So like when you start trying to pull these numbers out of your ass, it doesn't work. So the second thing was the joke. Me just talking about your Targaryen wig was just a joke because I just finished watching Game of Thrones and you look like one of the Targaryens, like the one black one. Like that was it. I was just making a joke because one, I was trying to cut the tension because you and Ann looked like y'all were about to beef. But the third thing you said was that we need to find out what she does with her money. No one cares what y'all do with your money any more than we care about what a drug dealer does with his. He can make $1 million selling dope and then go start a nonprofit. Either way, that nigga still funding the detriment of his community by selling drugs. So there's no moral high ground that you can have.
Finish and cut you off.
And then, like, just to understand, you're saying you know someone who makes 1.2 million a month, right? Like you claim to know somebody that, right? Well, let's talk about what we do. If you don't make $1.2 million a month, all it is speculation and conjecture because you can't prove it. If you want to talk about money or finances, there's not very many people on the panel that you can touch in that regard. So like when you try to use these power bases, is how much money you have when you don't know the exact point, the exact background of the people you arguing with. You have this habit of running into this brick wall that you did. I'm not in the corporate space. I'm not an employer. I'm an employee. I'm not someone who is just sitting in these meetings or in these rooms. I understand that niggas like me are paying women like you. But what you don't understand is that we don't respect you. You're a tool. And because you're a tool, that's what I'm trying to prevent West from highlighting, is women thinking, well, I got a vagina, so I can go sell this shit. If I need to make some quick money, like everybody, I'm in a bind, Nate. That's pretty much like your slogan for work right now. And that's what I'm trying to make sure that the panel, other people in this environment understand. Go ahead, Ann.
Beautifully said, Willie. Okay, so to piggyback off of what he was saying, you having to flex your accolades and your accomplishments and the money you make does not tell us anything other than the fact that your worth and your sense of value comes from external forces. I don't want women and girls to think that they have to consistently sell themselves and get validation outside of themselves in order to be seen as valuable. I love that you've had all these different experiences, but I can't help but feel sad when I hear you say, oh, well, you didn't have daddy's money, so you just have to do what you have to do. Do you really think that we should normalize a society where girls think that their only way out of circumstances of survival is becoming some sex slave to some weirdo who doesn't actually value you? What do you think that does to a girl's mentality? You're over here trying to promote this, but you're also erasing the fact that all these girls have many girls have mental disorders. Many girls continue to be sex trafficked. Many girls do not know what it's like to experience intimacy without an exchange involved. And that's not normal, actually. It should be normal that you have people that care about you. And that's just my idealistic part. The real part that I want to address with you is I don't know your background. I don't know what caused you to make these decisions. And I think you are an incredibly smart person to have done what you've done. But I can't help but think that it's so lazy of you and disrespectful to come up here and say we should somehow protect sex workers and give them grace, but then at the same time, Sha'Carri needs to hold herself to a higher standard because blah 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 blah. You're inconsistent because you only want to justify your behavior, and I think you're a liar. I do appreciate the engagement, but let me take a minute to address something really, really important. The most important thing that will ever happen in your life is the relationships that you cultivate with your community. How you have real, authentic, deep community and love is more important than any bag that you collect. And until you actually allow yourself to be vulnerable enough to experience that intimacy with another person, you're going to consistently have these weird, like narcissistic battles about who's on top, who's this, who's that. And I wish you would see that that is not actually normal.
Hey, imagine a world where a regular woman is just as valuable as a woman that you can pay $9.99 to see her butthole.
That's crazy.
Like for the change you find in your couch cushions, you can log into a website and see her insides. Like imagine a world where that woman
we're in that world.
As other women, as regular, like Shanice, women like Shanice or women like Miss Pearl.
Yep.
Like the crazy shit to me is y'all are the ones that are going to really be affected by this because there's no way that sex workers should be on the same level as y'all.
She literally called a white prostitute.
Like that's the part that I think this is almost as crazy as when I see women supporting trans men. Like because now they're appropriating womanhood. Like this is basically saying, well, being a whore is just as good as being a wifely woman, and that's a society that we just can't live in.
And I'm so happy you're calling this shit out because
can I respond to you because I'm not going to stay on any that much longer. I do have to go. I do have a client, so let me finish really quickly, and you guys can carry on. So let me wrap this up really quick. And back in the day, women were sold off for property when they wanted to do transactions. Husbands or fathers sold off their daughters in order to make transactions to buy property. That was how coochie was originally moved around, right? That was how women were sold off. That's how arranged marriages worked. That's how kingdoms were built, was off of coochie. And then giving birth is how you prolonged the society, whatever. That's how the empires were built. So no matter how much you want to say you're not understanding, this is how it's always been. Now, with Will, I just want to highlight, no one ever told you that I see myself or I'm coming and put myself on the same level as Ann or Miss Pearl. I've made the same comment of, I only brought it up because Ann keeps attacking my self-value and she feels like what I do makes me feel less than or I'm some kind of way have some. And this is what she said. She keeps saying that how I view myself and how I feel about myself is somehow entitled or make you think my occupation or what I do makes me feel less than. It doesn't. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. And you brought up a question where you said, young women should be encouraged to get in here. Okay, and let me ask you a question. In a world where women, I'll give an example, like I'll say in a third world country, right? In a world where women are raped, assaulted, everything of that nature, right? You now come into a third world country where women don't have any other way because we're blessed to be in America. A lot of you don't actually know how blessed you are to be in America, to be in an economy where you can create and find work and have other ways, right?
And chill, man. Come on. You like that? You like a little sister right now who just won't let you say like your parents come and get you out of trouble.
I'm sorry.
Chill. Go ahead. Go ahead, Miss Georgie. Finish.
You come into a world where a third world country where you don't understand how blessed you are to be in America. A lot of countries, a lot of people don't have the opportunities to come in and create. Now, I'm not again, when I made this comment up, I never said I was glorifying it. I said it was a necessity part of society. This is an industry. It may not be as glorified as being a doctor, being in cybersecurity, being in tech, but this is also an integral part of society. And for me, I'm more in it where I'm the person who I encourage women that are in it, who get in it from third world countries, who just come in it because they need a way. If you don't know, do your research and understand how bad things are in other countries and the reason why a lot of women go into these fields in other countries. And my focal point in what I do in my organization and even in everything I do is encouraging girls that yes, this could be a way that you came into the world, but there's other ways you can flip it to get a retirement plan. You got to have a get out plan. You got to have a how do I get out of here? It's not about where you start. It's about where you end. Now, you guys may think that men don't respect me because of what I do. You may feel whatever, but that's also an illusion that you guys get because you think you're you're an amazing guy. I'm sure you believe that and you're better than every man that has respect for me. But I would tell you this much is that a lot of men hide how much they respect women who do what I do, because if a lot of men could flip their switch and become a woman and look like me and have the opportunity, a lot of men would sell it. If men didn't have to work and they had the opportunity to sell it, a lot of men would sell it way quicker than women will. Now, with Ann and Miss Pearl, their whole entire existence is not on mine. I don't think I am better than them. I hope women like me create where men treat them better. If you get a good woman, treat her better. Appreciate her, love her, provide a home for her, treat her accordingly. That in my whole brand is what I push for. But for the women who don't have that opportunity, this is another option. If you don't have that opportunity, this is another option. I'm not going to perpetuate the bullshit ideologies of the Disney story when there's also the other side that isn't Disney. That's my wrap up.
So basically what you just said was like you thinking that your clients respect you is like niggas going to the strip club and thinking strippers actually like them. That's what that equates to.
Well, I wouldn't know. I've been proposed to 4 times, so I wouldn't know.
That doesn't count.
I don't know.
Like, congratulations to almost making it to the Super Bowl. Like, no one cares what you almost did. Nobody. That's not a flex. Being proposed.
It is a flex for me.
Not at all.
You said they don't respect me, but they respect me enough to propose.
Almost only counts in horseshoes or hand grenades.
No, because I'm wearing one of them, and I did do it, and I divorced them.
I'll be very honest with you though. I've got some head from my woman sometimes that makes me be like, you know what? I'm gonna marry you. I get that, right? But that doesn't mean that I actually did it. You know what I'm saying?
So why haven't you married her?
No, so it's not. I'm giving you an example. So like, don't try to cling to that like it's what I'm talking about now. The point is,
but it is what I'm talking about. If she's a good woman and she's better than, why haven't you married her?
So that's not what we're talking about. That's not something you can attack me with either. Because again, you can't fuck with a picture of my woman.
I didn't say I could. Well, I just said why haven't you married her?
You understand? Like that's not a conversation to have. But what I'm saying is this:
you said she's better than me. Why haven't you married her?
Doesn't matter. Who knows who went? Who knows who lost the last 4 Super Bowls? Who knows the person who almost did anything? Almost only counts in horseshoes or hand grenades. Who knows who lost to Shakari Richardson other than the nigga in the airport that she beat up? Like nobody knows who almost did something. Almost winning doesn't count. And when you make it sink, when you show that it does, or you actually think that it does, all it's doing is showing us that you know you're losing, but you're going to grasp at something to make you feel like you're winning. Getting engaged doesn't matter. It's not a prize. It's super easy for you to do. You have a vagina and you sell it.
But you haven't done it for your fiance, for your girlfriend.
You on mute, Will. Will, you on mute?
As far as you know, that's not true. But I will tell you what, though. What we do know is this. You said you've been engaged 4 times, haven't been married. So
no, I have been married. That's what I said. I've been married.
So you've been married and engaged 4 times. So not only are you a failure at marriage, you're a failure at getting married 4 times over.
I haven't been married 4 times, once.
I said you're a failure at getting married 4 times over.
Because I didn't want to.
Because you were engaged 4 times, right?
Yeah.
Jordy, may I ask you a question?
Hold on.
Hey, that's dope. This nigga done made him a whole fucking Captain Savo emoji. Hey, listen. Real quick though, I'm gonna tell you right now because you my man.
That's some nasty work.
Don't come in here with that bullshit now because we got a real live one on the panel. So you can't come here doing what you do for like Bo for the rest of them. That's not who we dealing with tonight. Like that's not what we're doing tonight. Don't do that one because you're not gonna be able to come back from this one.
Yeah, somebody get some kryptonite though. Damn.
I know, like women had to do what they had to do out of survival, right? But
so that's what I'm telling you.
But we're in 2025. We don't have to continue to make survival-based choices. We don't have to.
Do you think survival has changed? Do you think it's changed?
I think we can create an environment where you do not have to do things you don't actually want to do because if I don't do it, then I will be dead.
So why haven't you created that environment for women?
Just as much as you're encouraging women to get into sex work, you can teach them an actual marketable skill set. I don't know how you can think this is an actual option you can just walk away from when you're promoting this transactional, you can get rich, wealthy, quick. You sound like a female pimp, really, but I don't know how you can tell young, impressionable girls this and then also think that they're actually developing any valuable skill sets other than how can I quickly get money fast? Do you think
did you hear what I said? Did you hear me say that this is for women who are who don't have the option? I give advice to women who get in the field because you're talking from America and you're speaking from the comfort of California. You're speaking from the comfort of California and America. And Will, again, I'm addressing you.
And you're in America too. You didn't have to do what you did. You actually came from a tech
background. I'm going to address you. Will, you made a point, right? You said that I am.
You don't want to
you said that I am 4 times over failed in getting married.
You would rather have.
I'm talking to Will, and I'm talking to Will, and I'm speaking to Will. I'm done addressing you, and you can address me when you finish. Let me talk to Will. Will, you talked about how I'm a failed over whatever my marriage is or whatever. Mind you. You are in a relationship, right? With a good woman, a woman that you perceive is better than me, a woman that you see that is better than me. But this is not me assuming, but you haven't proposed to her, you haven't married her, and you say she's better than me. So if all the qualities are better than me and all her qualities are amazing, why are you dragging it out? Why not propose to her and marry her if she's so amazing? But men like you will drag women for the longest time in dating them, courting them 6 months, a year, 2 years, and waste their age, their time, and then tell me that my value isn't because I got proposed to 4 times and said, no, I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste my time and move forward. But you say she gives you head so amazing that you might think about marrying her. You were perpetuating the BS that you claim I'm doing, but you were encouraging that in men like you. You were perpetuating it. And you talk about my marriage. My marriage is the reason why I even got into the sex industry, is being married, marrying the men that you claim are so-called good men, who are so-called good guys, who end up fucking women over, and you have to do what you have to do to survive. So when you talk about me, put a ring on her finger if she's amazing. Don't waste her time. But you're getting free head. You're getting free head. That's why you like her.
Your discerning ability sucks.
And and you don't need to say nothing. I got it. So I understand you have a client, you have to go, but just want to make 3 key points. 1, you have no idea how long me and my woman have been together. 2, I gave you a hypothetical situation that you tried to make it seem as if, okay, cool, right? But that's what happens when you listen to respond and not to understand. You've been doing it all night. I got you. Secondly, who says that? I understand that men probably have done this to you because women tend to not project hurt onto other people that they haven't experienced themselves. So whatever man wasted your time and led you on, I'm sorry for that. But then also, one of the things that I will never do on a public platform is shame one of my past partners. The way that you just said that your ex-husband is the reason you went into sex work, that nigga is the corniest man on earth. That's almost as bad as a nigga's girlfriend going and start dating another woman. Like if you turn a dude gay, that's crazy. But instead of turning you gay, he turns you into a hoe. That is wild. Like that is the most disrespectful, evil, diabolical thing I've heard an ex-wife say about her husband on the panel. Like, so again, I understand you have to go. And I know that as a businesswoman, you understand how important it is to be punctual. And given your profession, you have to make sure you have a sanitized environment. So I'm not going to probe you further. However, at the end of the day, understand this. We're not saying that you're less valuable as a person, but as a woman, we're saying you're less valuable to men as a partner. The end.
And you're polluting women's minds.
I didn't say that. Wait, I didn't say that. That's Ann's. That's Ann's.
And he already dropped the mic.
What was that?
And let them have it.
And when the mic gets dropped, baby, you don't go try to pick
You
it up.
don't pick it back up.
Like you trying to talk and everybody trying to leave the venue.
Now you got too much dip on your chip.
All right, go ahead, George. You wanted to respond?
No, my response to Ann is, Ann, as much as you talk, I know you don't have a man. And I know it's going to be very hard for you to find a man. You forget what I'm doing. You are a very irritating soul, and your whole combativeness is very off-putting to men. And I can tell you right now, you probably have 0 men who are coming after you. And at work, the reason why your job, you have a hard time is because you're annoying. You're combative. Your whole personality is off-putting to your coworkers, and no one wants to talk to you. No one wants to deal with your arrogantly annoying self. And I promise you, you're a Bible thumper. You go to church every Sunday. You're 10 times a week at church. You're 10 times a week. You go to church 10 times a week praying for a husband, and you'll never get one because you're off-putting. Your whole personality is off-putting. That being dropped, mic drop on that end. Go to therapy and stop going to church. You need therapy. You need therapy, not church. Baby, I've been to therapy. You need therapy, not church. You need therapy, not church.
You're not gonna be able to pay your rent if you don't go. Go.
And my money is paid. You need therapy, and you're gonna get fired at work with your attitude.
You might lose your client because you're trying to get ego.
No, my clients are well trained, baby. They're well trained. Not unlike you. They're well trained. Unlike you. Unlike you.
And to think that my value is in this,
Georgie,
I would rather.
Sometimes, and like when you're getting beat up, right? Sometimes you got to stop. And at this point, if you don't, it turns into you're getting bullied now. So
I'm being a bully?
No, you're getting bullied now.
You can't even shut up. You can't even shut up and let somebody
ask for. I know how. Will, you had already put the nail in the coffin.
Girl,
Ann came in and she resurrected Lazarus back up. So she deserved that. You should have left it what it was.
You should have left it what it was. No, I'm not. Since no one's going to speak up, I have to. What you're doing is
you spoke for 45 minutes, sis.
Girl,
you spoke. You have spoken. Ain't nobody was able to talk. Ain't nobody been able to talk because you overtalked. You had some good points.
Like you had some good points.
You have a very nice fan, and it looked like you got all your teeth. We get it, but sometimes you gotta let other people talk. You gotta let other people talk. You had great points because you had great points, my love. I'm saying because you had great points. But what you don't understand is I honestly think, and this ain't no shade to nobody on this platform, but I honestly think Will had said something that was resonating with her, and you jumped in because you're trying to prove a point. Sometimes you just gotta sit back and shut up and let it simmer.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying, sis. That's all I'm saying.
You
chill. Too much dip on your chip. And I'm a big bitch. I like extra dip on my chip, but you doing too much. Let them have it.
One of the things
don't piss me off.
I want to make sure that we get out there and get said is that
I respect what you're saying.
I was her, I always try to come up with a solution instead of just identifying the problem. If I was her, if you're saying for maybe an extra service you could provide, she could be matchmaking for the niggas that's paying to suck farts out of her ass. Like, because then they can go find like a regular woman. Like I'm business minded now, right? So if she's choosing to sell pussy, that's cool. But you know what I'm saying, why not be the best pussy saleswoman you could be?
Because you're more than pussy. Hello, how can you come at us and say, "Oh, men are the reason why we're in this"?
No, I'm talking about the women who've already chosen it. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the hoes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, if you're gonna be a hoe, have an LLC. Like, I understand that part. But what I'm saying for her is like, okay, cool. What you're doing is what you're doing. Doesn't make you any valuable as a person. It just makes you less valuable as a partner. That's all I was saying. I understand that hoes are needed. I understand that hoes serve a very.
Okay, that's the thing I think we should address. Hoes are not needed.
Yes, they are. I tell you why hoes are needed. Because the 80% of men that are busting y'all upside the head when they try to get your phone number, you don't give it to them. It's because they're not getting no pussy. Hoes fix that. So hoes will probably knock off the top 20% of these 80. Now you only got to deal with 60% of them niggas. So now it's safer for you. Hoes, technically speaking, if you're looking at it, I'm saying objectively, hoes are making the streets safer for you to go outside.
The thing That's interesting. So we're gonna forget the fact that most of those hoes are vulnerable women, like she mentioned. Most of these women are not even adults yet. Like, we are justifying that violent men exist in our society, and we're just throwing it onto the most vulnerable women.
No, what we're doing is we're showing that that violent men can be curved if their nuts are empty. I'm not trying to be funny, but I've never in my life wanted to punch nobody in the face after I busted a nut, ever. It's never happened. Fellas,
I respect
if I'm wrong. Hink, have you ever busted a nut and want to punch somebody afterwards? Like I'm saying, like
no,
it doesn't happen.
I'm laying down.
Again, most
matter of fact, I'm gonna have to go make love to my wife now and get some of that free pussy. I'll see y'all later.
Be safe, big dog.
What's going on, real dope? You know, I'm here just so you know, brother.
Who need my help? What's going on? I was laying down and all of nowhere I just popped up.
Where were you 30 minutes ago? We needed you.
I just popped up right here out of nowhere. I was laying down.
We needed you not to be here for this one because one time you would have tried to. Yeah, the one time this would have been a good time for you to come here and try to make it seem like you was pro ho.
Oh no!
Y'all gotta catch me up. What happened?
No.
What y'all was talking about?
We had a very in-depth conversation about sex work and the value of it.
Okay.
And it seems like some group of women think there is value in sex work because it's an opportunity to financial freedom, not getting married, none of those things, selling your coochie. And those women who sell their coochie are actually helping society. And arguably, wives are just elevated whores. And the person who was speaking this sells coochie herself. And she wanted us to normalize that, women enjoy having sex. And it's a problem for us to shame those women when it's just a natural thing. My issue with her whole statement is nothing's wrong with the naturalness of sex. What she is doing is not natural. The moment you start putting a price on your being and sex, it has moved into something else. And I don't even think she sees how far lost she has gone with her humanity because she sees everything as dollars and cents.
If you ask,
that's good for Black women. I think we have value beyond that. And I don't think it's a crazy idealistic thing to say, hey, we can create a world where your woman wants to get wet for you for free. And that's a good thing.
If like when we were in high school and you ask Anne to take notes on Spanish class, she's gonna write them in French. Like the way that she summarizes shit is by far the most disconnected from what was actually said.
Okay, that's what I was about to say. Who said that? Who said any
that was just my interpretation. That was a lie.
What are we talking about?
Was I wrong in what I said?
No, you just lied on that girl.
Basically, what we had.
Why are you protecting her?
She's a dominatrix and a sex worker.
I'm being transparent.
She was trying to.
Do you think what she was doing to telling women that it's an opportunity?
We're trying to explain it to Dope now. Like, hold on. So Dope, we had a sex worker on the panel. I don't know if she's like full service sex worker, if she's selling pussy and ass, but whatever. She's selling one of the two, and she's dominating niggas. And the thing what she was trying to do was make it seem like that this is cool, this is normal, and that I'm saying that she's a valuable part of society, right? I say it in jest, but obviously, I don't believe hoes are important at all. The problem though is that when we challenged her on some of her points, it became an Anne versus her thing. So it was like a Lord of the Rings fight for a minute. So and then they went back and forth for a while, and then I engaged with her. I just explained like, hey, not less valuable as a person, but you are less valuable as a partner. And then she tried to make a ad hominem or two, and it just didn't land because she started talking about degrees and money, and well, you know how that goes with me. So, and again, you being here wouldn't have helped because you trying to understand the hoe, and by trying to understand the hoe, you basically are complicit in.
Y'all would have convicted me of trying to understand somebody in the conversation.
I'd have paid JR to kick you off the panel to save your reputation.
Not
my dog.
My reputation.
Yeah.
It's not, we understand her, but understanding doesn't mean acceptance. And I don't know why she thinks we need to accept what she's doing. Just because you have the capacity to do this, but you're a drug dealer and you're harming your community doesn't make you. I don't respect that. There were thousands.
No one's protecting her, but Anne, no one.
But the issue is it's gaslighting to me, or it's disingenuous for her to say, I am here to help, I am here to elevate, and then erase the fact that she's actually complicit in the same exact shit she was criticizing an hour ago with Ghetto Sha'Carri.
But what I'm saying,
she literally
okay.
makes, I mean, I'm calling out the hypocrisy. It's not her. She's cool. I like talking to her. It is the fact that she is saying, I'm doing this thing, but in reality, she's not. She's actually way more harmful.
Okay,
and
but God damn, and
I'm just finishing my thoughts.
Hey, shout out to Lord Geotron, bro. Welcome to the panel.
That's not the issue. I think you have valid points. I wanted to respond to what you said to me personally. I wasn't protecting her. I was saying if that's her prerogative, that's her prerogative. You said your point. The issue is you talk too much. That's your issue. Just like you said her issue, your issue is you talk, land your plane. Land your plane. And then leave it. But you had good points. And I like your plan. I really want to know where you got it from. Was that Sheen?
She was
asking me African vibe. I like it.
Thank you. But it's hard for me to finish my thought when she's, trying to ask me about my Kuji.
No, I really wanted to know, was you married? But they asked me that too. You gotta understand when you come at when you come on this platform and you talk about other people's whatever, if it's their business, if it's their shirt, if it's the color of their skin, you gotta be prepared to ask those same questions back. You gotta be prepared.
What I was trying to do, but
you didn't answer not one of them.
I just got here.
Now don't come up in here last, sis. I like you real good. I was gonna ask you where you got your wig from. Don't piss me off. You didn't answer not one question because you didn't want to answer the question.
It's irrelevant.
No, it was not. You was talking about her Gucci. She asked about
if we're talking about the community and if it actually is valuable to tell young
girls. No, you was talking about her Gucci.
That's what we were talking.
You was talking about her Gucci.
She asked me if
she made a statement, and obviously whoever that you used to fuck with a prostitute because it pissed you off because you was dagging, and you had good points. That's not the issue. You had good points. I was with you when you right. The issue is that's your issue right there. You cut people off, and then your issue is with your beautiful self is you didn't want to answer the questions when she brought it to you. You can dish it, but you can't take it, sis, and it's okay.
No, I'm not
speaking of dishes. I just had a 5-steak, y'all.
You're beautiful too.
That motherfucker was fat with a little scratch. Oh,
Shanice, why you so loud?
Because I'm a loud bitch.
Why?
No, you're not allowed.
Good morning. You just woke up. You been here? Where you been at?
Hey, Lord Geotron been trying to get in because he came on the panel.
He got money.
Hold on, y'all. We got guests in the house. We got guests in the house.
Geotron, get in. Welcome to the panel, big bro.
Hi.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, everyone. How y'all folks feeling this evening? Everybody okay? What's going on, Joey, JR? Hey, before I get started, I just want to tell Willie, you're right and you're kind of wrong on one aspect. When you got the lowest of the low of society promoting their degeneracy, they're no good as a partner / mate, wife, and they're no good as a person, bro. Because when you're promoting something that breaks down the fabric of society, that's something that needs to be removed from society. Pseudo prostitution, in all of its forms is degeneracy. So she has no value as a person either. She's telling women to do the work. The easiest thing a woman can do is lay down, open her legs, and have sex. That's literally the number one easiest thing for any woman to do, have sex. So if she's telling women to do the number one easiest thing to do, to profit off of that, she's telling them to be degenerate and she's telling them to do things that breaks down society. No, she is a valueless person and a valueless help me. That's number one. Number two, as far as prostitution and pseudo prostitution, or the idea of women doing this or women knowing what men need to do to accomplish that, no woman in her life has spent her life having to work day in and day out to make a living. It's just physically impossible. And when I say work, I'm not talking about having a job. I'm talking about going out and having to build society and keep it maintained. Ladies, there's no knock against any of you because I don't know you ladies, and I'm not the type to bash women. I personally think the human female is the most beautiful thing God created, and I believe in God. But on another note, I also believe that you guys are a weaker vessel. God made man, then he made woman to complement the man. And so for you ladies to sit here and pretend like you're an equal or think as in your mind that you're an equal to us when you're not doing the things that build and maintain society is an oxymoron. The things that you think counter to what we think actually tears down society. And that's why we have the society collapse that we have now. And with that, I land. And I love you guys the most. JR, good to see you, fellas. I salute.
I don't disagree with a lot of what.
Wow, that was beautiful.
Hold on, y'all, because I think Willie wanted to respond to him.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you said. Where we do disagree is here. I said she's valuable as a person the same way I think that people in prison are still valuable regardless of what they did, because they have the ability to change. Now, I think where we will agree is if you took that to be true, you would say that they would have to change to get that value back. And I have no issue with that either. The problem is I'm never going to tell a person they are useless or not valuable overall. I understand why you would though. Like it makes sense. It's just something I don't do personally. So if I'm gonna say like, hey, you a trash ass woman as a partner because you're a whore, I'm not gonna call you a trash ass person just in general because you're a whore, because that would be me trying to hold you accountable to what my beliefs are. Clearly her beliefs and mine are different, but everything else you said, I agree with.
Yeah.
I don't agree. I don't agree.
Can I talk? I ain't say nothing yet. You've been screaming it since I've been here.
Will,
I don't give up. You should have came on time.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I just want to say one last thing to Will,
you go. You want to piss me
and I'll get out the way.
I'm trying to be friends with you.
I just want to say one last thing to Will. It's not that I said.
Not to give me no. Go ahead.
It's not that I was saying she's valueless as a person because of what she does as far as selling box or being this or being that. It's the promotion of it and incentivizing and encouraging other women to do that. That right there takes it to another level. She's not just doing something bad, isolating it and keeping it to herself. She's promoting and encouraging others to do it. That's where she loses her value as a human being.
Is that the same thing as a drug dealer?
No, because drug dealers don't encourage other drug dealers. Drug dealers want less competition. Drug dealers don't encourage other guys to sell drugs. They want less drug dealers.
They do. They said they tell little boys to sell it
but
for them.
aside from that, ma'am, I'm glad you said that because I have a perfect rebut for that, and I hope you understand what I'm about to say.
You got a quarter piece for me? You got 3.5?
Yes, what applies to women does not apply to men. We are not equals. What things that apply to you ladies does not apply to us men. There's not a what about on the same aspect of humanity. What things apply to you do not apply to us. The things that you can get away with, we can't get away with. And likewise, the things that we are able to do and capable of doing and ways we have to live, y'all are not enticed or have to do that. So that when we say something about women, you can't say what about, because a man's existence is completely different from a woman's. We're not equals. We're not the same, and we're never going to be, and we never have been.
And that
so no, it's not what about drug dealers.
Yeah, I agree with Willie. Everything you said, it was, I can't dispute nothing you said, but I do the part of like a valueless human being part. That's like, I agree with Willie on that. I
lied, bro. There are valueless human beings, sex offenders, and pedophiles. No value in society at all. My bad.
Yeah, but in terms of like she sell box, or like she's telling people to sell box, there's still opportunity for her to change. There's still opportunity to kind of had a conversation with her, give her your perspective, and maybe she might start preaching against it.
I'm so glad you weren't here.
That's just that's my take.
What hasn't
you were here an hour ago.
What hasn't been touched on this entire evening is that women like her, on top of everything she shared, is still overly promoting the degeneracy of earning income, in a way that by any means necessary. I just don't think we give enough credence to even that. We've made success monetary and all matter. Like I can do this, but if it translates to profit, shut up, don't talk to me. And that needs to be dismantled. Like we really need to repivot and start to address the morality of people and really what we're gonna do moving forward, in my opinion.
True, I got a question for you. And this is just me being an intellectual. I want to have this conversation.
Sure.
Explain to me why prostitution is bad. and this is not me saying prostitution is good.
Oh shit, here we come.
I want you to explain to me why it's bad.
Oh, this is a good.
Why prostitution is okay. I think the promotion of prostitution is bad. I think the fact that it utilizes a natural act and is perverted for profit. That's why I would say that it's bad. There's a multitude of ways, but I'll keep it there for now.
So because it perverts a natural act.
Yeah, it perverts a natural act. That wasn't its intent. Sex was not intended to be profit driven or based.
Who told you that?
A series of people, the law, sure. I mean, like there are certain things that are inherent in humans. Everything doesn't have to be laid out to be understood that it's not good. And that's one thing I would overwhelmingly say. Like,
before you go, because I know that's gonna be a good conversation.
Because a lot of this we get a lot of these, and I'm not saying I'm currently of the mindset of Willie. I think that's bad, right? But I'm challenging us to go deeper. Why is it bad? And a lot of times it comes from, reasonably it comes from like religion and things like that is where we kind of got these things from. I'm always telling people, don't push your worldview on me. People be like, oh, you got baby moms. Like, nigga, I can have baby moms if I want to. Nigga, I don't believe in the Bible. Like, I can do what the fuck I want. Right?
I think that you have to be open. This is my opinion. I think that you should be open to typically when something needs to be hidden, typically when something needs to be on a sideline of sorts, it means that it has some level of darkness, some level of degeneracy, some level of toxicity. Typically, if something is overly promoted positive, you don't hide it. You don't do it in secret.
But that's because our society chooses that's illegal. But there are some places where it's not illegal. Like you go to some parts of Germany, it's probably like not illegal. If you here, it is illegal. Certain other places, it might not be illegal. Like because you can use the law to if the law is where I get my morals from, or like it's against the law, right? So cool, you can go with that if you're consistent with that. However, there are plenty of laws that you probably don't agree with.
Well, yeah, but I think as an intellectual yourself, and I believe myself included, I think that it would be disingenuous to try to paint with a broad brush. Like I stated, this particular act, if it was something that was positive, we would not have to ban it. We wouldn't have to create some level of shaming to it. It was always operating, as they said, been the oldest profession since the beginning of time. But it also has been something that was a subset of society. It wasn't ingrained in the center of our society. Most of the things that we want to see function in our neighborhoods, we put in the center of them. Schools, banks, things of that nature. These things were not operating in the center of our cities and whatnot. They always were a subset and an offset. So from that standpoint alone, I don't think it's something that's positive. I wouldn't want to see a society of women who believe that sharing their body at the lowest grade of the exchange that is very natural and should be protected for profit is beneficial.
Okay, because I know y'all gonna keep going back and forth, and I never got my point across.
No,
and I want to address what Lord said, and I really want to get my point across, and it's making my blood boil. And I'm trying to hurry up and tell him before I get out my dress, and then I'll let y'all have it. Okay, Lord, you said something that was very accurate. You said that women and men are not equal. I agree with that, but man has no value in this era. You can't sit up here and say, I've never seen a king ask us to, can he stay at a queen's house? I ain't never seen a king ask for a queen's car. So yes, y'all supposed to be equal, but most men nowadays don't have value. But I appreciate your statement because you said it real strong, like it's a whole lot of niggas up in here that can say it with their chest. No, you can't say it with your chest because you know them kids in the back sleeping at your baby mama house. Okay, so I agree with you. If you are a man, and I said what I said.
Okay, just out of curiosity, I'm glad you said the king part about a king sleeping at a woman's house. How many kings have you actually met? Like literal kings. A man is just a man. How many actual kings have you met?
I was born from a king. You don't want that's not the wrong thing, and that's why I'm not coming at you. I'm not trying to come at nobody. I'm not coming at you. I'm not coming at you at all. What I'm saying is, you said it with your chest, and I agree with you. But I want you to
there's
make
nothing
sure
incorrect in what I'm saying.
Man can
You said
say
a
it with
king.
their chest. Okay?
You said a king.
It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be. But it ain't been that. It ain't been that.
You said a king.
We as men, we really got to do better at this, man. Like,
Hey, so what I'm saying is, my fault, guys. My fault. She was saying how she never seen a king do this. I'm just wondering, what king has she ever seen? Like, what king? I know Father King Charles of Great Britain. I know King Trump right now. Like, what king? Like, what ruler of a nation has she ever actually met and talked to?
Trump is a king?
Don't.
Did
So
you
my
just say
point.
Trump is a king?
Don't get off topic. Answer his question.
No, I'm.
What
First of all,
king have you
Durag, wait
actually
a minute.
talked
I'm
to?
on your ass too. But you said Trump is a king?
Yeah,
You know,
a head of state, yes.
answer
The
his
head of a state,
He's
yes.
the
The head of a country.
state. So just like you use that
Yes.
metaphor, I can use that metaphor too.
Okay, so what king have you met?
The same
That's
metaphor
not,
too.
the word
So
king
just
is
as
not a
you,
metaphor.
Durag, you the same one by him using the metaphor.
Hold up,
but you ready to pop
sweetheart,
the, oh, I
sweetheart. There's no reason to yell. There's no reason to yell. Hold up. There's no reason.
I hope it is.
There's no reason to yell. Hold up. There's no reason to yell, and there's no reason to repeat yourself. I hear you the first time, and I can hear you if you talk
to
regular.
yell, I like to repeat myself.
What I mean is this. In terms of the word king, a head of state, it can be used as a king. That's not a metaphor. When I call Donald Trump a king, he's the head of this country. He's the head of state. That literally can be a term applied to him.
It cannot.
What I'm asking you is,
you don't have to stutter.
Yes, it can.
And you don't have to look far away. You can look at me in my eyes.
No, I'm on a computer. So literally, what king have you met to be able to say you never seen a king? Ask them.
The same.
No, I haven't said I met any. I never said I met any. What are you talking about? I never said I met any.
You knew I was using it as a metaphor.
Oh.
Get back to the point.
No,
what
I
saying
said wasn't a metaphor.
You said
I said
that
Father
men
King
and women
Charles
cannot be equal. I agree with you.
No, I didn't say we cannot be equal. I said we are not equal.
In this society. Not all men.
No, men have to build their value. Men have to build. Wait, let me ask you a question, sweetie. I'm glad you're talking about men and value. I'm glad you're talking about. Hey, check this out. I'm about to share something with you. Hold up. I'm about to share something with you that's going to open your eyes. You've never heard this before because I'm the one who coined it. From birth till death, every man up here has to protect his balls from being destroyed because that's his future. That's his family jewels. While at the same time, a man has to go out and put those balls at risk and in danger working in the world as a commandment from God. If a man don't work, a man don't eat. My point is, from birth till death, men have to protect themselves from destroying their future generation by decree of God Almighty. That's number one. And number two, women don't have that decree on them. You don't have those balls to defend and protect, nor do you have the decree that you have to work to eat. Third, and most importantly, and here's what it is. How can you, a woman who's never spent one day protecting your balls, tell a man who spends every day protecting his balls and putting those balls in physical danger what it is to be a man and what a man's supposed to do? How you gonna tell me what a man's supposed to do and what a man is? You never spent a minute being one. How can you tell me what a man is and what a man is supposed to do?
You don't have to yell. Why are you yelling?
I'm not yelling. I'm just
crazy.
curious as to where does your logic come from? Where does your logic come from telling a bunch of men what we are and what we're supposed to do?
I'm going to respond to you.
No. I want to answer to that literal question. I want to answer to that question. Where's your logic at?
If you shut the fuck up, I'm going to respond to you.
Listen, baby. I don't want a response. I want to answer to the question I asked you. Where is your logic at?
Let me tell you something.
No, I want to answer. I said, where is your logic at? Where is your logic at to tell? You never spent a minute as a man. How are you logically telling men what they are and what they're supposed to do?
I never told you what you're supposed to do. I said that I agree with you, my love. I said I agree with you. I said majority of these men that say it with their chest don't have no value to it. You're not equal, but you valueless if you got to ask your baby mama for a car to get to work. And I said what I said. Much love, peace, joy. And I love that slogan. You should put it on a shirt.
I used to use my baby mom card.
What did you just say?
I used to use my baby mom card. I can't use her card.
Apparently that doesn't make you a man.
Wow, that's crazy, Shanice.
What you say? No, he ready. He ready for me, and I'm ready for him. What you say, dude?
That's crazy.
I'm gonna call you Dewey for do-rag.
I used to use my baby mom card. What's wrong with that?
But do you use your baby mama card now?
No, I don't use her card.
Okay, shut up talking to me. You just want to pick.
Damn.
I'm not no booker. You ain't gonna pick me tonight.
Oh Lord.
You bully me. I
didn't bully you. You came in on what? You came in on what? I said I was gonna give peace to everybody today. But
I think. Do you think it's narcissistic for women to think that because they can make money like men, that somehow that makes them equal?
Yes, I do. I definitely do agree with that. But that's not, when I say value, that's not what I mean. Some men don't have the mentality that that they lead. Some men don't have that. Some men are just bums. They just want to be bums for the rest of their life. Some men don't want to get up and work. Some men purposely be with women just so they won't have a house. Those are the men I'm talking about. And if you get offended and tie that motherfucking shoe up and walk in it.
This sound real personal. This sounds real personal, Shanice.
Shanice, go. I gotta get out this dress.
Go sit on your couch. Let us make sure nobody on your couch right now.
Girl is cracking up.
Take your camera to your couch.
Babe, can I get one last thing? Can I get one last thing?
This
Baby,
sound
I'm
real
out of town,
personal.
baby. If you didn't know, I'm in Vegas handling business, baby.
Can I get what?
What does that mean?
Can I get one last thing? Can I get one last thing? Can I get one last thing? And then I'll get out of here.
Go ahead, Lord.
First of all, I love you guys.
Your service nervous, baby.
And I thank you so much for having me up here, JR. I thank you guys for putting up with me and bearing with me. I just want to say one last thing. I do the work, the infrastructure work that maintains society. I'm a maritime welder. I travel all over the country fixing water towers, water mains in different cities. I do a lot of underwater and bridge work. I do a lot of infrastructure work. I got to work other tradesmen and skilled trades and things of that nature. Very competent in what I do. Very competent in how the world works. I just want to share something with. I just want to share something with the lady who just said these niggas are bums and this, that, and the third. That's a minority. That's a minute amount. Okay, and I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. And then this is it. I'm gonna get out of here.
That's what I said.
Without the mass majority, over 50%, without more than half of the men, and just in America, just America. I'm not talking about the whole world, just America. Without,
I didn't say I said some. I didn't say y'all.
1 second, babe.
Put some respect on my statement. I know what I said.
You need to be thanking him. Why you say thank you to him? He's an essential worker.
Excuse me, Dewey. Not your turn. Relax.
And it's not ours either. Go ahead before you.
And you always trying to jump in.
I'm trying to help.
Relax, and it ain't your turn. You had a whole segment, sugar. It's between me and him. It's between me and him. You had a whole segment, sugar.
It's about him speaking.
You had a whole segment.
Sorry.
One mic. Let him finish.
Are you guys done with me? All I'm saying is, if I'll just say this: if 100% of the blue collar men in this country go on strike for 2 weeks to a month, you ladies would probably all pass away. You would most likely all pass away from whatever sickness, starvation, or other problems that will come up without the men working and maintaining society. And without the competence to know what to do, you're gonna all die. And that's real talk. And I'm not saying it as a knock to you ladies, but be more mindful before you call men bums or say that these men ain't ish. That's a minority of the men, not most. Period. That's a fringe outlier group. Period. That's not the majority. Period. That's not the average. That's not the average. And I'll land there and I'm getting out of here. JR, thanks for having me, brother. Fellas, ladies, y'all are lovely. Gentlemen, y'all are great. I love you all.
They bums.
This is not a bum. And this is what happens when you get stuck in that transactional provider mindset. You don't even see the discipline that it takes for him to get up every single day and do what he does. That's the problem.
Ain't nobody talking about that.
Not
shit.
you.
You just trying to put us 2 cents in it, and bitch, we on quarters. Relax. I was talking to him about a statement that he made. I did not disagree with him. What I was saying, I was adding on to it. But because you just want to be great, I'm gonna let you have it, wig. I thought I was the only wig up here. Y'all brought another bitch with wig, and now she going crazy. Go ahead.
Shanice.
We need to put the chicks like Shanice that on the front line at war. Y'all need to be infantry. Y'all need to be infantry.
What he is doing requires intelligence, discipline, character development. This is what I want my son to have, and that's not something you can buy. Going up and putting your coochie and having sex with men for $500, it's not the same level.
Why are you still on that girl? That girl been gone an hour ago.
We were earlier.
Let it go.
Shanice,
let it go.
Every time you interrupt me, you miss the whole point why I keep.
No, because you keep talking about this girl. Let it go.
It's
okay. You disagree. Let it go. Let's go to the next subject. It's getting annoying.
It's annoying because you don't have the tolerance to hear the rest of it.
No, it's annoying because you talk too much. I keep telling you that. You talk too much. You badgering a girl. You resurrected her.
Again.
Let it go. Okay. Prostitution bad.
Just a second. If you regulate
let it go. That's why men don't want to have conversations with us. Because I'm loud and rambunctious and you talk too much. That's why.
No, we can control Ann though. We can't control you.
Shut the fuck up, Durag.
This is the stereotype.
You can't control me. That's why. You're right. You can control Ann. You can't control me.
You can't.
That's exactly why. I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that. We
gonna put you. We gonna send you to war. That's what we gonna do.
You can't.
Yes, I am.
I ain't her.
The bigger point is the conversation. We were so quick to criticize. What's her name? The Olympian. What's her name?
Sha'Carri.
Yeah, Sha'Carri. We were so quick to criticize her because of the way she conducts herself and how it's harmful for Black women and how we all need to behave better and hold each other accountable. And then in the same breath, not even 30 seconds later, we're normalizing this level of degeneracy because, survival and we have to. If we're in a country where a man like this can get up every single day and find a way to make it work without putting his booty hole on the internet, I don't know why women can't do that. And it's lazy. It's lazy. It's just pure laziness. You want to have the benefits of men without actually having to do the reciprocal work, I think. And I'm not talking about that poor girl, Shanice. I'm talking about the normalization of laziness in women. That's what I'm talking about.
I got you, Bookie, but
it has nothing to do with her. And I don't know why,
I got you, Bookie, but relax. I got you.
Does what I say make any sense? Is there any way that we can have an understanding, or do you think no?
I said I got you.
So what
it does make sense.
It
makes perfect sense.
I got you.
Hey brother, next to my avatar, can I answer your question about how prostitution is bad, if you don't mind?
For sure, yeah.
Okay, here's the reason why prostitution is bad from a societal grand scale level. On an individual level, you could say it ain't nobody's business. I ain't hurt nobody. This, that, and the third. But you ever heard the phrase, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife? Okay, keep that benchmark in mind, okay? The reason why that comment matters and the reason why that phrase matters is because it takes husbands, wives, and to come together and produce children. Nuclear families, building blocks of society. When there's no wives, because all the women are turning into prostitutes, you're eviscerating the building blocks of society before society gets built. And if you look at America now and the entire West, we don't have enough birth rate for replacement. And at the same time, amongst Black people, especially us, because we've been 13% for 100 years now, especially Black people, with us, there's more Black children done away with in Planned Parenthood than are actually born every year. That's why prostitution is bad, because you're ripping away from the essence and the fabric of society before society is even built, before it's even woven together.
Amen. And I think if I may interject, beautiful. I love what you just said. And if men don't have that outlet, if men don't have an outlet to actually become their kingly selves, don't you see how that is also reciprocal to the unaliving rate in men? Don't you see if we reduce society to this transactional shit, men don't actually have any motivation, I think, to actually contribute to society. They're lost.
What should the women on the panel think prostitution is bad?
Me.
Okay, that's one. Who else? Two.
Shanice is in Vegas.
Prostitution bad or not?
I'm the what, Ann? Please, Ann.
Shanice is in Vegas. I don't think she thinks prostitution is bad.
Are you speaking for me?
No.
Don't.
What you think about?
Don't ever do that. Don't ever speak for me. I don't speak for you. Don't you ever do that. Don't ever speak for me.
And I don't want to.
Okay, then sit back and be cute. Thank you.
Okay, Shanice. Thank you.
Thank you, Bookie.
Thank you, Bookie.
No, I don't think prostitution is good.
You think it's bad?
I don't think it's good.
Why can't
I mean, I'm not gonna go to a prostitute and have a whole conversation with her.
Well, do you think it's
But I
bad
don't
though?
think it's good. No, I don't think it's good.
How you feel about being bad though?
I don't see no value in it. So yeah, I think it's bad.
You think it's bad?
Yeah, I think it's bad.
Are y'all willing to give up share some box with the less fortunate?
What?
The only the guys who consume prostitution, are y'all willing to step up at all?
I'm sorry, you gotta rephrase that because what?
So you can only want women for their coochie?
Are you guys willing to step up and make sure that all of the men have wives?
Our job as women is to discern who is.
Go ahead, you talk to Ann because she'll entertain that one. Go ahead, Ann.
Our job is not to give all men wives. Not all men are qualified. Our job is to find the best man and reproduce with him. So no, that's not our biological imperative. That'd be dumb. We'd be ruining society if we let all men reproduce.
So, Lord, do you think the best men have enough options, or is it too many girls selling box?
I'll say this. That was a beautiful question. Her answer was beautiful. You guys are hitting like 750 tonight, and that's great. What I'll say is this. It's not so much about giving to the less fortunate as far as sex, because sex is sacred and it's supposed to be within the confines of marriage. That's number one. Number two, only 40% of men historically have reproduced. So like she said up just now, if all men were reproducing, that would actually be bad for society. Now, getting to what I was about to say, it's not so much about giving box to the less fortunate on a level of, well, he can't spend money. No, the point about prostitution being bad is this. On a grand scale, when there's more women doing it than who are not doing it, you're taking away from the fabric, the building blocks of society. The building blocks are family units. Man, woman, child. Husband, wife, and child. Not just man, woman, child. Husband and wife. The nuclear family. It legitimizes children. Illegitimate children are the byproduct of baby mama, baby daddy. Legitimate children is the byproduct of sanctified state ordained marriage. Okay, that's the difference between legitimate and illegitimate children. Also, and this is the most important point that I can bring up. Also, okay, I'm sorry, I had to get the drool off my mouth. Also, I'm drooling. I'm talking too fast. Also, what I was about to say is this. Okay, hear me out. I'm gonna land the plane with this. Also, when you have when you have men not building for women and you have women, prostitution is bad because it takes a moral decay. There's a saying. Here's the saying, and I heard it said on this show improperly. I heard a woman say on this show, you can only rise as high as the women. That's not the saying. That's wrong. That saying is 2,600 years old. The saying actually is you get a nation, a people, a country, a civilization can only rise as the morals of its women. The women of this world and of this Western world and civilization in America right now, the morals are lower than the men's. That's a problem. That de-incentivizes men to be chaste. Men are not chaste. Men are not chivalrous. Men are not because the moral decay of the women is less than the morals of the men. And naturally, what's going to happen is the natural correction. The men's morals are going to go sink lower than the women's in order to praise and build up the women. Because the saying, she's my better half, is a spiritual level thing. The women are spiritually and morally supposed to be better than the men. And prostitution is bad. Selling box is bad. OnlyFans is bad. Pseudo prostitution is bad because it strips away and decays the moral value of the woman. And that leaves like integral decay within society. It's imminent. Because the maintainers and builders of society are going to stop maintaining and building society because the values as far as the morals of the women isn't chaste, isn't worth keeping up. They're not ladies. They're just women. Lions keep a pride and protect against other lions because of the lionesses. Hyenas just run wild. They roam. They're nomads. They will go anywhere. And they attack lions. So there's a difference between the morals of the women who are prostitutes and the morals of the women who are against that. And that moral thing that I just said matters because that's what makes women better than men. Outside of their morals, they're not as good as men at anything.
I think my only pushback to what you said, Lord, and the quote of the men reproducing, only 40% has reproduced. We need to explore that. The reason for that was the lifespan of man back in the day over historical context was not long. It was not.
Recent.
It's
this
not
is modern society.
Say that again.
Modern society. This is modern man. Most men reach the age
Hey,
like 50 without.
hey, Ann, how about you let True talk?
Yeah, well, what I'm speaking to is the fact that we try to frame it. Thank you, though. We try to frame it as the best of men. I personally don't subscribe to the fact that most men are not capable nor should be, permissed to have a woman. Each woman is not the best of women. We make it seem like every single woman walking around this planet, it's just they are supreme because they have a vagina. That's nonsense. Most women pair fairly with most men, in my opinion. So this 40% stat we quote is misrepresenting quality and what it is to be, I think, what's the word? Superficial. And then I digress.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't clarify what I meant. What I meant just when I said the 40%, I meant historically, just in general. We as men are the dictators of what is good and bad. See, a lot of women use the phrase, I'm good, or I'm a good person, or I'm a good woman, I'm a good mother, I'm a good wife, I'm a good this, I'm a good that. And they're auditing themselves compared to themselves. And that's a fallacy in itself. First of all, there's only two types of people. This is my own personal saying. But glean off of this. Look at the fine print and the underlying tone of what I'm about to say, please. There's only two types of people in this world. There's bad people who wish we could be and do good, and there's bad people who say and think that they're good. The ones who say and think that they're good create our world's problems. Now, getting back to the numbers of men reproducing, the reason why men only reproduce at 40% because of war, death, famine, and things of that nature. We were the front line, and those are primarily the reasons because of war.
Yeah, that's the context that was missing. So thank you for that.
But at the same time, we as the men. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I was about to say, I don't want y'all to think that me asking y'all questions so that you can substantiate your position is me picking the side, right? This is just for me. This is just like what I'll do. I'm gonna make people do the work, and I want to do the work. I want y'all to ask me what if I say I believe in something, ask me, like make me substantiate what I'm saying, make me think. Even if I haven't thought as deep as somebody is pressing me to think, make me think. I don't like prostitution. I'm like I said, I'm with Willie on that. Like I don't like prostitution. I don't think it's good. I think that a lot of men, it's an addiction for a lot of men, just like gambling or drinking. All of these things are bad to me. So I just make people substantiate, what they believe in.
I'm happy that you have.
Girl, I'm just glad you guys got me on the show and y'all will let me talk with you guys. I just want to spill my heart out with you and share my thoughts. And I got another thought for you. There's levels of degeneracy. This is what I mean by women are not equals. On the one hand, if a man is tricking, going to the strip club, or he is actually buying prostitutes or johnning or whatever you want to call it, it's not degenerate on the man's part to do that. It's degenerate on the woman's part to do it, because the woman is the one who's losing her value as a helpmeet. The more partners she has, and the more she does something easy. Having sex is the easiest thing, literally, for a woman to do. Making profit off of the easiest thing to do. There's no honor. There's no respect in that. And at the same time, being a wife is the most honorable thing a woman can become. So you're doing something to gain profit that pushes you further and further away from ever being able to become the most honorable thing. There's the degeneracy from a woman's perspective. Now, the man's perspective of degeneracy is this. When you ascribe to prostitution and you promote other women to do it. So like, let's say back in the 50s and 60s when pimping was happening. Those pimps, they were the degenerates. And I'll say this, pay to play, I'll say a lot of who's alive now, Generation X, late young baby boomers, Generation X, and even some Gen Zs and millennials. A lot of them are the byproduct of prostitution. Maybe not directly, but byproducts, which means a man was spinning until the woman finally gave in. Let's just say it that way. But all I'm saying is this. When the women's morals decay lower than the men's, When a women's morals decay lower than the men's, that's what civilization quickly follows. The women have promoted LGBTism, they promoted BLM, they promoted diabetes, high blood pressure, overweight, obesity, and those are morally wrong things. They promoted we're equal to men. Why do you want to be equal to a man when you could submit to a man and be taken care of? Why would you want to live the life of a man when a man will give you everything? He'll love you more than he loves himself. He'll love you more than you're capable of loving yourself.
Because
like,
trauma.
Why?
Because trauma.
Yeah,
because
but here's the thing.
Because women don't
A lot of
believe
trauma.
that it's real.
Exactly. But a lot of the trauma that I hear and see, I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but the rates that they claim it happened is a crock of BS. But what I will say is this. A lot of the trauma that women fear and go through, I'll say two parts. One is self-inflicted. It's stuff that they put themselves through disobeying their parents and their fathers. That's number one. And number two, when they become grown women and adults, they went through trauma as young ladies. They're still looking at men, grown men, as those young boys who put them through that trauma. Judging grown men, 30-year-old men, as they looked at 15, 16, 20-year-old boys.
Exactly.
And that's a problem in itself.
Because then, like you said, the morality of women, they pass on that to younger women and they normalize the fact that, well, you know, he's just going to use you anyway. You might as well find the big, you might as well cry in a Lambo than in a Honda. You don't actually heal the trauma. You just pass it on to the next generation.
Lord, I got a question for you. Is it possible
Yes, sir?
Do you believe it's possible for women's what is it called? Their morality not to go below men's if women are leading themselves?
If they're leading themselves, it's already below men's. That's the point.
So just by them even leading themselves, your morality is below men's morality.
Okay, I'm one of those Bible thumping nerds.
Okay,
I'm a nerd, and I believe in the Bible. I believe the Bible is God's word. God punished Eve, and his first decree on Eve was, your craving will be for your husband, and he will dominate you. It wasn't on a personal level or sexual physicality level. It wasn't going to be she yearns to have sex with him. She's desirous of being with her. The craving was she's going to desire his headship. She's going to desire his position as leader of the family. Say again?
He said that word for word?
Yes, your craving will be for your husband. When after Adam and Eve sinned, when God was punishing the serpent, the woman, and the man, he told the woman, because you did this, your craving will be for your husband and he will dominate you. Plus the pains of your pregnancy will be great. That headship, women have been fighting for equality with men. And the whole thing in a nutshell is that in itself is a lie because they're not equal to us. While at the same time, we easily dominate them. We don't look for equality with women. We know we're superior.
But
we're capable of loving them. We're capable of loving them more than they are capable of loving themselves. Literally.
Do you think that also mirrors man's relationship with God? Like, man always loses his way when he tries to be God instead of submit to him?
Absolutely. But I'll answer one further point and then I'll get to your question. Let me finish what I was saying to him because I left something out. When a woman is leading herself, that in itself is a sin and her morality has sunk because natural order, the way it should be, from birth to adulthood, she's supposed to be covered by her father, learning from him. And then from adulthood to death, she's supposed to pass from her father to her husband. And her husband takes her into her full maturity and disciplines her more than her father did. A husband is greater than a father.
Wow.
It is natural. Right? It is natural. It is his natural. It is a man's natural and rightful place as a husband to discipline and raise his wife until they die of old age.
Okay, ladies, can I ask you a question? How do y'all? Have y'all ever said to a man, "You're not my dad. Why are you talking to me like that"? You ever said that?
I've said that before.
In my younger days, like when I was a teenager, my early 20s, but
oh really?
But right now, if you guys got married and got a husband, you would wholeheartedly believe that, like, oh, yo, you're above my father. Like, you can talk. Like, I should be saying, "You're not my husband. Why are you talking to me like that to my dad?" Right?
we got married. My father
Yeah,
gave me
actually.
over to him. That's
Wait,
his
wait.
job now. My
So
father
you-
released me to my husband.
Your husband can talk to you in a way that your dad can or can't, in your opinion.
That your
That's
husband
not what
should
he's
be able,
saying. He's
your
more so
husband should be
he's
able to
saying-
talk to you. You should be saying to your dad, "You're not my
You're
husband.
not
You
my
can't talk to
husband.
me
You
that
can't-
way."
Yeah, and I agree with that.
Right.
I'm asking.
A husband has more authority over a woman than a father ever could. A woman, let's hear me out. The father-daughter or father-woman relationship is biological. It's natural. She comes from his sac into the mother. She gets inseminated into her mother in the pregnancy. If you go back to the scriptures where God made Eve, God took a rib out of Adam. And the adult human male, the man, human men, mammals, we're the only species on earth where if you take one of our ribs out, it'll grow back. Women don't happen. It don't happen with women or no other animal. Only human men. The point being, that's a true story. Also, the point being, you're more connected to us and you're more from us spiritually than you are from your father. It is our natural place to be your head and your leader as a man, as your husband. Also, the highest honor, the word honor, the highest honor a woman can achieve. Is it president, vice president, judge, mommy, baby mama, mother, wife, senator? No, the highest honor a woman can achieve is wife. Nothing higher than wife. Honorable.
And I
Wait, did you say? Wait, hold on. Did you say that your rib will grow back if it's removed?
Only in men.
Yeah. Wait, really? Only in men. It don't happen with women or children or no other animal. If you take a man's rib out from his spinal cord, that rib will grow back. Not immediately. It'll take time, but it will grow back. As long as you don't tear up and destroy the fabric and fibers around that rib, it will grow back. Yes.
Interesting.
The rib bone.
Yes, sir. It will grow back. That's
How
what
long
Eve
do
was
you need?
made from.
How long you need for a rib to grow?
Maybe about 2 or 3 years.
Okay, I didn't know that. I don't believe.
But
I'm
yes.
not a Bible reader, but I
I just
believe that
looked
the
that
Bible
shit
got
up.
some good stuff in it.
Please
look, I've been on what is this medical shit for like 2 minutes. Like, what the? Your rib can go back? I'm like,
yeah, hey, look it up while we're talking now. Look it up while we're talking now.
But no, it does say that it can
I
regenerate.
did.
That's
It can
crazy.
regrow, but it's for both men and women.
Nah, it ain't gonna grow back for a woman. It's not gonna
Hey,
grow back for a woman.
I don't know what y'all said because it says no, ribs do not grow back after they have been completely removed.
Lord,
No, you gotta remove one rib bone. Just one rib bone. Not all of them, just one bone.
Yeah, I was about to say
Right.
It says if there's surrounding tissue.
It's
Regrowth depends on the type of injury and the surrounding tissue.
Correct.
Facts.
Hold on.
But it's only in men and it's only one bone. It's only in men. It's only in men. It's only in men and it's only one bone.
We're not gonna. Okay, sure.
Hey, my system's about to die. If I fall out, I love you guys. Thanks for having me, Julia. Thanks for bringing me up, brother. I'm gonna stay subscribed and I'm gonna upgrade my membership. Love you guys the most. Hope to get a wrench one day, Julia.
That's JR, brother.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Hope to get a wrench, JR. Sorry about that.
Hey, he just Lord Junior.
Can you imagine modern women submitting to this?
I'm the junior. I'm the junior. I look up to JR.
Nah, I guess I appreciate it, man.
The thing.
Hold on. We got to go to Trigger Mike first, and then we'll come back to you, man.
Hi.
Oh man,
My phone's dying. I love you guys. Thanks.
Thank you for coming.
I don't know what to say. I'm in the rib rabbit hole now. I'm about to start researching.
Hey, yeah, I'm definitely finna look.
Because now, look, the only thing I want to talk about was, does it say how many ribs he took to make Eve? Because
I thought he
got 12 on each side. So if he
Right.
took one, then that's
Yeah,
actually
so-
quite possible. But damn, all right.
Does that mean you guys are 12 times greater than us?
It doesn't. It doesn't. I think. I mean, no. The things that I've taken from this conversation tonight, especially the men are greater than women thing. I don't think it's a complementary relationship, and that's what's missed in all of this, right? There's no point in saying I'm greater than you because I wouldn't want to live without you, right? Women cannot live. You can't survive without men, and men wouldn't want to survive without you. The fuck I'm gonna be around all these niggas for all day? I'm gonna be depressed as shit, right? So that's the complementary relationship that tends to get lost, which is why it's so troubling to hear women say you don't need men, because as Guillotron said, the essential work in society, this is the way I put it, there are 4 essential jobs or industries in society, and women got to understand that you only do one in mass. You're either a builder, a protector, a healer, or a farmer. When if a pandemic happens, nobody needed. What did they say? Essential workers only. That's how you know if you are an essential worker or not. The society needs you when nothing else is popping off. If you're a psychotherapist, who gives a fuck? We don't need you today. People dying, right? So it's like men are the majority of the builders. Men are a majority of the farmers. Men are a majority of protectors. Women are a majority of the healers, right? So we do need you for that, but we got to understand that men play a critical role in survival, right? So women produce life. Y'all had the babies. Men produce survival. So I'll start off with that. Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with you. I just want to push back a little bit. If you said earlier, men and women have a complementary role, right? How can you say then that we're only healers? We're also the ones who reproduce. We're also the ones who nurture and create culture. And we are also the ones who teach. We are also your spiritual protectors. And my concern is when we don't see the fullness and the beauty of the feminine and her labor, it's very easy to break her down to one thing. You're just a healer. You're just coochie. I think it is a dialectic that requires constant, consistent intertwine. Men become men, not just because of themselves, but because they have a woman at home depending on them too, right? And women learn how to become real women when she sacrifices her ego for someone else. We do need each other, but the pushback I'm having here is we just don't pay attention to the labor that women do. And I think that's why women go the opposite way, where if he doesn't actually see me or value me, then I can't trust him. He can hurt me. And then you get this whole degeneracy, prostitution thing because they don't actually have the safety and the security of being with one man.
So I'm gonna give I heard you. I'm gonna give some pushback to your pushback. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Men cannot value those things right now because women don't value them. One of the things that I think is really interesting about being a man is that we did all of this stuff first, so we know how women are gonna crash and burn. You put your whole life into your work. You can't be two things at the same time. A woman that's a CEO is not winning Mother of the Year. All right. So we watch women sit around and pretend like work, all this stuff that's outward, and not really dealing with your family and your children. Women think they can find joy out there in the world, and they're not putting that same energy at home. That's why we call cap. We know it can't happen, right? We know it cannot happen. You can only be one place. You can't be two places at once. Wherever you put in your energy, right? Wherever you planting your seeds is where it's going to grow. So we don't have women who are majestic, loving mothers. In fact, if we're going to look at the data, we have the worst mothers that have ever lived right now in the United States of America. They are more abusive to children than men are. You see what I'm saying? The statistics are like that. So if you want men to look at you as those nurturers, those teachers, the people that we cannot do without, then you have to be forward facing to that nurturing role. Women are not nurturing, which is why men don't see you that way anymore. You spend most of your time trying to be like us.
Yes.
But we're telling you, you don't want these problems.
And I'm saying we don't want them either. We're lying if we say we do. This is a trauma response. We are not built to literally do any of the things that you guys energetically, we can't do it. So understand, if we're pushing to be like you, it's because we're trying to find safety in the masculine that we do not have. Does that make sense?
And don't speak for me. And don't speak for me.
It's not only that, but
and don't speak for me.
I don't speak for her, but I do think on a deep level, women are their best when they can surrender into the masculine.
And it's not only
women don't feel like they can do that, so they try to be men themselves to get that security back. I think.
And it's not only that; it's also like women tend to market the things that they do without actually thinking deeply about how do I actually feel. Like they will tell other women.
Wow.
They will tell other women like, "Yo, you need to do this." Like, I'm happy. Like, I don't believe 95% of the women, 99 who say that I'm happy. I don't think they actually know what happiness is. I don't think they've actually, introspectively thought like, what is happiness to me? But they're going to say those type of things. They're going to say, "Oh, I'm single and I'm the happiest I've ever been." Like, we can almost just disregard it. You ever hear a woman say, "I'm the happiest I've ever"? Just disregard
Literally.
it.
This woman was saying, and yes, I'm going back to her.
And Ann, can I say something? Something that you said. I hear women say this all the time. Women are not the spiritual leaders of community. You've never been. And I need y'all to stop saying that, because but I have to prove what I'm saying to you. Women are highly susceptible to trend behavior. Anything, like if we're going to talk about, just let everybody knows Christianity, right? Y'all are the easiest pulled from it. Remember, you can't worship God and worship rocks at the same time, but we know women do that shit. You can't worship God and use zodiac signs to describe your behavior, but women still do that shit. So it's like, y'all are not the spiritual leaders. Y'all are highly susceptible. Y'all the ones the devil come to first when he's trying to break a family.
Okay,
He don't come
facts,
to me.
facts.
I'm too strong. No, I'm too strong.
Yeah, but the man
I will deny him. He will break my family up through my wife. He won't come to me.
But y'all follow.
That's exactly what
Even-
Adam did. Adam
But y'all
blamed
wasn't me.
Even if we're we're going off of the feminine energy, we all know and can agree that the feminine energy is chaotic.
intentionally so, because you guys are the structure.
Yeah, so there's no way that a chaotic person could be grounded spiritually.
Part of being spiritually grounded is to not have to be in the current now. You need to be able to go in and out and experience all different types to be connected to the spiritual. The chaos is part of the beauty. It's the creativity. If we are constantly structured and linear, you will never be able to experience things outside of yourself. It is chaotic, but it has to be. And we need you to ground us so it doesn't become chaos that leads to anarchy, but it actually becomes chaos that leads to
But if you need us to ground you, then we are the spiritual leader. You get what I'm saying?
How?
We are the so here's the real quick. This is the way I'll the reason I do not like the lack of submission in women is because you can't even learn submission from other women. You're gonna learn it from men. It is very hard to get a man to marry a woman because that act of marriage is an act of submission. For a man to go out every day and take a majority of his provision to give to his family, like everybody eats before I eat. I'm out here in the world taking this shit from this white people so these kids can be on my health insurance and I don't say shit every single day.
Yeah.
You can never in your life hold the capacity for submission that I have. And
Correct.
I'm doing it because God told me to. I ain't
But
even
also,
met him.
Sir,
I've never even met him. So you,
the mother,
you see what I'm saying?
I see what you're
So-
saying, but it's a, like you said, it's a dialectic because the mother also has to recognize that power. And she teaches her daughter, this is the masculine. This is how we submit to this. Yes, his constant daily work is submission. But mother also teaches daughter how you submit and how you recognize a good man through her own submission.
So
right?
what makes you think women are the spiritual leaders?
I meant protectors, right? Like when I pray for my man, when I speak to God, I am thinking about his future, who I'm thinking about when he gets up in the morning. I am praying that he gets home, he gets there safely. I am praying that he protects him at his job. I am thinking about things that he's probably not even thinking about, and I'm begging God to keep him protected. I don't think men are in tune with those feelings like that, personally.
I was going to say that.
And you're going to be a great wife one day.
Regardless if it happens or not,
Are you going to be a great wife?
I'm right now I'm a savage.
To be a wife, it's not something that happens with the ring. It's a
so what I think you're talking about, and I've heard this. I heard women say they think they're more spiritually connected to God because of the vibes and emotions that you feel. Like I can see a very deep connection between women and their children, almost like it's symbiotic. Like you can see what they're feeling, right? But I think to categorize that as being more spiritually close to God is incorrect. So I'll use something a little bit more scientific. If God was like a person and he had to get man or woman or husband or wife to do something they really didn't want to do against their will and they could not ask any questions, who's more likely to carry that action out, the man or the woman? Are women not defiant by nature? You're going to start asking questions. Well, I want to know how much you pay. Why do I got to do it? Can I go to the bathroom first? A man is far more militant. He will follow orders from the superior. Like that's why the military is made of mostly men. We are more spiritually connected to God because we're more likely to obey him. And through our obedience is where you get your structure from. You will not ever have civilization without obedient men.
Well,
women are too chaotic to be obedient. Y'all cannot lead each other. Like this is why I don't like the women leadership conversation, because it's putting the cart before the horse. Women can't even show that they can lead themselves to come to a group of men and say, hey, we want to lead y'all. Y'all can't even go get a cohort of women. Y'all can't go create a society anywhere in the world where there is one woman declared as the leader that's leading all the other women. Y'all can't do that.
Because biologically, we're not built for that. Leadership for women is not the same leadership for men. You guys operate in hierarchies. So it makes sense to have one person who makes the decisions, because it'd be chaotic if we had multiple leaders. Women
in a company, in a company or in the military, if you want to relay a message to the subordinates, do you go straight to them or do you talk to their leader first?
You talk to, of course you
talk. So God talks to us and tells us to relay the message to you. It ain't never talking directly.
Correct. But what I'm saying is, can you see that feminine leadership is something completely different but complementary?
Yeah, of course. Well, your leadership is to lead other women and children. Leave me out of it. Me and God didn't set the plan already.
I'm just saying, you were accurate when you said women are trendy, right? We are very much communal based. We operate in the herd. That's true. But that also recognizes why we do that. It's a safety mechanism biologically. For us to feel safe, we need to feel supported and secure. The more people we can rely on, the more safety. So that's why we don't have hierarchies like men. If you're able to influence a woman, that's leadership, not immediate obedience. Does that make sense? Because our nervous systems as men and women are completely different. So what makes me feel safe is not going to be the same for you.
Why do you think your nervous system is different from men?
Well, biologically speaking, it has to be different. Otherwise, we wouldn't reproduce. How can the polarity?
The nervous system?
Well, yeah, like your nervous system is what allows. Okay, so walk with me. Men are the ones who respond to the environment. You guys are the ones who have domesticated the world. So your nervous system is very aware of space. What are threats in the current space? You guys respond to security threats. So you need to have testosterone. You need to have aggression. You need to have all of these things in your nervous system so you can respond to the threat. Because we are the weaker vessel, our sense of physical safety is kind of consistently at risk, right? So our nervous systems are different, and we realize, okay, our evolution depends on connection with the herd. I am more likely to survive if I stick with the group, because I don't have testosterone like you, because I don't have aggression like you. So I have oxytocin, I have connection, I have relationships, I have communication, because that's how women feel safe. Biologically, I can't address a lion, right? I'm just not built for it. Does that make sense? So that's why I think we're like on a deep biological level, survival based, like so different. And it's hard to put like the male perspective on the female when it's not supposed to be the same. We are chaotic, but that chaos needs grounding. And men also need to not be as rigid as well, right? If you stick to the same routine consistently while helpful, I think it also can be harmful if there isn't that space for growth and a little bit of chaos. What is there to dominate if everything is always the same? Why would you ever aspire to be anything else on the hierarchy? You know, you need chaos. You need it. That's men are created best when they have to respond to it.
You need innovation. You don't need chaos. I think you need innovation. I don't think you need chaos. I think that elements sometimes create chaos without us trying to apply it because of nature. And I believe also that spirituality is structure. It's not chaotic at all, actually. Emotions are chaotic, which is why the pairing of the male and the female is so important. You can't birth anything without that connection. And I digress.
The female menstrual cycle is chaotic, but it's also aligned with the moon. But the hormones that we go through every single week is chaotic. We are not the same person, right? And that when I say that, I'm not saying chaos like unstable. I mean consistently changing.
Well, that's just flow. There's a
fluidity. I think men are the opposite. You guys actually are really
chaos is the lack of structure.
Yes.
Is from what we know of nature and the universe, all things in the universe is of structure.
Is that true?
Absolutely. Yeah. Every single thing of nature is in structure.
Then if everything is I agree, but are you saying that there are laws to nature or everything is organized? Because
there's 100% laws to there's 100% laws of nature. 100%.
I agree. However, human beings respond to those laws differently from other animals, don't you think?
No.
So if there's a drought in here, we're all part of the same tribe, and there's a drought, right?
Yeah.
The way in which the lions, the elephants, and our tribe survive will be different. It will create
it wouldn't be different. Everyone is going to go to the new area. They're going to find a new area as to where they can thrive. The only people or the only things or people that will stay there are the ones that can't make it on the trip. So then they will have no choice but to evolve, which is also a sense of the structure of evolution.
Beautiful. I love that you said that. But it's the men who create that structure. It doesn't just happen naturally.
It does happen naturally.
If I'm pregnant,
even if we look at the ocean, right? There's different levels of the ocean. So if you go beneath sea level or whatever it is, you now have a completely different species of fish that lives there that can only survive down at that level.
Agreed. Question.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
It's I didn't mean to cut you off, Ann. Good evening, everybody. Let's take that everything we say is true. The dynamics between men and women. I really come up and ask Willie a couple questions, but I'm gonna hold this for the whole panel. Now you just said everything has its own nature, and I think she didn't pinpoint. We're one of the only species on this planet to have choice. So, if that's the case, I lived in Florida for a while. In the ecosystem, they went and tried to make things to fit the lifestyle or the terrain, but it changed everything. But if you was not to maintain that ecosystem, it would go back to the natural order of things. So, in this case, I hear these arguments between men and women, who doing this and who doing that, who doing this, and it started to make me think. If we are the leaders and we are the ones that are in control, make the rules, build the buildings, make the technology and everything else. What happened to this ecosystem between and this dynamics between men and women? If we are men who are supposed to be in control, then I think the new generation is doing what the old generation did back in the 60s and 70s and probably some of the early 80s. We put too much blame on the white people, and I think y'all putting too much blame on the women. Because, number one, if I leave parents in the house to take care and be in control of the children, and I come back 20 years later, the children are controlling the parents. Who's guilty in this? And so with all this power that we have as men, and one of the things I had to really focus on, and it even was hard for me to say, usually when you're in a war, you have spoils of war. And usually the women are the spoils of the war. But I'm starting to feel like men are starting to act like spoils of war in Western society. So my question is, if we go say everything that we say in these panels and these discussions, let's start asking the question, how did it happen under our watch of men?
Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't know. I think even in war, men were still the slaves of the spoils of war. In most cases, when a tribe was invaded or overran, in most cases they may have essayed the women, but they also deleted them in the same sense, because we're not going to mix our blood, our race, with what we feel is inferior. In most cases, we're going to take the men and have them as slaves to do our dirty work, to build our towns and shit and things of that nature. I think that was more so the approach that was taken in that case, if we're not considering the Western approach of it, I guess.
Even though with that, this question still is on the table.
And
how did it happen? Well, how did these things continue to get so bad in 2025 without us having a complete look at ourselves as men? If you defeated in a war and you continuously to stay in that camp and you continuously to be under someone else's rule, how could your woman ever look at you as the person to look up as when you go to the back door and get your money from the same person that she gets her money from?
I think that's the oversimplification.
That is exactly, no, but that's the point. If I depend on you survival, but you yourself are a dependent, in the metaphor that he used, the child has now become the household lead. In the structure, the form, the natural order gets disrupted. And then she starts thinking she can compete with you. I think one thing to consider in what he's saying is, what happened to men who held order, who held form? What happened to the freedom of men? And women naturally feel safe with those types of men.
I never seen a woman in my life who had a strong man to ever say, I don't need a man.
Come on.
Never in my life.
And respectfully,
No. You know what, Trigger Mike, you can say that, but y'all the one is living in this troubled time, and I'm watching it, and I'm seeing it. I've been living long enough where I have seen change. Y'all only been living until you see problems.
Well,
we don't depend on each other for survival anymore, where we used to.
Is it even reasonable to consider men to be leaders and not take responsibility? Does that even make sense for men to not take responsibility?
How are you a leader if you can't be responsible?
I see.
And that's the problem of this whole dynamics of these discussions, because when it comes back, if you ever go into a setting where a wife and a husband is talking to a psychologist, and usually the professional way to start it off is let one person express themselves and go through that without faulting. He said, she said, pit, tick for tat. They usually get through that part first. And the next time they have a session, it's the same way on the other side. But too many times I see on these platforms, we're saying the same thing we said back in 2015, 2014, 2012. We never move ahead of the conversation. And the community is deteriorating under our watch while we're doing this.
Mm-hmm. And then I think, OG, that you have to give credence to the fact that some of these conversations have never happened and developed at this level. Mm-hmm. Most of the time, the conversations between men and women weren't as developed, in my opinion. I do believe that there is a change occurring. Now, it may take some time, but going back to maybe where your generation lied, the narratives were different. The life's essence was different. We were taught certain things, and then now we're dealing with the transition of what either was not taught or was taught incorrectly. I think to answer your question, is kind of loaded. It's multifaceted. I think we had a core belief system at one point as a people, and we over time adopted a multitude of perspectives that has caused decay to occur, because the men are still very much in control. We set the tone, even though the women may assume that they do. Nothing happens without our assistance. Nothing. Mm-hmm.
But if I can push back though, modern women have now decided they don't need men, that they can actually reproduce without y'all. That single baby motherhood is better than a family unit. Men are not.
That's just a social agenda. That's a social.
But I want you to consider that men have never stopped saying we need women. However,
you're proving my point. There is no you without us. That's the
my
core.
point is modern women don't believe that.
That's not.
They only don't believe that because of the finances. It has nothing to do with the overall scheme of things, and that's the point. This is one of the major points. See, when I used to be a professional poker player, I know how many weapons I had. I had 3 weapons, like rock, paper, and scissors. And one of the things that women say that is due to the fact is that the finance, the workforce. That's one of the weapons that's been taken away from men. You can shake your head, but
no, I'm just saying.
And I want to piggyback on something y'all said earlier too. If you don't believe we was having these conversations, you need to really go back and read some of James Baldwin and some of the other authors back in the day, Francis Cressy Wilson. You need to go back and read some of these conversations, Dr. Ben and stuff like that. Even though that we had a different struggle, the family dynamics, what we're talking about today, it's not as big. It's not as big because we didn't have that many same many humans we have in the United States today. But what I can tell you, most of it's instantaneous now due to the fact we have these little devices now and we get everything instantly. But if I can take you back, I can go back into the archives and pull some of these conversations. You would think we would be having these conversations in 2025.
Yes, because human beings really aren't that different. We still have the same needs. The issue is one gender is lying about it. Women are lying about the fact that we need you.
But
at least we admitted we needed each other for survival. At least we thought about, okay, I'm just gonna make it through. This is just a bump in the road. Now I don't even have to stick with you if you don't. I can now sell coochie online for $500. Why would I submit to a man?
$500. That's too much.
I'm just saying. Like, that's how women have reduced this whole entire project.
Yeah, but I think this is still majority men's problem to fix, right? So this is a problem of strength or like power and equality, right? Aristotle said the worst form of inequality is to try to make unequal things equal.
Woo!
Okay, so all of this equality mess is what really messed the game up. The OG, you got to check my Bible verse. Is what? Do not give your strength or your power onto women, for their ways have brought kings down, or what, or kingdoms down. That's what we are seeing right now in the United States of America. Men do not know how to lead properly while giving their power away. We're doing it all wrong. We're doing it all wrong.
Why do
we think that the way to go about things is egalitarianism.
Yeah,
let me share my power with women so we can create a genuine upward striving agenda for the both of us. That's why we can't agree on nothing. The way it's always been done is me and other good, family-oriented, upwardly striving men. We make the decisions, and then we tell y'all what the hell we gonna do.
That's not
Well,
why.
Mike,
only society that work do it that way. That's
Mike.
why.
But wouldn't you say the greatest power that a man has is submitting his will to God?
Yeah.
And we ask of our women to submit their will to us, and she's looking at us and knowing that we're not submitting our will to God. So how could you ask one to do something that you're not willing to do yourself, and then you have all this mayhem, and you're wondering what the problem is? You just gave up on your ways, and your ways was, you was talking about ribs and stuff earlier. We can do all these vowel verses and then all this other stuff. Yes. I see people talking about their woman submitting to them while they drinking rum or gin or smoking weed. And I'm saying to yourself, is he not knowing that his woman is looking at him and knowing he's not going by the natural order of things? And I'm just dealing with the Bible now. Yeah. I'm not talking about nothing else but the Bible now. I'm talking for all you Christians out there. I'm a Muslim. And our way is a way of life. We just don't celebrate on Sundays and Fridays. We do this every day. And so what I'm saying is, if we ever go fix this problem, we go back, have to be honest where we at. Yeah. And we got to stop pointing these fingers at each other and take a greater responsibility of the things that we produce across this table versus, see, where I come from and the way we roll, men raise men and women correct women. Now, I heard you say earlier that didn't work, but the MGT correct women. Therefore, I correct men. And we come together as a joint party and know the responsibility of each one.
I don't think you heard me say men did. I don't think you heard me say that men. No, I agree with you.
OG, you Muslim?
Yes, sir.
I ain't never heard a Muslim sound like you. You got this Christian.
He the new kind, 2025.
Reason why I was born in a church. I was actually born in a church by a midwife. Wow. So that's my foundation. But I heard a little man that a woman gave me a book, Message to the Black Man, at a nightclub. I thought she was gonna give me something else, but she gave me this book.
We don't have to talk about that.
And she gave me this book, and I read that book, and I went and got some Malcolm speeches, and I've been on this path ever since. But my foundation is Christianity, because there's only one God. I don't care what you call it. So it's only one God.
So OG, like we don't disagree at all, because in the beginning of my last dialogue, I said this is men's problem to fix. Right? So this is all of our problem to fix. I think what you see when you made that characterization of a woman's watching you, therefore why would she submit to you? That's basically what I'm saying. It's that men don't know how, like we're being told, and unfortunately, I think it's too many men born into chaos. So they won't even have an example unless we pull them out to say, this is not actually how you lead a family. Because what's happening is that because we give so much leeway in our society to women do not serve the agenda of the family. They serve the agenda of themselves and or other women. Right. So a man is thinking that he's supposed to share power with the woman, but he can never take control of a family. Like the men that I mentor now, their wives don't recognize them by the time they get back, because I have to tell them that you cannot allow her to do certain things that are masculine oriented, or she will defy you. This is all you, dog. Like, you have to understand, like, femininity submits to masculinity naturally. Naturally. So the only time you ever get pushback is when you're actually in agreement with it. You see what I'm saying? If you put a woman in your space to talk, that's why she's talking. That's why you see, and then this is why most people admire Muslim men. The women over there, when the men are talking, the men go in opposite area. They bring their sons with them. They put their daughters in certain areas, and they talk amongst themselves. They do not create an atmosphere of defiance. They create an atmosphere that actually resembles control, but it is not an overbearing, it's not a tyrannical type of control. It's to say, I'm going to keep me, my son, my brothers in this masculine space so they can be raised properly and understand what's being asked of them, and I'm going to do the same for the women. So this is why I say it's really on the men to kind of dump that ideology of shared responsibility and shared power, and to say, this whole family is mine. This is my family under my leadership. I dictate what happens here, and this is my companion. And I
got to go, but I want to leave y'all with this.
Come on.
If you take a man and a woman, and you put them and you raise them in a prison, and they have to raise their children in a prison, what is your expectation of who these people go become?
They'll never know what sunshine feels like. They'll actually be afraid of the sun because it doesn't remind
prisoners.
That's
prisoners. That's exactly what they're gonna become. Prisoners. And until we get away from this mindset that's killing us, because that's what it is, it's a mindset. Because one of the things I have found out, the only thing you can control in life is how you react to it. Peace, love, and always strive for the truth. Thank you, JR.
Yeah.
Thank you, JR.
I got a question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
I got a question for the panel, and it's not for myself, but I think where we're headed is edifying. How do you get to create the environment that you're speaking of, Mike, in the society of egalitarianism, where the majority of women do feel that they are on par with men's contribution from the sole fact that they garner resources?
You talking about in your house, Mike?
Yeah.
Is this
it's in your house, true?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not asking for myself. I'm asking for those who are listening. You're saying it.
But that's
an excellent question.
I don't even know if we can really say that that's like the deciding factor, because I personally know, I know one of my homies right now that's dealing with issues with his wife, and she's a housewife. She not bringing in no money. You know, he's bringing in all the bread, but she feels some type of way because she is a housewife. You know, so I think that that all sounds good, but in the real world, with there being so many different variables, with life happening, with people going through different seasons, with miscommunication playing a huge factor. I think that these are all situational things. Now, of course, that would be the ideal scenario for a person, for sure. But in most cases, I think that doesn't solidify and mean that this person or these two people are going to constantly be in unison as they go through this path. The truth of the matter is that both parties have to be willing and able to meet each other where it is that needs to be met in order for them to carry out the goal and the mission that's in front of them. But I don't think that it matters if you create this scenario as if this is going to be perfect. Even men that are Muslims, even Muslim men, they have the same issues that every other man deals with their wives. Yeah. So just because we have the women sitting over there at the other table, don't mean that she gonna get out of line at some point, or she's gonna be rebellious, or whatever the case may be. However it is you want to look at it, that's gonna happen naturally. because we are all humans. We all, as we spoke about, have the decision, the ability to make a choice, our own choice. So it's only in alignment that scenario can actually be played out.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
True. So I'm gonna take a different approach to it. I think what a lot of dudes are experiencing now is that they are victims of things that they agreed to. Like they're falling victim because they compromise too much in the relationship. And this is probably what needs to be said to men, because I think when we're trying to give men the doctrine, right? You are not actually married to a person. You know that? That's why everybody's getting divorced. There's always supposed to be a doctrine, something in the middle. That's what y'all are staying loyal to. Y'all all been in relationships before. You know how hard it is to be with a person when you don't like them. The easiest thing to do is quit. But you made a promise to a doctrine, to a book, to a God. You always put something in the middle, right? And you stay loyal to that thing while you can't really rock with the other person, right? And that's what men are experiencing. They compromise their doctrine too much, and then they fall victim to it. So if you are saying, how do we create that? I'm so rigid, but I have to acknowledge that I'm privileged. My dad was like that. I'm just 2.0, right? So I got the opportunity to watch a man not compromise his principles. I watched my mom give him hell, all that time. He didn't compromise. And the reality is he could have lost her. He still wasn't going to compromise. He would have got another wife and have been the exact same way. So the issue that we're having right now in 2025 is there is no version of a man that a woman won't leave, because you compromised your principles for her. She will blame you for not being man enough to say no to her. That's just crazy, right?
But it's actual facts. And this is the bigger point. Women respect men who hold the standards. Women respect men who have that doctrine. And the moment you start to concede, she knows she can control you. All it takes is one tantrum for you to acquiesce to her, and she now knows you're willing to do anything, even compromise the doctrine just to keep the peace. And she thinks she's powerful. And the moment she thinks she can manipulate and control you emotionally, she's going to start looking at, because women are hypergamous, women will start looking at, how can I, hold on one second.
And for the men, I know I speak like really, hard knots. I'm gonna tell you, just to give some reality to the situation, you're going to compromise once or twice. I want you to be very aware of the response that you get, right? So in a marriage, this is what's going to happen, right? Everybody's a people pleaser in the beginning, right? You're going to acquiesce to one of her demands, whatever it is. We should buy this house. We should do this. We should make this poor decision that you had reservations about. It's going to go wrong, and she's going to blame you for listening to her. That shit only needs to happen to you one time. That shit only needed to happen to me one time for me to snap back, like never doing that shit again. And then the way your relationship gets messed up is when you let that happen to you multiple times. My dad told me that was going to happen, right? So even when she's giving pushback, even when she's crying and is that and the third, if I, in my heart of hearts, and it's not just me, I go consult with other men, my father, my brother, whatever. If they're telling me you crazy if you let that shit happen, I'm staying solid, because I know what happened last time. You're not about to blame me when that shit go wrong, right? And it's really hard to do. If it has to do with the children, that might be a months long fight. But stay grounded. You're gonna wait for the evidence to show, and one day she's gonna come to you. This is the crazy part. Women don't ever tell you that straight up that you were right. They just kind of bring it up later, a year later. Be like, that's crazy how X and X happened. You're just gonna look at the side of her face like, didn't I tell you that shit was gonna happen?
Yeah. And this I don't believe men should compromise at all. I don't think men should compromise. I think as a man, you're the foundation. You can't compromise a foundation. I think women should compromise, with some things. Like, and I don't consider like stupid stuff like stupid stuff I don't consider compromising. Like if you disagree on something small that's not a part of your foundation, I don't care. But like I think when it comes to big things, like a man, you the foundation. You can't compromise a foundation of anything.
Women have become the men that they want, for themselves, and men have become the women that raise them. That's one of the biggest problems that we have right now. For the men that's not applicable to, they're not having these same experiences as the majority of men are, because they're not dealing with women that way. They're the women that don't need the coaching, like they just get it inherently. They're the guys that have learned from their experiences in the past with women and then applied those lessons to their current, and will continue to do so in the future. So when we're trying to say, it's up to can affect change, it has to be men, because like Trigger Mike said, women have no business leading men. Women can't lead men. Women can't compete with men. Women aren't equal to men. So to expect someone who is inferior to you to lead you is foolhardy. And as long as we keep trying to give women our power and treat them like they're our equals, nothing will ever change.
The project is different now. We know, because you're 100% correct, really. But we're in a new world where, because women are, boss babes or whatever, the demands of one another are different. Women need more than just financial security. Men need more than just coochie, right? There is a new level that Spirit is calling us, for all of us to execute. And if men keep thinking that they don't have to adapt to that standard, you will continue to see women rebel simply because they don't think they're being heard.
I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less about women rebelling. I couldn't care less about how women feel about the world that they're living in, because I'm a man and I'm a leader in my world.
And they asked for this world. Willie, they asked for it. Hold on. They Willie, and you used two words that you said adapt. You said adapt. And let me tell you, one of my favorite sayings is the more things change, the more they stay the same. 66% of the women in the UK were surveyed and they would rather stay home. 60% of the women in the US would now rather stay home. After telling the whole world that we need to equalize for them and they need their own work opportunities and we need to share pay, now a majority of women in the world's most developed countries would rather stay home than go to work. So it's it's literally your fault, right? So I'm sorry. Well, you know what I said. Men gave away too much power.
I mean, it could be our fault, because if it wasn't for us,
I was about to say it is our fault,
because they wouldn't be able to. I don't think that the majority of women understand what a luxury it is to be a stay-at-home wife or a mom. I don't think that you guys understand.
It's a flex,
and because the number one, and stop interrupting people. Like, you're doing good for like 15 minutes, but now you're back on it.
You're exciting.
If the biggest flex a man can have with his woman is removing her from the workforce, that's the number one flex a husband can have for his wife. A woman finds a man that takes her out the workforce and puts her on her own path where they're working together as a team and a unit towards one cohesive goal. That's the biggest flex any man can have. And the sad thing is that there's not very many women who are worth a man even attempting that with. That's the problem. And then the people who have the talking points like you, and obviously I'm not saying this about you specifically, but the only women who argue and don't take what Trigger Mike is saying as common sense, or what True brought to the table as common sense, are the women that men don't view as worth marrying. They're the women who men aren't checking for. They're the men who women are using for a fun time, not a long time. They're the women who are selling pussy and thinking it's okay. And those are the women that I don't care about, because I don't give a fuck about none of y'all who are not for me or who are not what I'm looking for. It's not my job to save y'all. I don't believe it's men's job to save women. It's a man's job to save his woman once she's earned his choice and his protection and provision.
And I respect that, Willie. You're entitled to that. I'm coming from a perspective that maybe might be valuable. I'm not saying what he's saying is irrelevant. That's actually the opposite. What I'm saying is, even in those traditional dynamics, that man still deferred to his wife. Like, they still worked as a unit. She wasn't leading anything, but there's no way that he would make a decision without consulting his rib.
That's because he's an effective leader, and a leader seeks the counsel of his partner.
Do you know what? Do you know what as a husband, you know what I mean? Some of us are married in real life. I think this is what I think the issue is. You cannot seek that. It has to be given to you. And the second you start talking about it, and you have to give me shit, like y'all just gonna get pushed to the side. Do y'all not realize? So have y'all ever heard the term "a submissive woman controls the man"? That's all you got to do.
But that's the thing, right?
That's all you got to do is submit. All right. I went and walked the dog a few hours ago. Okay. I came back. My plate was on the table. My children gave me a hug. I just was gone 45 minutes, but all this type shit, right? So she sat there and she rubbed my shoulders, gave me a kiss on the cheek. It was like, I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
That
right?
sounds peaceful.
Also, what I'm saying is like that type of softness
Mhm.
is what will make me open up to her, will make me ask her for stuff. You stop trying to set rules for things that happen naturally. Just submit and trust the process. Like, because if you try to build it in there, that's where the resistance and defiance comes from. I know you're going to overdo it because you're over pursuing it, right? A thoughtful man, a thoughtful leader. Hold on, a thoughtful leader will go to his wife. Like, there is nothing I do either for my children or that I don't want her agreement on. Consent is actually really sexy. I don't like behaving like a dictator. The pussy don't get as wet. Hold on. The pussy don't get as wet when I'm a dictator. That shit get wet when we in agreement. You feel me?
And contrary to popular
Yes,
belief, most men are benevolent in their position. They typically, if they pick that woman, they typically are inclined to involve her in what he's thinking. This is how we move collectively. So I don't know why this narrative, like Trigger is Mike is saying, that you have to verbalize or vocalize. Well, please allow me to have an opinion. It's like most men, if they value you, have an
Well, I
opinion.
don't.
If I may,
Hold on, Ann, because I want to, I'm not. I don't think Ann is necessarily saying anything wrong. I think what Trigger Mike is saying, I wholeheartedly agree with that. But I think that the thing about for Ann is like you have to make sure that you are very, that you really vet properly, because when you're picking a leader, you need to pick somebody who is a good leader, because a lot of women do end up in situations where it's like, oh shit, like this man is, he's not the thoughtful leader that Mike is.
Correct.
Right. So I think that women should really take their time, take their time, stop giving that box up so fast, and like really, vet men a little bit better, because you're picking a leader and then you're going to end up fighting later on because you think you're a better leader because you're trying to interject and stuff.
And that's the accountability part where women need to hold other women accountable, because instead of teaching women how to be more discerning and utilize their femininity, we're actually teaching women to weaponize their femininity against men. And even in marriages, withhold affection, withhold intimacy in order to have some power or leverage. And women are encouraging that. And then they come on spaces like this and say, well, this is what sex is. It's just a transaction, without recognizing it. The beauty in the submission is he is a tyrant until you submit to him and validate that he is worthy of that submission, if that makes sense. The submission is a gift. The submission is a recognition of him, and he needs it. Women look at that and think that that's abuse and oppression, and instead go the other way, and we encourage it. I'm not entirely like what OG was saying was correct, but I'm not entirely sure that even if all the men in the world were good, women would automatically adapt because of the financial thing you brought up earlier.
A lot of this can be avoided in the vetting process. One of the things that I hear being mischaracterized is that phrase, equally yoked. When you find somebody that's equally yoked to you, it does not mean money and none of that crap. It really means that y'all are spiritually and morally aligned. Mm-hmm. So most of the things you're talking about, Ann, like I'm gonna go out on a limb, just ballpark figure, 8 out of 10 things we are already in agreement on. That's what being equally yoked with somebody means.
Really?
Like, yes, that's what meaning that if there's something, if somebody asks if my kid can go somewhere and I'm not present and my wife can't get me on the phone,
we're aligned.
She will know my husband ain't going for that shit. Sorry.
Correct.
But I mean,
I feel it. Yes.
You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying, like, when you're looking for this type of deference, you don't have to do that with somebody you're equally yoked to. You see what I'm saying? You are spiritually and morally aligned, right? So you can almost feel that. Oh, that's a big decision. My husband gonna come to me. We probably gonna talk about that later. Let me make some answers up in my head. So I think what ends up happening in our situation in the States and these Western societies is that because we date for the wrong reasons, because people end up in beds with people they're not equally yoked to, we doing shit off of looks, fat ass, all that type shit. is that we are completely misaligned with these people, and then we trying to force a square peg into a round hole. You don't have these problems with somebody you equally yoked. I promise. It's imagine only working on 2 out of 10 things instead of 8 out of 10 things that you disagree on. Like that's how marriages work. You're already in agreement. No, like my husband gonna want to be here to discuss this. Don't discuss this without me. This is pretty big. Like when you hear women talk like that, when you hear men talk like that, it's like, damn, this person really has an understanding of the way the other person's mind works. That's an agreement.
I love
so you don't have to over pursue agreement. You don't have to over pursue deference. It happens naturally with people who are aligned that way.
I agree. And I love that you said that. The issue I have though is, like we saw on this panel tonight, women think that's a fantasy. Women think that's the reality is we're broken, so we might as well find a man we can control and then take his resources and divorce. I've been engaged 4 times, like it's a flex, right? What you're talking about requires actual deep connection to spirit, character development, and a willingness to work with someone. A lot of these women think, I would rather find a good man and control.
Wait, what'd you say about being engaged 4 times?
I'm saying a lot of women, what he's talking about is beautiful, and I agree that's the whole point, that our submission and only having to work on 2 things in a relationship is ideal. But what I'm arguing is we are, as women, normalizing being with men that we don't respect, using engagement rings and collecting material things and taking men's resources as a flex, as a form of stability, instead of that, what he just described. We're normalizing that.
You still talking about what we talked about 4 hours ago?
Because it's relevant, don't you?
Girl, who hurt you?
No one hurt you. Here's the thing. Even if I was hurt,
you made your point.
Shanice, was that sex
you
worker?
made
That's
your
your
point.
homie?
She keep talking about the same. She keep going back to this girl. Don't make me call her back so she can lay into your ass.
Shanice, that's sex worker.
So many women do not have fathers to do this work.
Leave the girl alone.
It's not just
She's
her.
a 2. Okay, leave the girl alone.
Yo, and I think that's her homie. She sent her here. That's your homie?
I don't even know the bitch.
So why are
I don't know her.
So what
It's
about what I said?
badgering? It's the beating because I won't allow nobody to do it to you. We get it. Have another conversation. Have another one track. You've been talking this whole time and I ain't said nothing this whole time. Go ahead, state your claim. But leave the girl alone. She ain't here no more.
So you don't.
Okay, prostitution bad. Talk about something else.
I also talked about
China. Shit.
I also talked about women choosing men they don't respect.
I'm bored.
Right?
And when she start yelling at you, just keep it. Don't be quiet. Don't even say nothing.
Exactly. That's the point.
Just keep it. Just keep it cute. Don't even say nothing. let her scream and hoot and holler all she wants.
Do you want?
Thank you.
Do you want to be married, Shanice?
Do I want to be married? No, I want to be a hoe just like the other girl. What's up?
Did you grow up always wanting to be a hoe?
What you say?
Was that like your dream? Like, oh, I can't wait to.
No, I want to be just like you.
Period.
I want to be just like you.
You don't want to be just like me.
No,
Why?
It's a lot of.
Don't listen to her, and she want to be married.
I want to be just.
She want to be saved, and don't listen to her.
You're not gonna enjoy. You're
no, I'm serious. I want to be just like you. Very successful.
I'm actually not very.
You have.
None of this should matter if I don't have a husband and a family.
I mean, because you got a husband. What you say?
I said none of the accolades that I have matter if it doesn't benefit my husband and our family. So no. So you're married? I know. I'm trying to hear you. Hold on. You said
I'm trying to hear what you're saying. You married?
You said
we both
successful.
And girl, it's a lot of things. You want to go to the same therapist? I heard they do discounts. Let's figure out what's wrong with us.
I'm just trying to understand where your principles lie.
I just don't. I just go ahead. You got it. I'm just picking on you like a bucket. You have the floor.
Why are you?
You have the floor.
No, and leave her. Let's leave. I want to know why. And I want to know why do you feel like? Because you want marriage, right?
Yeah. What's the point of life if not?
Okay, I like that. I want to know why do you feel like you're not married yet or in the situation? What do you think? So, what do you think? Because I like it. I don't care what everybody else say. I think that I'll be hearing you say you sound submissive. You know, you just said you want to be married. What else are we here for? I like your mindset. Why do you think that you're not finding I don't know if you're not finding successful. Why you think you're not married? We know why Shanice's not married. I want to know why you're not married.
Honestly,
wait, somebody said my name.
No, I didn't mean to say your name. No, I didn't mean to say your name. I misspoke.
When I
don't let it happen again. Go ahead.
Dating isn't just for me, right? My dad has to have input. My family has to have input. And I'm not having schmecks with these niggas out there. And I think recognizing that in and of itself is already like cutting out 60-80% of my prospects. But I don't know. I'm not married simply because it's just not God's timing yet. I want it. I think I'm still being prepared for it.
Leave God out of this.
I was about to say I'm not a church person, so I don't be buying none of that God stuff.
Okay,
that's like saying like, oh, I haven't lost weight yet because it's God didn't.
It is not my. What I'm trying to say is it's not my job to get married. It's his. A man is the one who's going to make me alive. I don't control that. Is what I'm saying.
But if you
I
could
want to be married yesterday, but that doesn't matter.
If you could do the thought exercise of trying to go deep inside of yourself and be like, all right, in my environment, in my life, what do I think that I could have control over when it comes to this? Like, I don't know if you date. Do you date?
Not really.
Not really?
Yeah.
Are you a type of person that's saving yourself for marriage? Have you been physical before?
I am celibate, and I've been celibate for the last 5 years.
You've been celibate for the last 5 years? Oh,
I'm an incel. Oh my god.
I don't know.
We don't call women incels. It's all good.
Yeah, you can't be.
No, I want to be clapping cheeks, bro. Trust me. I just can't.
We should probably stop talking about it then. That's usually the precursor to you getting your cheeks clapped.
I'm just letting God know I'm ready. Bring him.
Oh, okay. We're telling God that you want your cheeks to be clapped. Okay.
Did you just say you letting God know you're ready to get your cheeks
clapped? Leave God out of this.
You know how good sex is when you have.
I told you an hour ago that y'all weren't the spiritual leaders. Look at all that you involved our Lord and Savior in.
I think
the last 30
seconds. Y'all, to be honest. I'm gonna be honest. You guys think y'all think about? I think women are worse than you. If not for pregnancy, oh my god, girls, y'all don't even know. Anyway, my point being, I know I'm a very emotional person. I can't just sell it. I need to know.
When you say that you don't date, right? What does that mean? Are you not open to dating and then not ask you out?
No, it's not that. Because I ask men out. Trust.
You ask men out.
Okay. Let me be clear. I have initiated interest.
Are you initiating interest in men that you don't find physically attractive or like sexually attractive?
Absolutely not.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest though. I think
my dad has to be part of. Like, it's not. I can't just bring any nigga through here.
So wait, so you saying a guy has to meet you before he can bend you over? Like he has to meet your pops before he can smash?
No.
Well, she said she believed in God.
So, yeah, but she doesn't say she was trying to wait until she married Jesus.
I'm not dating for fun. I'm not dating for fun, and I'm not dating casually. Like, if we're dating exclusively. And yeah, one day you're gonna meet my father.
Yeah,
that's not what
I know. I mean, I get what you're saying.
If you get clapped cheeks, that's only because we have already solidified a certain bond.
Y'all know on some real shit though.
And Dad knows you.
Saying the way it's supposed to be, like, and I'm gonna say it's supposed to be because here's the bad part. If we go back to the way things were, men ain't getting no ass, at least from the women that we really want, and that's the part that everybody kind of like about, right? So check this out. She shouldn't date. I've been saying this a lot. Dating is trash.
It's a waste
dating only suits men that can get a lot of women. It only suits us, like the dudes that are attractive, they got a little bit of game, they got swag. Man, listen, let me tell y'all about married men for a second. There's only two types. The type that really want to be married and the type that got tired of fucking all the hoes, so we just settled down with our favorite woman. But yeah, that's why I'm like, look, but dating, that's what I'm saying. As a man who dated all that type stuff, like, you know what I mean, just was out here doing it, you get tired.
And you get confused on what you want.
Exactly. And all women want the same guy, right? The guy with the cars, all that type stuff. So dating is not good for them at all if she's really trying to get married, right? So courting, I think, is what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Mostly. And I don't like the dating process because it puts pressure on women to have sex. You're right. Right now in this dating landscape, 60%, let's be liberal, I mean, like, conservative about it, of men are off limits because you won't keep their interest without sex. And the worst part about that is that's I don't know the word. I'm not articulate enough to know the word for that. But if you are not interesting enough to a man without having sex with him, that's not your husband anyway, which is crazy. The only woman that dudes usually marry is the one that's fly enough to keep his attention without him poking her box, which is crazy. So the best thing a woman could do if she really wants to get married is to keep her box closed and see which dude sticks around. But it also goes to Willie's point. He's like, are you dating dudes or at least approaching dudes or accepting advances from men that you don't immediately find attractive?
Was that what you asked me? I thought you asked me if I...
Well, he had made that point because it's like every woman, especially today, thinks she knows what she likes.
Yes. I've dated men who were...
No, he didn't ask you who you've dated. He's trying to say, currently, are you open to men who you don't initially find attractive right now? Are you open to that?
Yes, because that's irrelevant.
When's the last time a man asked you out?
It'll never work.
When's the last time a man asked you out?
2 months ago.
Why was it 2 months ago? You're not ugly. Why was it 2 months ago?
Okay, to be honest, we met at the dog park.
You about to cry? You crying?
What?
No. Don't cry. Don't cry.
The first date, on the first date, he told me he was I shouldn't expect him to be sexually exclusive. He was checking out other women. He told me this whole story about how he had a sex addiction. I was like, why am I spending time here when I could be in the gym or reading? I don't know. I was a little upset that he was letting me know that I was crazy for thinking the way I was thinking. He asked me this question. He was like, would you die for your man? I'm like, what? Yeah. And he was like, really? And I already knew he's not thinking about marriage and submission the way I was.
So a man hasn't expressed interest in you in 2 months.
No. They've expressed interest. You asked me when I went on a date.
Okay. I thought, when was the last time a man has expressed interest in you? I said, when's the last time a man asked you out? But when was the last time a man expressed interest in you?
I think last week.
Last week. How did that go? Is he not your type?
No, he is my type. We found out we were both engineers at the same place. Very attractive. I guess I was shy.
So he expressed interest in you. What's next?
I mean, he initiated a date for Friday, and I didn't go because I was like, oh, I was just shy.
Okay. How often does that happen with you?
Did you just say you were shy? Did you just say you were shy?
Yeah.
Girl, shut your You were shy.
Yeah.
Is that Ed? No, that's Miss Pearl. Miss Pearl, you said that.
He's a very attractive, tall.
No, that was never me.
Are
I'm
you
never
twirling
shy.
your fingers?
Wait.
That was Ann.
Are you twirling your fingers?
You don't think women can be shy when they like men?
Are you looking down?
No.
You can be
the clock
shy,
is
but
ticking.
if he was giving you what
You ain't got
wanted,
time
then
for
it's
that.
going
That's
to
what I'm
date.
saying. Like, you ain't got time to be
Why
shy.
you playing, Ann?
I don't want to choose from that.
Did you show him your elbows?
No.
You gotta at least put yourself out there though. Like,
I mean, I did. I talked to him.
No, but he asserted a date and you bailed out.
You know,
So
if you bailed out on that
was
date,
attractive and somebody you were interested in, and he demonstrated interest in you, and then he asserted for the date, why would you back out?
Because I was like, he's the 6'2", like German white dude. Like, we look so different. And I was.
oh, he white.
What race was he? What race was he?
White.
German.
What's his race?
German looking.
What does that matter? You found
what
him.
was his race?
No. I'm gonna tell y'all, the white dudes love.
It just made me
The
shy.
white dudes like them,
love her.
Lupita. Like, I believe you. White dudes like them just like.
Yeah, he fucking loves her.
Oh, so he's Caucasian. That explains a lot.
No, that doesn't matter. She still found him attractive.
And that's your type. You said
I just said it explains a lot. That's all I said.
Yeah, he her type. She's
white,
scared.
6'2", white.
Engineer, and then when men are really attractive, women start like gravitating around them. Like, randomly just like approaching him. Not even.
So do you date? How often?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was about to say. Do you typically date white men? Is that like?
Yeah, I would say so.
Oh, maybe that's why you ain't.
Do you
finding...
prefer white men over black men?
No, but that's all I.
Do you
have.
think? Do you think you can take? You can handle an African American man? I'm gonna stop saying black.
Look, I thought you was.
I don't think I can. I need a certain level of commitment. I don't think black men, especially in this area, are even thinking commitment.
That even though I do think there are white men who like black women, I do think that for those black women who prefer white men, I do think a lot of times. Oh, okay. Because I was about to say, I do think a lot of times, like just because you want them, don't mean they be wanting. What you say?
Black men, where I'm at, they don't check for me. They don't have to.
Where are you? What's?
I'm in the Bay Area, like San Francisco.
You in the Bay Area?
Oh shit, they gay. My bad.
No, they're not gay. They just have. Everyone wants them. You are a 6'2" black man. Oh my god. No.
Yeah,
they have,
gay.
And they don't like black women. Like,
so and you know what I think you should do? I think if you do this, you'll be in such high demand. If you go to the gym and you commit yourself for a year, you would be looking amazing. Like you have a nice look.
Did you say gym? Did you say gym?
If she go to the gym,
this ain't my conversation. Y'all call me when y'all talk about food.
I'm just saying. I think that if you hit your peak, and the same for me, I think the same thing about myself. If I go to the gym and I commit myself for a certain period of time, I think I'll be a really nice looking person.
Let me show you something. Can you see this? Sorry. Can y'all see this? That was me.
Okay.
Right?
Let's see the
This was me 2 years ago. This was me a year and a half ago. I stay in the gym, bro. I'm a bro.
So I know Shanice, don't lie to me. I mean,
move your camera, goddamn.
And don't lie.
It's not
don't
gonna
lie to
happen.
me.
I have work to do.
Yeah, because
Wait, go ahead.
I know I was saying don't lie to me because that was a year ago. What you been doing since then?
I ended a relationship.
Okay.
And
it's time to get back to work. I'm your accountability partner.
I just feel like I just need to take my time before, because I really loved him. So.
Okay.
Oh, you still healing? Okay.
We gonna heal while we get this working.
Listen, I want this, but I also recognize there's stuff I need to like. I was shy. I just don't want to be hurt again.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah, but
I mean, I'm sorry. I said that the wrong way.
I know it's gonna happen, but
it is impossible to get the results you want without risk.
I know that's when I did the shit I did. It's just it sucks when you do it and they don't invest back.
Well, so we gotta unpack that. We gotta unpack that because I got a sister-in-law who was dating this dude, right? And she been here 6 years in Houston, right? And she kind of more. My wife got like a bunch of fucking sisters, but this one is the most like her. So I'm kind of like, why is she not married? She listens to the worst advice. She listens to everybody's advice except mine. So of course, when she come to ask me for advice, she's like, what should I do? I really like this guy. I said, bring him to me.
You're not
bring
going
him over. I don't know if this was 4th of July, one of these holidays or something. I said, bring him to the crib. Women, especially if y'all getting y'all head knocked into the headboard, y'all turn, what is it called? Red flags into yellow flags into green flags. All right. Just to stay with the dude because you like him so much. Yeah. Do you know, like, I didn't do anything crazy. I ain't like pull a Bad Boys 2 on this nigga or nothing. We just talking like, yo, what's good goals, man? You know what I mean? You in the family, that type stuff, right? I mean, she said the week after he came here, dude start acting funny. Right? Because she wanted to let the dude know I got a certain amount of investment in this, and I need the reciprocity immediately. And I don't think women exit the relationship if they're not getting the reciprocity they need immediately. A dude will waste your time if you let him. Here's why. It is extremely hard for men to get box. And if they get a woman that's going to give them regular box without a certain amount of investment, they're going to keep that box as long as they can. We're biologically wired for that. If this woman don't let me use her body to masturbate, well, damn it, I'm going to do it.
That's true.
Right? So women, yeah.
But
I'm not saying you.
That I want, I have to qualify for him, right? So the competition's different. I know he can get the man I'm seeking. He can have literally anyone, and it has nothing to do with his finances. It's the way he carries his masculinity. So I'm actually trying to qualify for him, and I recognize like this competition. I know women are going to call me a pick me, but you need to come a certain way. You can't just bring box. You can have sex with these men on the first night, and it doesn't matter, you know. So I feel like while this is true, the men that are actually worth that submission, they don't. But the box is cool, but like they want to see what else you're giving. But if you give too much to them without anything in return, it's so draining.
I mean, I don't know. And check this out. Like, why are relationships the only interview where we don't think we're marketing all of our capability? Right? It's like you want to hold yourself back. No, I think other than sex, without leaving sex, with leaving sex out of it, I think that relationships in general, I'm sorry, the courtship process in general should be putting all you have to offer on display.
That's like saying come into my house and steal all my shit.
No, I'm not talking about coming to your house, but I'm like, he should know if you can cook. He should know if you how you plan to raise children. He should know all of this up front. And I don't get the vibe that people are talking about these things and they just wondering if a dude is down.
The thing is, like, though, men will talk. This man in particular can talk a really good game, right? And I'll be honest, when I met him, I was really overweight, so his attention was. Anyway, my point is, I believed what he said, but after 3 months, after 6 months, I started seeing some things, and I didn't walk away, right? I kept trying to prove that I was enough for him, and really, when you start giving men all of these benefits without actually having that exchange where he's deeply investing in you in return, why the fuck would he marry me?
No, I mean that's smart. I mean that's why I'm like immediate investment, like immediate investment. Look, I'm gonna tell you how amazing. Listen, and I'm gonna be honest, it's really bad out here for women because the dynamic y'all created with the sexual revolution. The men that are most eligible to pretty much all women have too many choices, so now they can't choose.
And now the OF girls think that they're on the same level of
yeah,
life.
like all the best men got too many choices. Like I like them all. I don't know.
And that's the issue, right? Like y'all aren't committing. Even the good ones are like, there's no need.
Well, I think there are categories of things that need to happen first. So look at what has been done before, right? The more things change, the more they stay the same. Do you know that even though women claim to hate patriarchy protected them? You know, men were perfectly fine with putting a ring on your finger before they had to hit. They did that already because your daddy said he had to. So if you remember these stories, you know how quickly men got married when women weren't giving it up.
The thing is, though, like
6 months.
Do not want the responsibility of a wife if he's not in a financial position to take care of himself. A lot of these men are like, why would I ever invite her into my life if I can't? I don't know. I get what you're saying, but those men also have a capacity to take care.
You know what? I was just talking to one of my homegirls from the Navy back in the day. You know what she brought up? Yo, I'm gonna tell you something crazy. This chick makes $600K a year.
Oh, shit.
And I mean, she's one of those like alternative hustlers, right? We built this billing business together, and she took it her way, I took it my way. She went to DC with her shit, so she's doing crazy numbers. So she said, I feel like my man is intimidated by how much I make. I was like, so she got her own crib, she got 2 cars, all this type of stuff. She's like, how do I let him know I'm really down? And this is what I think a lot of women are struggling with. You don't know what gestures to make, even though you make your own money. You don't know how to reposition yourself as the woman in the relationship because it can't be too many.
Oh my God, you're so right.
So let me tell you what I told her. He ain't moving into your crib. I'm not gonna tell him to do that shit. I said, this crib that you got, you need to make a gesture because the same way a man got to lay it out all on the line and say, this is ours now. That's exactly what you need to do with your shit. You either gonna put that house up for sale or rent it. I was like, or rent it because he's not moving in and he shouldn't. Ain't no woman ever gonna tell no man, get the hell up out of my house. I'll be damned. So what you need to do, I would say sell it. I told her to sell it. You take that money to that man and said, this is what I have to offer you as an investment in our house and our future. That's a woman bringing her shit to the dude saying, "You're the man. You decide. I trust you. I have this thing that I'm trying to build with you." Right. So I'm saying, like, if we're going to, like you said, adapt to this new way of doing things where women got money, women got their own crib, you need to find a way to reposition yourself as the woman in the relationship and offer him that. Like,
okay,
look,
and you are right.
Who disagrees with that?
No one. I just think the highlight part is women don't know how to add value to a man outside of the coochie part and whatever, right? Like, how can I show him reciprocally that this is mutual? A lot of women have not learned how to lead with that, or at least they're scared to do so.
So what's your story?
Mine?
Yeah.
I grew up in a very, I would say, traditional-ish Ghanaian immigrant family. I
was talking about that. I was talking about because you say a lot of women, a lot of women, a lot of women.
The femininity part?
I'm
Yeah.
talking about, what do you think that could be a change for you?
Oh, that's a good question. I think allowing a man to be a man, I guess, and not like being scared, I guess. Okay, let me rephrase. I struggle sometimes with understanding if this man is here for the right reasons. If you haven't noticed, I have this, I just struggle with reading people and their intentions. And so part of me is scared to be vulnerable, not because I don't want to be, but because I'm afraid to get it wrong. But naturally, like, this is how it. Does that make sense? I need to be a better discerner.
Are you sure you didn't get that box up in 5 years?
I'm screaming.
5 years ago, I gave him
screaming,
and we didn't have sex since then.
Okay. Well, you don't got to be honest with me, but later on, when you thinking to yourself, you like, I want you to really think about, all right, when's the last time I gave this box up? Did I give it up too fast? Because typically, when women have issues, kind of like,
I know I did.
Okay, yeah, because typically when women have issues, like, kind of discerning, typically they give up that asset too fast and they lose any type of leverage.
Because you see a high value man, you're like, what the, like, there's something that happens where you just want to do it. It's not even.
What's a high value man?
He is consistent. He is unwavering in his values. He's very fit and masculine. You feel safe around him. He just doesn't, like, I can be super bubbly, but I look to him and he's just calm and steady. That's a high value man. And that's the kind of man you want to give it up to. You don't want to weaponize schmecks with him. Like, you
don't want to weaponize sex, no.
Yeah, like, oh, you have to wait 90 days to have access to me. Coochie is coochie.
Well, no, it's not like wait 90 days, but like if a man is really into you, I'm not worried about sex. Like I don't.
It doesn't matter if we have it on the first night or a year from now.
Yeah, I'm not. I will wait for you to lead that when it comes. If I'm like, I'm not going to start. So what about sex? I'm not even talking about that. I'm interested in getting to know you. So you'll.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Do you think men know if they're interested unless they have sex? Like, y'all need post-nut therapy?
I know that I'm interested by me not thinking about sex.
That's beautiful.
What?
Y'all are always thinking about sex.
No, not all the time. Like, listen, if we want to have sex with you, we on it. We gonna engage exactly how long it's gonna take me. Feel your energy. It might be 1 date, 2 date. It might be 1 pull up, 2 pull up. But if I genuinely I'm like, yo, I like this girl. I'm interested. Like, what do you do? Like, I want to talk to you.
But that's what I'm saying. Men know both good men and bad men play the same game. And
can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Wait, can I respond to what the gentleman just said?
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Hi, how you doing?
Are you mixed?
No, I'm from Oklahoma.
What kind of question was that?
I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask the gentleman in the do-rag. Do you think that maybe your perspective is that way because you've had multiple options Whereas if the average man or below average man is maybe not having multiple options like maybe you do, it's harder for him to have that sort of patience with women sexually.
It's very possible.
He didn't have that many options.
I don't know. If he don't got options, shouldn't his patience be higher?
Men think having,
Shouldn't she bullying people tonight?
like,
No,
this is why
I'm
prostitution is
submissive
bad.
tonight.
This is why prostitution is bad.
I'm submissive tonight.
It makes men lazy. Nothing in this world is free, but porn is. I don't know if y'all realize, like, what he just said is men adapt and create and do all types of genius things, right, for their women or whatever. But porn and women who sell it kind of subvert that. It's like numbing that natural drive, that sexual energy that you guys have to like take it and to build shit. It gets muted when you have access to girls. It's very entitled and one-sided.
Nah, the only time that digital sexual exchange is more valuable than the real thing is the fact that the women are insufferable. Men are not trading digital exchange for the real thing. They're not doing.
That's not been my experience. I know plenty of men who have said
around what I just said. Only way
you didn't hear what he said. He said the headache is not worth. The headache is not worth the hand. It's a lot of men, younger, older, have realized that as much as we adore and enjoy women, that sometimes dealing with the idiocracies of women is not worth it. And when you start to kind of have the same pattern over and over and over again, and the way that the world is going right now with VR porn, and the way that everything's going, it's just a cost analysis. Like, hey, I can chill at home in my bubble, play my games, watch my Simpsons, get on VR and do this versus doing the ins and outs of courting and turning on a woman to get some sexual pleasure.
Right.
It's work.
So now
I don't think that a lot of women understand that.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work to hear y'all stories and then turn them into something funny to seduce you. And it's a whole job.
Yeah.
Okay, just get a dial.
That's the point, right?
Why would I get?
Because in this,
just get a dial. Because we don't want to stress you out. We don't want to stress you out, King. Get a dial.
Every species has to.
I'm not a king. I don't. No one's underneath me. I'm not a king. And secondly,
okay, son,
you said
get a dial.
Get a. Did you call me son?
Okay. I don't know what to call you.
So your solution.
Your solution
is.
I still don't know.
Bro, don't get mud on your shoes, bro. Bro in Berlin, don't get mud on your shoes talking to her.
I wonder if but men don't just want.
Keep your shoes clean. You don't even respond to her.
I think sex is asking men to settle, don't you think? Because it's not, y'all aren't entering relationships just for the sex. There's more that comes with it. It's the nurturing, it's the caring.
No, it's about the sex. No. It's for the sex. It's for the sex.
If that was true, then why do people pay for OF if porn is free? There's a certain level of intimacy that's occurring that these women have been able to sell. It's not just the sex. And that's the thing that I think you're missing. When men engage with sex, y'all, like, yes, it feels good, but there's so much more that comes with it. There is a certain level of validation that comes with it. There's a certain level of power. So, like, y'all become a whole different dude when you have a good woman you can rely on and you're having consistent sex with.
I'm gonna tell you what
you're also a different dude when you got a bunch of hoes.
And that's what I'm saying.
And
Y'all
when you have a reputation in the community for being that dude who can get those hoes, then you also move with a different sort of positive energy. It's the same thing from having, if you have a good woman, or if you got the reputation of having a bunch of hoes and you putting it down and all. I actually think you have a better feeling from having a bunch of hoes than having just one woman.
I think it makes it very difficult for you to trust that it's even worth being with one woman because you have all of these other women distracting you with coochie. You can't even see. Most of those women would never be there when you're sick. They would never be there when your mom dies. They actually don't really give a fuck. And honestly, I don't think that's a flex to not have a woman who's willing to go to bat for you. And I think that's what men actually do want beyond all the big axes.
I think what you're doing.
I don't think you've been speaking to men who are married. Men who are married will tell you that the women that they have been with for the longest don't care about them that way. The funny thing is the hoes know how to fake it. Men would be much happier if their wives could fake it. If men would be much happier if the wives could fake it.
Why?
What do you want to say?
Because if why would they be happier with their wife faking it?
Because we care about the affection, and that's it.
There it is. There it is. That's what I'm
We
saying.
care about the affection. If you're not being affectionate to me, if you don't know how to be amused, then what am I doing all this work for? If all you are is just a younger version of my mother, then why am I dealing with you? And unfortunately, after a relationship is about 3 to 4 years, women turn into men's mothers. And you don't want to have sex with your mother. So that's why a lot of men end up cheating.
Yo.
I think that's his perspective. What I will tell you.
What did you say?
I'll tell you what I noticed that you're doing, and I think what you're doing.
I'm a little tired. I'm sorry.
No, I think what you're doing is you're trying to compile generally men's experience with women from a female's perspective. And I'm gonna tell you something that I believe is most men won't admit. The act of sex is definitely of tremendous value to most men, but sex for men is the collective dance of pursuit of women. It's not just the act. Say that again. What happened?
Is it the conquest? The conquest?
But it's no experience of her. You'll hear more men brag about her cooking food than how she busted open. Like that's it comes as a collective experience. Sex is definitely of utmost.
Which is
true. That depends on how much box you get. Like, because if you're a man who gets box, I know for me, and not even just for me, like a lot of men enjoy the whole process, and a lot of men try to act like, "Oh, baby, I just was fucking." Like, no, you went on a date, you started liking her, you enjoyed meeting her, meeting new people, and all that type of. You enjoyed that whole entire process. But men who don't really get box, they trying to get box. Like, I think that's the goal.
I agree. I agree. But I'm speaking to what Ann is, in a sense, trying to say. Is it just sex? It's no. Men like women. They love women. They adore women. So it's the pursuit. So sex is not the act, just the climax. It is the whole buildup, like Dope just said.
Mm-hmm. Does it get better when you're doing it with your woman, your best friend, your like the pursuit that you're talking about? Does that still drive you guys even 20 years in? Or is it just coochie and you just need it?
It's a combination of both, in my opinion.
I mean, yeah.
Oh my God.
I think only one of us probably can speak to 20 years in on here. I know I ain't even that old to speak to no 20 years.
I'm just think about how you were before you had sex, like when you were a virgin. Think about how you like loved women, how you saw them, and then think about who you became after you were able to have coochie a couple times.
So you remember earlier, Ann, when I said that some men, there are like two types of men that get married.
Yeah,
there's the men that I love the woman, and there's the men that's ran through everything. It's so yeah. There is a way to do that, but what you're talking about more so is intimacy. And that's actually hard for men to realize. Like, I think True just kind of really landed on something that I haven't heard before. It's like somebody said men who don't get ass will probably be preoccupied with just getting ass.
Yo.
And then the worst part is that like most men out here that are articulate, that went to college, that pledged to frat, all that, got a lot of ass, and that shit does not move me. So what ended up changing the game for me was finding a woman where I could achieve real intimacy with, and that's something we don't talk about as men. That's just kind of like taboo, you know what I mean? But the interesting part about the way men tend to lose interest with women, you choose a wife based on the person you can keep choosing later. So it's like, so it's like, even though I can just go smash this lady, this particular one, I want to learn a different style of like, and it's like, I want to achieve intimacy with this woman. I don't really do X, but I want to look in her eyes. I might kiss her a little longer. So that's what ends up happening with men in their woman is like, yes, you can't have that with a woman because you care enough to try. Like we can discard women very easily, sexually, and that's the deference you give to your wife. Like, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna fix this 1,000 times. I'm gonna try to find a way to be into her no matter what. So
I love that, and I wish.
Can I just say one thing to follow up what Trigger said?
Yeah. Do you think that's realistic? I was gonna ask you. Do you think that's realistic for men? Like, or are they moving with fear?
It's both. It's a justified fear, but you also have to realize what like these guys went to college. You know, most men's sexual experience, the most we get is like pity pussy. You know, like most men just get like, okay, here you go. And there's another tier of men. There's like a tier of twat, and those men get women who really, really want to put it on them. So those men, they can then want intimacy because they've experienced a love from women or a passion for women that most men have never experienced. So when they hear men like saying, "Oh, I'm doing all this," they're like, I've lived in Brazil for 6 years. I don't need all that because they've already experienced that. That's why you're supposed to go crazy in your 20s before you have kids and before you try to commit. You're supposed to sow your wild oats so that when it's time to commit in your 30s and 40s and some new chick tries to come and seduce you, you can be in your head. I've had 2 of you in Brazil underneath the moonlight. You ain't even seducing me. So I'm not gonna. So you have to do what you do in your 20s so you can be a universal faithful man in your 30s and 40s. The problem is most people aren't doing that. And that's why when
it doesn't make sense. How can I practice this sexual discipline by being promiscuous? That doesn't make sense.
My pushback to him, what he's saying though, is I don't really believe every man is engineered to be able to surf these waves of dealing with multiple women.
And then once you reach that level, why the fuck would you stop surfing?
Well, let me explain it. This is a fallacy. I've watched men attempt to do this. Every dude can't do it. They think that they can do it, but it requires a certain level of skill. It requires development. It requires So I think to a degree, I hear what bro is saying. I just think that it's not as simple as just getting a whole bunch of ass and then it just leaves your system and now you can focus.
No, sir. The number is 3. You're supposed to have 3. That's it. You have 3 in rotation in your 20s, and that's
where I think the consensus lies is that however many women it takes for you to learn the nature of women is enough. So do you want to know where my tap out? I tap out. I literally said this shit to myself in a room with a chick. I had moved to Houston, boy. That was the greatest move I ever made in my life. I was just like there was this chick at the club.
You're smiling too big, Mike.
Man, look, wait. I don't know what was going on with my game that night. I got that corny, goofy game. That's why I don't like when people be like, "Oh, corny nigga." I'm like, "Yo, I'm a corny nigga. I've gotten more ass."
Laugh my panties off.
You see what I'm saying? But I got that chick to come to the crib. She took me to some place called House of Pies. Made a little joke. Like I didn't even think I was gonna get ass. She was like, "I just need to see what you look like in the light before I go home with you." I was like, "Word." So as this woman was sleeping in my bed, like I told myself, like, "Man, this shit ain't worth it." I was like, "These hoes ain't worth it." That was a thought that
while you were in her bed is crazy work.
No, she was in mine, and I was trying to figure out a way to kick her out because I broke one of my rules. Like, you don't stay the night.
And you probably tried to use that poor girl.
And the thing is like when you have to do that, and then you got to explain to the other one in your phone why you can't make it that night, and then she's talking about you don't take me seriously, all this type of stuff. It was something in dealing with multiple women at the same time. I just kind of threw my hands up, was like, none of this is worth it. It's never worth it. The emotional gymnastics to do it, and I just kind of gave up. I gave up.
No, if once you have your money right, or once you stand on your square, you don't have to do the gymnastics to do all that. If you already have the reputation in your community as being the sexual whatever, then, or if you already have the reputation and you have the receipts to show that you're making this kind of money, then you don't have to go through the mental gymnastics. You do it to yourself. Maybe you play yourself, but once you already are chosen, you don't have to do all this other stuff to be continually to be chosen. Like that's how it works in our community. Once you already have the clout, you don't have to do all these other things to kind of like get women to choose you. You've already been chosen by this.
It's not even about what I'm saying is it's not about getting the women. It's about dealing with them.
Dealing with them. Thank you, Mike.
It's dealing with them. Yeah. Like even when people say when is a man gonna settle down, it's like, look, I say however many women it takes for him to learn the nature of women.
Can you learn the nature of women and only date one group of women?
Huh? Say again.
Can you say that you learn the nature of women if you let's say you only dated black women? Can you say that you've learned the nature of women if you've only dated black women?
Man, the quickest. You'll learn the quickest that way. How about that?
So why do you say that?
So it doesn't matter culturally. It doesn't matter.
No.
If you date one group of women,
honestly,
you.
Okay, let me give you like some of the examples. I'm actually going to take you through it from the not even the lesson, what was learned. When I say learn the nature of women, it is better to tell women the truth than to lie, because you're going to get the same result anyway. If you don't have to lie to her to get her to stay with you, if you tell her, look, you ain't the only one, and I really, really like you, but I want to fuck other women sometimes, and you tell her that to her face, guess what? She going to fuck with you anyway. Like, you see, that's learning. What I'm saying is that's learning the nature of women. It's that they do not get upset at the truth. They get upset by deceit, right? So I'm saying that you will learn as
You're
long
saying
as
women don't get upset by the truth.
No, I'm saying no. What I'm saying is that when you tell the truth, they will mess with you anyway. It's the fact that you didn't give them a choice and you were deceitful.
No, in
about
our
it.
culture, sir, no, women love the lies. No, women are not seduced with the truth. Let's keep it 100.
You need to tell us about
women
are seduced with the truth.
No, women. No, women
you
love
lie to get
no.
Gucci. That's a problem in the first place.
A lot of women love lies, right? That is true.
Love lies.
However, if you are honest up and upfront with a woman, she's not going nowhere.
She's gonna lie to herself.
She'll lie to herself.
I don't think anybody loves lies. I think you love the person that is telling the lies. I don't think I want a man to sit across from me and tell me lies. Okay, so for example,
no, y'all like lies.
Women want lies from each other
use
too.
me for an example. I'm gonna use me for an example. So how you all were just saying, like, if a guy came to me and gave me the truth, like, yeah, Miss Pearl,
you know what? I won't say they like lies because
with other women,
once they find out the reality,
trigger. I think Pearl still talking.
Not bad.
Yeah, just seriously. Like, if a guy came to me and he gave me his truth, like you guys are saying, like, oh well, if you tell the truth, she's gonna mess with you anyway. I think that's like an individual basis. That's situational. That's not every woman. Like, if a guy came to me right now that I'm dating and he's like, oh, it's not just you, it's multiple women. Well, you can play with them. I'm solid.
Exactly.
I'm a one man woman. I want a one woman man. We just don't match. But I'm not about to play with you, and I definitely don't compete. That's
do you really want a one woman? You want a one woman man, but you want a man that most women want?
Yeah, you know how much of a flex it is.
So that's not my job for him to sort us out. That's his job to go through.
But if your true intention was getting a one woman man, then women's picking would be different. But women want to pick the man that every woman wants. So that means that you guys don't want a one woman man. You want a one woman. You want a woman. Like, you want a multiple man.
I want a man who
kind of bring him down to commit to you.
No, we want.
It doesn't matter who he wants. Okay, it doesn't matter who wants him. I want a man who wants me and who's dedicated to me, just as if I'm dedicated to him. I'm an attractive woman. It's probably a million men in my DMs. That doesn't matter, and it shouldn't matter to the man.
And you'll be responsible for all of it.
It should matter that
can he watch? Is porn cheating?
What?
Is corn cheating?
Yes.
Is corn cheating?
100%, nigga.
Is corn cheating?
Wait, why are you calling me that? Whoa. Who called me that?
That's not me.
Yo, okay. You said, is corn cheating?
No.
Girl, you better stand on business.
It is to me.
No.
It is to me because I just feel like that's my level of attention that you're giving.
Okay, no problem.
Else.
So you want to be responsible for your man's every single orgasm?
Bro.
No, she's saying she doesn't want to share intimacy with a man.
I'm just asking questions. She said corn is cheating. So you want to be responsible for? Can he think about other women while he's masturbating?
No, I mean, why would you?
Okay, no problem. So that means you want to be responsible for every. So you want to be responsible for his every orgasm for the rest of your life.
I don't find that.
And cut it out. You frustrated. That's why you acting like this.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you. I'm not even gonna respond to. I'm not even gonna respond to the corn is cheating thing. All I'm gonna say is that if you are a woman that believe a man watching corn is cheating, then your frequency better remain consistent at 3-4 times a week.
And maybe more.
A week? No. Twice a day.
This isn't. Yeah,
Thank you.
That doesn't.
All right, dope is a freak.
The frequency is not. It really isn't. It's not.
And
it's not
illogical.
I don't even think I got twice a day energy no more now. But
for me, it's just about the emotional connection. Like, I understand that men are gonna watch. They're gonna do what they do. They have their thoughts. As long as I feel like there's a level of dedication and intimacy that we
So you're
share.
asking him to
I'm not
lie to
trying
you.
to attack you. I'm not trying to control
You're asking the man that you love to lie to you because there's no way he's going to not think of other people when he's going to think of other women when he's in you.
That is such a poor lack of sexual discipline. I don't even think you realize.
It is our culture.
Man, hey, bro.
It is our culture.
Bro.
It's our culture.
What is that?
It's a poor. We lack sexual discipline in our culture.
You're a woman and you're fantasizing about.
That's trifling, man. I ain't never been
Yes,
like.
we do. Y'all do it too. Why are you? Women think about other men while they're with us too. So why are we having this lie? Women, y'all think about other men when we're.
I don't think about another man when I'm intimate with my man. I don't. Another man does not cross my mind. That is not
when
what's
a woman
happening.
Loves you, sir. When a woman loves you, it's not.
Okay, then maybe you haven't been in a relationship for a long time. But okay, so then why is cosplay such a big thing in Black women's community sexually?
Black women community. I've never even dressed
You
up in
tell
this.
us
What are you talking
because
about?
here's what you're missing. You are stuck in a fantasy world, and this is the issue.
I'm stuck in reality.
Don't understand what true intimacy feels like. When you really love a man, there is nothing you won't do for him. You will bend over backwards twice a week to please him.
After 3 years, I say that's not true. I think women think that in the beginning, but after time, y'all get used to the man. Y'all get used to the man, and sexually, you guys do not want to please the man the same way that you did in the honeymoon phase.
Because you weren't.
And that's just the truth.
And think you about to get away with saying twice a week. I say 3-4 times a week.
If you
ain't no twice a week.
What twice a week?
And talk about twice a week. What the hell?
Oh no, and what do you?
Oh, she changed it twice a day.
No, I didn't change it. I said twice a day. I'm hunting.
No, you said twice a week. I was just making sure. Who you think you messing with? That
let me rephrase.
That's either 3-4 days in between. I don't know.
I need to be very honest with you. When I love and I'm deeply connected to a man, like most women, we will do anything to please you. There is no other man. We don't even see other niggas because we want you. And if you have,
you are lying so much right now.
Because you're in a relationship with women who are transactional, who don't like you enough.
No. So bro in Berlin.
Am I wrong?
So no, she's not even wrong. I think where you might be coming from, bro, is that I think a lot of women change that during the course of a relationship. It's like when in the beginning,
again, I've been a career bartender all my life. Men and women on both sides have said once the kids come, it all freaking changes. That's why I was asking the lady in the yellow. You want to be responsible for that man's every orgasm for the rest of his life? And she's saying yes. And women do not.
That's more realistic conversation.
Because the only way to validate that I know I'm still your girl is the fact that you left after me.
No, I don't think you know you're lying. I don't think you guys are conscious of it. I think that you are.
I think you guys are aware.
I am conscious. I don't mind pleasing my man when he wants
to
be pleased.
What about when you're mad at him?
You're never going to
What about when you're mad at him? What about when you're upset with him? What about when he makes a mistake? Do you still have a problem doing it then?
It's gonna be better then.
I might be mad, but I still
be better then. What is
you know what? I'm not gonna call Cap. I'm not gonna call Cap.
I don't even want you to think about your coworkers.
I'm not gonna call Cap. Let me tell you why. It did because we don't know her man. I'm gonna tell you why I don't think I'm gonna call Cap. I think the more masculine you are as a man, for some reason, I just believe this. The more your woman knows, other women find you attractive.
Exactly. And we are
and this is why I was saying earlier, when you're a really masculine man, and this is something that I had to learn. Like now, for some reason, my mom, every time my mother-in-law comes, she makes my wife very insecure about me because she'll say stuff like, "What this white woman doing talking to Mike that damn long?" Like she'll be doing shit like that, and she'll be like, "Ooh, my son-in-law is so mad." You just be the way you just be raising your son. She be saying stuff like that. But then it'll make my wife insecure. Like these bitches are looking at my man. Like I'm telling you, there is a revolution where some women don't mess with men until they married, right? Like now, all of a sudden, everybody want to come borrow the weed whacker and shit, and there'll be a woman in coochie cutters at your door. So I think that a woman who knows her man is attractive, either visually or just his presence wise. When this nigga wants some ass, they always give it up. I'm trying to tell you, somebody who's literally
in the gym every day.
Trigger, no. triggers the women. No, once the marriage has happened and they know that the penalties that from, I've heard men break down about this, where the men are in shape and the women are not. And they cannot leave because the women know that they have the divorce over the head. The men know that if they have the divorce, they're going to lose a lot of their fatherhood rights. So it's a prison that they're in. It happens so many times where men are not getting the affection from these said women that supposedly love them for the rest of their lives, and they can't do anything about it because they are afraid of losing their fatherhood and they're afraid of the penalties of divorce. So they find themselves in a situation, doesn't matter how masculine they are or not, they are in prison because the women do not want to change. And you becoming more masculine.
Let me give you the name of what it's called.
He's
I'm
right.
sorry. The name of what that was called is protective jealousy. So she basically giving you to make sure your balls drain because she don't want you going out here. The women can be protectively jealous over their men. It's like, no. These ladies out here. What do older women do? Y'all know older women are some freaks.
Yeah, they freaks.
Have y'all ever noticed older like in church? Let me tell you how I found this out. Older women always touching areas of men that, like, if they man die, like your shoulders and shit. And then we'll get in the car. My wife be like, "What the fuck? Her hands was all on you for." I'd be like, "That shit felt weird as hell." Like, yeah, that shit felt weird as hell. But they love so that protective jealousy. I was like, oh, yeah, I'm definitely getting some ass tonight. She asked me what the hell that
could
was.
it just be that women like feeling on? Could it simply be that women like feeling new men, just like men like feeling on new women? Could it be that simple?
That's exactly what it is. But I'm telling you that's going to result in your woman, some women, giving that man some. Like the more jealous you make her, you're not. I don't
think women are yours anyway.
The more women that are responding to your virile masculinity, the more your woman.
It's the truth. Everything in life is borrowed.
Hold on,
everything is borrowed.
Trigger, I don't.
It's the reality. The more that we lie to ourselves about the
experience of a dysfunctional society.
Hold on,
our culture is dysfunctional. Okay, I'm glad you just now realized this.
I'm gonna push back on Trigger's point about that. I don't think that all women's jealousy response will manifest the same way.
It does.
A woman can be jealous of you, and she can get home and she can argue with you and not give you no box. I mean, she can be jealous of the other woman and she can just not give you no box, right? They don't listen. You would think that a woman was that smart to respond that way. Like you would think that a woman was smart enough to be like, all right, if you have an issue with me, you know that if you are feminine, you're going to get whatever you want out of me. However, they will still go the route of being upset and mad at you and just don't go the masculine route instead of just being like, yo, when you soft, whatever you want, I'm like, yo, I'll fix it.
You know what? You're right in the fact that nothing is an all, but most women definitely smash. Like literally a jealous smash. Jealous smash. Like I'll say, good 80% of women are good for a jealous smash.
Bro, even
for a lifetime, sir. It happens. A jealous smash might be that night.
You know what?
It is not a consistent smashing.
You know what? Do you know what? Yes, and the only reason I'm gonna say for a lifetime is that this is what we're talking about on the men's end. When a man becomes less attractive to a woman, the more he acquiesces to her. So it's almost as if saying, you are trying to please me too much. I don't feel jealous over you no more. And you don't give me the environment to feel jealous over you, right? So like women always want to know, even if they don't want him to act on it, they always want to know a man could cheat. Like they always want women to kind of like want their man, even their sisters. That's just kind of disgusting. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, you want everybody to be complimenting what you got, to secretly be jealous of what you got. I think women give the box up to those men on demand.
Yeah. I also
you don't want your male cousin to be jealous of the woman you have.
Why?
Yeah, I mean, well, it can work.
Then you're being hypocritical by saying it's disgusting to women and their sisters.
Berlin, is that right? For men, I'm sorry, with men and women, there's an equal but opposite reaction always. So yeah, we want the same thing. It's just going to manifest itself. If he touch my wife, then they're going to die. But you get it, right? Like.
I wanted to push back on.
Whoa! Did you say if somebody touch? Whoa! You said somebody touches your wife, they gonna die.
They're gonna die.
Why ain't you checking your wife? Why are you trying to kill the person that got your wife?
Why ain't I check? Are you saying like this is a real scenario?
I think he's saying if his cousin really actually pursued his wife.
Why are you going at the dude who got your wife if he talked her out of her panties?
Because
man, you know that this is because I don't shy away from this conversation at all. This is one that there's something that I realize in the statistics where it says women cheat, the same as men. I said impossible. Women cheat more. A woman can go outside and have sex every single day if she wants to, because y'all have access like that. Men don't have access. No, that's what I'm saying. Men don't have access. Men have the desire to cheat, of course, but we don't have the access. So I always thought like if that means that men are getting cheated on, they just don't say nothing. You know what I mean? Like one of my good homies, we were drunk at homecoming like 2 homecomings ago. And he was so drunk, he admitted why him and his ex-wife fell out. And he was like, this bitch cheated on me. He was like, what? He never would have said that shit if he wasn't that drunk. But the thing is, it's like when people ask me what you gonna do if your wife ever cheat, nigga, I don't know. And the crazy part is I think a lot of men don't know because it depends on if everybody knows or not.
I know.
I was gonna say, look, let me tell you the pressure that I'm under, right? I'm Nigerian.
I'm still waiting. I'm still trying to hear why you're going after the dude, sir.
Hold on. I'm the eldest.
You're being very long-winded on answering why you're going after the guy.
Gonna find out I'm leaving my wife and they're gonna stage an intervention. I'm gonna have like 10. Look, this what's gonna happen. Real dope. I've already thought about it. I'm gonna keep that shit together. They're gonna say, think about your children, nigga. The shit ain't gonna look the same at all. The marriage not gonna look the same. I might never even sleep with that woman again. So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna have, I don't give a damn what anybody got to say. I'm gonna have my girl over here. I'm keeping this shit good for the camera, for the sake of the kids, and for the sake of the community, whatever they're gonna tell me. But when I go to this woman's house, don't nobody say shit. Like, you know what I mean? So that's the way it's gonna have to look if they, because I know they're gonna pull that particular card on.
I don't understand why people
wait.
like...
He didn't answer the question. Why are you going after the guy to kill him?
Because he's assaulting.
No. I thought you meant make a pass on my woman, not the act has already happened.
I think he was talking about if his cousin physically tried
like,
to pursue his woman, he would.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, no. If the shit already happened,
okay, nothing.
Yeah. If the shit already like happened, it's more a methodical move now. Like,
like if your wife told you, like,
I got zero smoke for the man. Zero smoke. He did what he's supposed to do because that's our culture. Our culture is we're supposed to smash. We don't care if a woman's married or in a relationship or not. In our culture, if it's good to go, it's good to go. I cannot be mad at the man for doing the programming that has been put on us. But now, bro, if we want to be different, if you're in a church, then maybe that's a different scenario. But if it's just a regular dude and I don't know him and he smashes the woman who I think is mine, I have to remind myself she's not mine. Everything is borrowed. Why am I going to go at him to try to?
What the church
I have a question. Let's say you have a
because the church you're supposed to have a different programming if you're inside the church. And as a man, if I'm in the church and you're a man in the church, and then you do that with the woman that I'm with, we can have a different conversation because you're supposed to have a different programming. We're supposed to be on code, but now you're being a hypocrite. So now I'm not going to kill that man, but me and him are going to have a conversation. If it's just some dude, some street dude that I ain't got, what am I even approaching him for? If my woman went for him, go be with him.
You know what?
I'm good.
Berlin, what I will say to that, Berlin, is that you're right. Why am I even talking to that dude? But I did have a conversation with my wife when she asked me what should happen if, and like I'm like a person that believes in natural law. I don't believe in anything happening artificially, like in our society, in our government, like the way a woman can cheat on a man, then take his kids to go live with the new man in his house, or kick the husband out and then bring the new nigga. That's not natural, right? So you won't even see any like uproar from me until it's that situation, right? In my particular culture, another man cannot raise somebody's kids. Meaning that if you divorce a man, a woman has the right to get divorced. You leave those children with that man or that man's family. You cannot bring in another man to raise these kids. Like that.
Our American culture.
I was gonna say it's diabolical the other way around. No man will ever. Here's the crazy part. I just built this house for my family from the ground up. Just imagine my wife divorcing me. The court say I got to get out of my own fucking house. Then she get a new boyfriend, then move this nigga in. He gets upset and whoops my kids. That nigga's gonna die because that's what my culture.
You to help? Oh my god!
No.
That's what my culture said. So that means your culture.
These are my.
Now
children.
You're in jail for killing that man.
No.
Who's gonna raise your kids?
No. I'm saying before we get to that, what the interesting thing is like. You got to understand the culture part of it. Like I got a few cousins that are divorced and all of them got custody of their children, which is wild because they understand that fact. You cannot bring your headship into this house. This house was already established. These children belong to me. She can do whatever she wants as a divorced woman. That man cannot have headship over my children. You got to bring my children over here. So
okay, you have a different culture than we have, sir.
Yeah, no. But no.
Everybody,
I'm saying that's
is
the
anyone
only
else
time it would
foundational
get,
Black American?
Yeah, that's the only time it would get contentious is when somebody thinks they're actually gonna do that stepdaddy shit over here. I'm a stomp. Yeah, like.
But no, wait. They have the police on their side and a government on their side. Why are you going to go ahead and fight that? And now all of a sudden you're in jail and you don't get to raise any of your kids. Why fight that battle for your ego?
Because
I'm not even gonna say you're right or wrong or whatever. All I'm gonna say is that I don't think enough women have met the match of a man who, like, it's probably just better to give me the kids. That's why I think. That's why I think. Because I told you, look, I got like 3 cousins.
American women know that they have the system behind them, and you can't make that claim.
No,
In fact,
you're
when
right.
you sign the birth certificate, you're really signing away your father's rights if you really think about it and read what you're signing.
Legally,
you are very, very scared, man.
No. I was like, I'm telling you, legally,
I'm not
you're
scared.
right.
I'm observant, and I've seen the system. And again, it's the only thing that's broken down me in my entire life of bartending, of me having to hug a man and like when he's crying is what happens after a divorce or after what a woman's doing with his kids and child alienation. It's the only thing that breaks down men on a global scale.
No,
so why would I not be? Why would I not pay attention to that?
With this particular situation?
If I can share that, I heard a story today of a man who found his wife cheating. They got divorced. 3 days later, she was remarried to the man who was just a friend. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Why he let his wife have friends? That's out of pocket.
That's another story. My point here is this woman was intentionally weaponizing the children. He stopped making a certain amount of money, and she said, well, if you do not maintain my lifestyle, I'm out. She moved back home to Florida with the kids. He told her, come home. She didn't, and he filed for divorce. 3 days later, she remarried the friend. Men get fucked, absolutely. But what I admire about this man is simply because of that experience, it hasn't jaded him. His money got up. And he now knows love and intimacy and all of that doesn't matter. Your wealth and how much you earn, it doesn't entitle him to a relationship. And he's
so he lost his kids, but he got his money up. So you think he's fine now? No, he's not fine. He's distraught.
No. What I'm saying is
he's not better.
He's got rid of a woman.
He's worse mentally. He's worse than what he was before. It doesn't matter.
He says he's better off.
He's lying because that's our ego. He is lying to you.
A whole bunch of different type of women, but he doesn't. He's not looking to be a polyamorous dude. He's still looking for the one. He's still looking for someone he can devote to.
Yeah, that nigga's gay.
He's not gay. He stood on business.
And let me say this and let me get out of here. I think so. Berlin was right when he's talking about all of that stuff about the system and what it has. But I think the reason my 3 cousins have custody of their children is because I think most women look at those type of men like, I'll be damned before I fight with that nigga. Right. So what I think
it's because the women in that community hold those women.
I know.
What
I'm more so saying is
the sisterhood they have will tell women you can't do that.
What I'm more so saying
I really want to hear Trigger.
What I'm more so saying is that men actually have to be aggressive. This is what I said before, to say stop acquiescing and compromising to the system. Right? Exhaust. Like I think like a woman is doing you wrong, especially if she has a system on her side, you can't be seen letting her win. She should probably want to die before not compromising with you. That's how much of a living hell. That's probably
what's up with you and that?
So what okay, so let's have a solution. Let's have a solution.
It's so scary, by the way, that you're entering relationships with
marriage is scary. Marriage is terrifying.
The worst thing to happen to my husband dying.
It's scary for men.
Oh my God,
it's not scary for women because y'all don't have to deal with the consequences of a divorce.
Men
do. That's why it's scary to us.
And do you know what it is?
Did you say being with a man is enough of a consequence? Is that what you just said?
Not being with my man is enough.
I lost my train of thought. This is what I see a lot of men doing in America. Okay. Despite the woman doing you wrong, doing you dirty, not showing up to visitation, you still have the instinct to protect her somehow. Like there is this the protection of a woman's innocence because your children are involved. I'm telling you to throw that out the window. If she gonna demonize you, unfortunately, for the sake of your children and how you believe they should grow up, demonize her ass right back. Those are the men that have custody of their kids. Believe it or not, you miss a visitation, court order on your fucking door. I'm calling the police. So that's what I'm saying. Like a woman really doesn't want to fight a nigga like me, or like for my kids. You see what I'm saying? So it's like men, for some reason, the woman don't show up. Now you trying to talk to her? Nah.
Yeah, Berlin. I'm not Nigerian or anything, but I got my kids and I got different baby moms. I got my kids.
Okay, but congratulations.
No, but I agree with him. Like I agree with him when it comes to like they know who to play. They know I'm a bulldog, and they know that. Like they know.
What the fuck does that mean?
That I'm
You don't want to fight him.
When I say I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do it, and you know I got the money to do it, and you know I'm not playing.
Okay, so
I'm gonna be the plaintiff every time.
If you don't have the money to do it, then what?
You still have to be a man because you're masculine.
What does that mean? If you don't have the money to do it, and you saying, well, you still have to be a man, what does that mean?
No, you got to figure it out, Berlin. That's what it is.
No.
I'm asking for solutions. You're just saying figure it out.
I don't know. All I know is that if I was in that situation, I would figure it out. I didn't always. I got 20 times the money I had.
So you have custody of your kids, but you can't give an actual solution for a man who doesn't have a lot of money. A solution. You're just saying figure it out. That's the problem.
Okay. No. I'll give you at least what I did. Right. I did as much research as possible. The moment I even thought I might have to take somebody to court, I was on Google immediately. I figured out that I could call a lawyer on the phone for $130 and I could get a consultation and just ask him all the questions that I wanted to ask him in the world. Asked him all the questions I wanted to ask him. And I went back on Google and I just research. I think that's the bare minimum that men should be doing because girls are getting research, but girls aren't Googling stuff. A lot of their friends and family are telling them what to do. Right. Mm-hmm. So I think that's the bare minimum. And I think a man, you should always be the plaintiff. And one another thing is make sure that you don't need a formal custody arrangement with your kids, but you need to be in their lives from the rip, right? Because a lot of men, they think that they can go later on and be like, hey, I only see the kid one day a week, but I'd like more. And the judge is like, yo, you're interfering with their quality of life right now. So I'm not going to give you more right now. I think guys, like I was 50-50 from the beginning. I didn't want her to feel like she was more of a parent. I didn't allow her to feel like she was more of a parent than me. I always wanted her to understand that, like, yo, we're putting in the same commitment with my kids, so that they don't. A lot of times, a lot of guys let them do a lot more. So then a woman are like, these are my kids. So you got to.
He was proactive. He was active
and just to add to that, that's what I'm saying when I'm really saying do not protect her when she's violating. She's basically you. If you don't build a case of your own, the whole shit gonna be used against you anyway. It's already rigged against you.
It's already rigged.
Like Berlin, he's asking for a solution to a problem for men that don't have money, which is most men. So the one thing most men need to do, like my homies did, paperwork. You have to call the cops on her ass. It is court ordered that she bring the kids to you. Don't just get upset and start texting her to death and threatening her. Call the cops and get the paperwork. She is in violation of court order, right? So even though your court date ain't for 4 months, right? You take
can I ask one question and then
the solution is get your money up. You shouldn't be having no kids.
That is not the solution. Getting your money up does not change the fact that you can still get child alienated.
Now,
get your money up.
I wanted to ask Trigger about the solution because he said about calling the cops. Yeah. Would you say that if a man's in a relationship and the moment she even, because you guys believe that verbal abuse is abuse, correct?
Of course it is.
Is verbal abuse abuse?
Yes, especially if I'm saying I'm going to.
Okay, I just wanted to ask. Okay, so if verbal abuse is abuse, yes, legally.
Yes, if I threaten your life, that I can go to jail.
Like that. Well, I mean,
verbal abuse. Legally, I don't think.
Elaborate. You mean like somebody threatening your life, or just emotionally?
If the woman says, "I'll kill," if she's speaking to you in that way, that is verbal abuse, correct?
Yes.
Not legally. Legally, I don't know.
I don't think that's illegal.
It is legally, sir. It is.
So you can I go to jail for saying I'll kill you?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't think. I gotta look that up.
Sir, you can. Go ahead and look it up. Okay, my point with the trigger was, okay, so your solution is essentially the moment that a woman either puts her hands on you or is verbally abusive, that men should simply call the police so they get a report, kick them out. That way they get custody of the kids. That is, I think, a solution. Because I think that the only way that works is if men will stand on code. When a woman puts hands on them, call the police right away and make a report, and don't let her come back. And then she and her family got to figure it out, and you have the kids. I think that's the only solution that actually makes sense.
So like well, I mean, that situation is pretty specific.
It's
but what
the only
I
way
am,
you got to win your fatherhood. Women are not doing
that's
well.
Like, we are saying the same thing. What I think is a bunch of men protecting. Like, why are you protecting the person that's damaging your reputation? And this
the person that's going to ruin your fatherhood.
The worst part about it. When you live in the house, nobody talks about this shit. It is extremely hard for a man to go from family father to single father. Do you know how hard that is?
Yeah,
so now, if you are a real, true, active father, you know how much your kids need you. You know how much your son needs you for emotional regulation. You know how much your daughter has tantrum. So the worst part about it is, like, I could never let my kids be without me, and I need custody of them because I know discipline is more important than love. All of these kids out here that's fucking up, it's not that their mama didn't love them. It's because their daddy wasn't there to discipline them.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why I'm like you have to, don't think about her or protecting her or your image. I don't want her to get hurt. I don't want her to do time. None of that shit. You have to focus on the children. They cannot grow up without me. And since you're not playing ball, any leverage you give me, I'm gonna use it. So we saying the same thing.
Yeah. I have a question for you, and I got a question for you.
Yes, dear.
Because we were talking earlier about marriage and what you would do, and like, oh yeah, I do this for my man. I jerk him off all the time and stuff. All right, cool. So my question is, right? As a woman, do you understand and believe that you are emotional?
Yes.
So you being emotional, what sort of things are you willing to put in place to hold you accountable when you won't be in your right mind? Are you willing to be with a man and sign an agreement, sign a prenup, and also sign at least an agreement that you guys are like, all right, when you are in an emotional state, you still have to abide by these set of rules? Because I believe that things like that should be in place, because you'll get emotional, and I can't trust that when you're mad, you're gonna make a good decision. I know my woman know that when I'm mad, I'm not gonna make no. I'm not.
It's very hard when you're in that space to even think clearly. You're right.
Are you willing to like sign things to make sure that no matter how you feel, it's irrelevant when it comes to, like, you're upset, you're angry, all that type of stuff?
Yes. However, I do want this to be clear. Me signing it isn't to appease him. It's because that's what is needed for the safety of the relationship. So even when I'm emotional, he still deserves to be safe. So yeah, easy. But it's not to appease him. It's because that's going to make our relationship better.
It's fair. It's fair.
However, can he also give me grace, like, when I'm emotional, recognize I might say some stupid shit, and I'm still working on it.
Grace is earned.
Please don't abandon me.
No.
He won't abandon you if you know. He won't abandon you if you know how to apologize.
That's what I'm saying.
I think, most men, if they got actual apologies when women just kind of flew off the helm out of nowhere, because men find it very hard to just speak how we speak around the women that we love. We find that a lot of times it makes you all upset for some reason, when maybe even you asked me a question and I just tried to tell you how I thought, and then all of a sudden you're being emotional on that.
Yeah.
Again, that a woman's supposed to be a man's peace, correct?
Yes. Part of
okay, so
but sometimes to have peace, we have to have war, baby. We can't be afraid of conflict.
Wait, that makes zero logical sense. I think you just said that because you thought it sounded clever.
No, it does make sense. You don't just assume peace. Peace is a choice that we both create. And in order for us to get to peace, we actually have to deal with the bullshit now. And if you're afraid to actually deal with the war that's going on, there's no peace. It's just going to keep coming back and back and back.
Why does it have to be war?
Because, okay, when I say war, what I mean is you are a man, you see the world a different way. I'm a woman, I see the world a different way. You're coming from two.
We're at war with the world. Why are we at war with you?
You know what? Let me say.
I'm not trying to say I'm at conflict with you. I'm saying we are.
And what it seems like, and I think a lot of women do this, is that you want an excuse to regress at a time of your choosing.
No, what I'm saying
you
is
like you want to be able to go from grown adult to a full child and blame it on the fact that you're emotionally erratic, right?
Just
But
like I have to
I'm
understand
pretty sure most men.
times a day.
Hold on. I'm pretty sure most men, even though we know women are emotionally erratic, we're all emotional. Like, you know what I mean? So women are emotionally erratic and emotionally unstable. And what I mean by that is that you lose your ability to logic and reason when you get mad past a certain level, right? Fuck this shit, Tasmanian devil, right? So it's like, and then I'm sorry, the last part of that is that you're not aware nor are you accountable of the consequences after you've done this shit. So that's what we mean by emotionally
And that
erratic.
is a dangerous woman, and you should not marry a woman who acts.
But what I'm saying is that we wouldn't have
I mean,
married.
we shouldn't marry emotional women in
we
general.
wouldn't have married you.
Then that would be the majority of women.
Advance past that level.
You guys, I don't know why you guys think emotion is somehow less valuable. Just because a woman's
Because emotions have devalued our lives. When
And they
women
also
get emotional,
enrich them.
it's rarely a good outcome for
the
men.
reason why I'm willing to birth your child is because I love you. If I knew how much pain it would cost, I would not fucking do it.
That might be you
y'all had that
specifically, but that's not most
What I'm
women.
saying is love is the greatest drug because of this. That
And
emotion.
and I reject that idea that
All I'm
that y'all
saying is-
have babies for us.
No, what I'm saying is, if we
But I know
took
when a
the
woman tell me that,
reality-
I'm gonna hold you
If
accountable.
we took the reality of childbirth, no woman would actually give birth. But it's the emotion she feels after she gives birth, the connection, the entire process of being in love. That's what
Well, come on, and most women get pregnant by accident, so that's cap.
well, no. Why are you guys so unwilling to hear another perspective because it doesn't align with what you think?
No,
I am telling you.
Because it does, maybe that perspective is not aligning up with reality.
Have you considered?
Maybe that perspective is not lining up with, or that perspective that you're spewing is a Disney-fied version of what your reality is.
Or maybe because women are emotional creatures, there's a form of
Men are emotional creatures too. We're all emotional creatures.
Okay, but you're saying emotion in the sense of like it's not worth dealing with someone if they express that, and that's weird.
I'm saying, look, women have, the Crystal Sisters, they understand how to regulate their emotions. They understand how to put their priorities in certain things, but some other sisters have not learned how to regulate their emotions. They're both emotional women, but one type of emotion is going to ruin your life, and the other type of emotion might actually be a muse for you and make you be motivated to do more as a man. It is a different type of woman, and it's a different type of emotion. But majority of our, do I think women choose what?
Do you think women have the capacity to be rational, to choose to not engage in their emotion?
Absolutely,
it's hard sometimes.
Yeah. Do you think men have the capacity to be disciplined about their sexual lust?
Absolutely, they do.
Okay, so then if we know that
we just choose not to because our culture programs us not to do that. Everything in our culture is super.
I think it's lazy to blame.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think it's lazy what you're doing. What you're saying is
it's
true.
It's the truth.
But who creates the culture? It didn't just come out from the
We're
sky.
born into it.
And
the system of white supremacy. The system of white supremacy made the culture. Everything that black culture, everything that black culture is a. I'm not blaming white people. I'm blaming the. Okay, see, it's the infrastructure that we are born into, under redlining, under bad schooling, under everything. The culture that we are put in and programmed to. Think about how in the early '80s we learned how to do the dozens, right? That was part of our. By 5 years old, by 6 years old, in the neighborhoods, whether you were in the city or in the country, we learned how to do the dozens. Now here we are, 20 years later from that, and now look at how we speak to each other on these spaces. Do you think that maybe there's a correlation between how we learned how to speak at an early age in a very insulting way, and now here we are as adults and we're doing the exact same thing? Have you not connected that dot?
I think that is true. That I have connected that dot, but I also want you to consider those are choices we make along the way. When you're a child,
no, it's a pro. You don't get to choose the programming you receive as a child.
Because you're a child, but you become an adult and you have the ability to rationalize, and you have the ability to look and observe in your.
You're already programmed.
So you're unable to make different choices because of your programming. That's lazy.
It's the Matrix.
No.
You have to have something that unplugs you to make you look at all this BS is around you and be like, wait a minute, this is not logical. This is not safe. This is not making any sense. I need to complete.
It just feels bad. Sometimes you're in an environment and you.
No, mostly it feels good. It feels great to be in the Matrix.
To be consistent in a state of fear and anxiety, addicted to drugs, not knowing what you're doing?
Yes,
No.
it feels good, but it's not a good place to be. People on heroin feel good, but they're not in a good place.
And
people on drugs feel good, but they're not in a good place. It's not about feeling good.
They're escaping something.
No,
it's not that it feels good. It's the escaping from the reality that we don't want to do.
And
I
think that it feels good. I think like when
Yeah,
I was
wrapping it up too, y'all.
What you say?
Just to start wrapping it up, I'm gonna continue super chats.
Oh, all right, bet. What I was saying is I think that all of these things that we think people hate, they just feel good. The illegitimacy of our culture is contagious, right? It's illegitimacy is so fun. That's why you'll see that's why we don't wear our hats to the front. We wear them to the back, right? We don't wear our pants at our waist with a belt. We wear them below our pants, right? And that's what kind of makes us cool, right? And that's parts of our culture that other cultures take because the illegitimacy. It's something about illegitimacy. Now, what I'm saying is like that. It's fun. Like when I went to a city school, it was just a big party, and a lot of people are like, oh, the kids in the city. Oh my God, they don't have a school. They don't have the books. Like, no, it was a big party. I loved it. It was fun, and that's why I wanted to go. That's why I wanted to be there. I wanted to be there because I mac on the hoes. Like, I'm not held accountable. If I just do the bare minimum, I'm above everybody else. Like, the shit is fun. Like,
okay, I'll give you that. It's fun, right? But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the lack of commitment to one another. I'm talking about the normalization of treating each other like transactions. I'm talking about having multiple baby mamas out of like this shit, the problematic shit, the shit that we normalize, like dog him out, don't commit to her, be with multiple people. That shit is part of the culture, and these are choices that don't feel good.
And do you like it when you're angry? When you're angry, does it feel good?
No.
If you feed your anger, does it feel good?
No, it feels worse. Actually,
it feels good to everybody when we feed our anger. That's why we make the decision
when
to do it.
I'm angry, it's draining. I don't think clearly, and I always regret the shit I do after.
No, it's draining afterward. However, in that moment, we can make the decision. I can either feed I can give it fuel, or I can back off and I can be like, you know what, I'm not going to pop off on this lady who just got smart with me at the counter, right?
Exactly, yeah.
It feels good to put fuel to that fire. I get it.
No. What feels good is okay, sure, but recognize we're making the choice to do that, and I think that's the part you're missing. If I choose to feel enriched by my anger, I am choosing to do that. It's not just happening.
Could it be you're just programmed to do it?
Sorry, what?
You were programmed to be upset. You were programmed to make a decision that made you make a bad decision, because that's what our programming is in our culture. I know JR's trying to wrap this up, so I'm trying to say something that but we have to analyze and dissect our culture to see why we have the triggers that we have. And then once we understand that, then start to pull away and pull out ourselves outside the matrix, because our culture is a problem.
I agree. I'm not arguing with you there. I am pushing back with this idea that it's just part of the matrix, and so we just have to deal with it because it's programming. The program wasn't just built in a day. It was consistent choices and normalization of things that were destructive. And every single time your dad or mom or brother or whatever did something that was problematic and it felt wrong and you ignored it, you were learning you were teaching yourself to reject your own emotional experience, and that's a problem. You don't have to run through different types of hoes and do all this type of shit to know what is right and wrong. You're a human being. So I say this to say, feelings matter, emotions matter, and it's essential for us to normalize that. And I'm sorry.
You're saying because I'm a human being, I have an integral understanding of what's right and wrong?
Yes. Because by nature of being a human being, you are rational. I don't need to live in your experience to know that.
So if I grow up in a favela in Brazil and without food, and you don't think that maybe I have a different rationale of what's right and wrong?
No, I think we can mutually agree what right and wrong is.
Someone who grows up rich
here's the thing.
In a good place, you don't think that he grows up with a different ideology of what's right and wrong?
Do you
think every human being has a different? Has the same right and wrong?
Yes, and
it doesn't matter what culture or how they grew up.
I wouldn't want certain things done to me, and because I know I wouldn't want certain things done to me. Rationally, I know you probably wouldn't want that done to you either. And it doesn't depend on the circumstance. Murder is wrong because I wouldn't want to be murdered. Rape is wrong because you wouldn't want to be raped. And as human beings who can choose their actions, I know that it is a choice or reason.
Is lying wrong? Is lying wrong? Is lying wrong?
Morally wrong, yes.
So lying is wrong.
I think universally there are regardless of the culture, we have all agreed that
this is my fault, JR.
Okay, y'all. Okay,
society
y'all. So
cannot
hold
thrive
on. Okay. Great conversation, y'all. I'm leaving y'all with this blue or red pill. All right, Junior, you got it.
Yeah.
How long are you in Vegas for? Oh,
I'm about to get on a plane now. I'm about to get on a plane now. I gotta go back home.
Oh.
But I'll be back in 3 weeks. Yeah.
Have a safe trip, and regardless.
Thank you, love.
A ball.
You have to. I love your energy.
All right, thank you.
You too, bro.
George, you had a feeling you were grifting.
Berlin, we need to talk because you look very upset.
Chicks making arguments of prostitution is exactly why they do with IQ testing in public schools. Men did not create transactional sex. We just agreed to it. Women create it. Make sure they don't get used. Most men will prefer free or low. No one sexualized women. They do it for us themselves. All women sell box one way or another, every single one. She right, y'all. Rather than buy the box or take it. Somebody tell me what's rap company? What's a rap company? Yeah. I've hired 250 billion people. I'm sorry, who the F played Miss Georgia, no disrespect, but sheesh, that's a lowly ninja. Some of these men sound weak as F. Again, they're just paying for her. Wow. Trigger Mike crashing out in 3, 2, 1. Shout out.
Shout out, Trigger Mike.
B1P3R.
$50.
$50. Will you share my thoughts exactly? I had to donate. I've listened for a long time. My question is, why are we still giving those detrimental to the culture a voice to this day? I had no idea it was going to go that way. It was my first time. I mean, Batty's fully loaded 199. The record end is fine and a little annoying, but fine.
Thank you.
And you talk too much. You don't always need to respond. Bravo panel. A la carte morality. Bravo. True. Why you mean mugging the camera, bro? You know you can't fight.
That's crazy.
Ann's Rainbow only fan been working hard tonight.
Construction.
Photo with the super sticker. The true worth of race must be measured by the character of its womanhood, not sure what that quote says about us. ATM thoughts.
I love that part of this show.
Well, I know it's that ever since Bears got his haircut, he been acting brand new. With the 99-cent super sticker. 99-cent super sticker again. OG. Peace and love. Everyone have an amazing day tomorrow. It's Naomi 499. Also, remember, hit the like button. Thank you. Hit the like button on y'all way out. Brown with the super sticker. 99-cent super sticker.
Oh, wow. So much love.
And Berlin cooking.
With grease.
98.12. I want to thank everybody that has donated. Thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. If you guys haven't donated, all I ask for you to do is hit the like button. Thank you for coming up there, Berlin. Appreciate you. I thank everybody that left the panel and ones that stuck it out. Thank you, Miss Shanice, for popping in. I know you had a very busy day, so salute to you. And thank you guys for y'all support. We live tomorrow. The Thursday show is in live full effect. I think it's going to be a good one. I'm real interested to see how this was going to turn out. You never know who's popping up. So I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys.
Bye, y'all. Be safe.